Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Smarter Deku Awaken Genuine Superpower. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Superheroes were born in a multitude of ways in fiction. Sometimes they discovered their inhuman parentage, meaning that they were super all along. Sometimes they received their power from someone or something. Sometimes they lose someone important to them and dedicate themselves to training with such a ferocity that they reach the absolute peak of what humans are capable of. And sometimes they march beyond that. But not all heroic backstories are so unique. Sometimes a hero is born in the most humble of scenarios. Sometimes the start of their journey is so thoroughly anticlimactic that it wouldn't make the cut for a comic book or a video game. Izuku Midoriya, an 18-year-old superhero fan from Yusutafu Prefecture, was a perfect example of that. There are no heroes or villains in his world, so his love for the superheroes found its outlet in the fictional ones. His room was filled with merch that he has mostly created on his own or got through the internet. His family wasn't wealthy, and his times weren't easy to live in. Posters of Iron Man, Superman, and Batman were the only witnesses to what was going to be a prologue to the change of the world. Izuku Midoriya read a manga chapter on his aged computer. One with superheroes, of course. One of them was using telekinesis to throw objects and villains around. Young Midoriya loved imagining himself as a hero. With Japan in the state that it was, it certainly needed some hope and someone to save it. He was an idealist, one that life was yet to break. He still lives in the world of vibrant imagination and hope. So he told himself that having such power would be super cool, and decided to check if he didn't have it. Oh, he knew he didn't have it. He was optimistic and creative, but not insane. It was more of a heat of a moment thing. Something that he did because his mind was still in the fictional world of the manga. So he looked at the pen lying on the verge of the desk, and, pushing his brain to the limit, and boy if it wasn't far away from the start point, he imagined pulling it towards the edge. The pen hit the ground a second later. Izuku Midoriya stared at it in shock for a dozen seconds at least. Sometimes greatness is born in the most humble of circumstances. Only after 5 pens, 2 erasers, a notebook, and a folded t-shirt, pushed back from the edges of several furniture pieces, Midoriya Izuku felt comfortable enough to say those words in his head. I have a superpower. Of course, the first thing that he did after that was to pinch himself. But he didn't wake up in his bed with a feeling of existential disappointment like he did the last time. This time, yeah, it was the real world, not a dream. And he had a superpower, telekinesis, apparently, which was honestly super cool and probably fit him a lot. His body was weak, and because of the underlying medical conditions, he couldn't hope to change that. His dream of becoming a police officer was dead before it started, and his choice of potential jobs was rather limited, and he couldn't hope to get into a university. Not because of poor grades, he had very good ones, actually. But his family lacked money for tuition, and getting a scholarship without knowing the right people was a lost cause nowadays. But now he had something else. He was a smart kid, much more than people typically gave him credit for. The school wasn't exactly pleasant to someone missing a father and being so small and timid, yet still dreaming of something as big as becoming a police officer. Especially now, school never really gave him a chance to spread his wings. He was a smart kid, so he knew that announcing himself as a holder of a superpower was stupid. He was, for as much as he knew, the first one of his kind, or the only one. He read enough comics about governments and corporations and terrorist groups attempting to use people like him for nasty things. Izuku was genre savvy. He had a superpower now. He had to be cautious about it. What if it had some downsides? What if overuse of it could kill him? What if he would lose control over it? What if, as it was already stated, he would become a target for having it? First, he had to gauge what exactly he could do with his power. With no one knowing, he pulled out one of his notebooks. He used it to plan things for his little superhero novel. There were dozens of pages of Izuku brainstorming applications of superpowers of fictional characters. Even if someone found it, they would not notice the fact that one entry was about something significantly more real. He spent a few minutes brainstorming the name of the new character. He remembered the teachers telling him he should be realistic about planning his future. His mother was doing her best to support him, but was clearly aware that he was only going to get hurt in the end. He remembered his classmates picking upon him, telling him to give up. Oh, he had a perfect name. Defiant. He was going to prove them all wrong. The best place to truly test the limits of his ability was Takoba Beach Municipal Park. Oh, going to a park to test your secret superpower was, by nature, rather dumb. But that park wasn't, well, park anymore. It was a dump. Decades of governmental neglect changed it into an open-air junkyard. What was once a beach was now a disaster of broken machines, fridges, broken computers, damaged furniture, even cars. No one was going there anymore unless it was to dump even more stuff. He just had to be attentive to his surroundings and pick the right place in the junkyard to conduct his tests in, and nobody would notice him being there. Just in case, he also brought his favorite hoodie and a face mask with him, plus a notebook and some writing tools. He was ready to self-examine his newly gained superpower. The funniest part about his telekinesis was that it wasn't telekinesis. He couldn't freely control an object. He could do exactly a single thing, pull an object in some direction. That, however, didn't mean that he couldn't push something. He just had to pull an object in the opposite direction, which was a bit of a pain, since he couldn't push the object directly away from him. He had to at least somewhat see what was before it to pull an object in that direction. This meant having to curve any projectiles he launched at something, and limited his stopping power if, say, a car was going directly at him. Not like he could seriously slow down a car. He was only starting. Hopefully, the powers grow as you use them because the heaviest thing he lifted was a TV. An antiquated, thick one, but still. He also couldn't pull liquids or gases. They weren't solid enough for his power to latch onto. Another potential weakness. He could drown. He could die from a poison gas inhalation. Suddenly, he had an idea. He tested it, and it turned out that he was right. He could, although it forced him to push his power to the limit, make something akin to a temporary barrier. It was like a small field that automatically pulled anything that entered it in the desired direction. Too bad it lasted for like 10 seconds without his attention. Did he just develop a super move? Like Superman's laser eyes? Or Batman's batarangs? Or Iron Man's? Wait, if he developed his power further, would be able to constantly pull himself up, thus negating gravity? Would that make him capable of flying? Midoriya Izuku loved his superpower. Mina Ashido hated her superpower. There was a time where she was having a normal family, a normal life, and friends. It wasn't even that far ago. 2 years, if she remembered correctly, when she still looked normal, when she didn't have that power of hers. The first thing that happened was that she began to secrete acid. That alone was pretty cool, at least once she got the hang of it. Her parents were worried but supportive. She trained her power in secret in her house basement and figured out the basics of it, enough to not accidentally spray anything with acid. But then her skin changed color. And then they were the horns. She was always an outgoing person. She spent most of her free time hanging out with people, karaoke, dancing, partying. That was her life. There was a limit to what makeup could do, especially when her horns were involved. They just kept growing back, faster each time she cut them off. So she hid in her home. Her parents knew how much it hurt her, but she was terrified of what people would think of her. How do you exactly hang out with a person who can secrete deadly acid at will? And what if some mean person found out about her? Well, she found out the answer to the last question the hard way. Her parents died. She was kidnapped and spent half a year dissolving corpses and evidence for a criminal group. She didn't see the light of day the whole time. But eventually, she escaped. Her grasp on her acid grew when no one was looking at the freak locked in their basement. She melted the wall off and slid off into the night. She stole some clothes. And then she found herself trying to escape as far as possible. She couldn't use a train. She couldn't hitchhike. She couldn't use a bus. She walked through 3 prefectures, stealing food and sleeping in forests. At least it was summer. Mina Ashido had a destination. It was desperation on her part, though. She didn't trust the police. She knew the group that kidnapped her was in cahoots with the local cops. She would not go back there. She would rather die. She had a friend once. He moved out of her prefecture with his parents. She knew the street address. She knew that he lived far enough from her old home that maybe the gang wouldn't find him. He was a good guy, a good friend. He would help her, even if she was a freak, right? She reached her destination, only to discover that it was no longer a thing. He had his 18th birthday a week ago and has already moved out to Takoba in the Musutafu prefecture, 2 prefectures away. She continued her trek. She had no other option. Having exact measurements of your superpower strength and keeping track of its growth in a notebook for fictional superheroes would be potentially damning evidence if someone found it. So, Izuku Midoriya played it super cautiously. He only wrote the initial stats and then compared them with what he achieved during his most recent training sessions in Takoba Park. After a week, he realized something rather important. His power was growing quite fast. He expected he would hit a plateau eventually. It couldn't be an endless growth. But for now, his power was steadily growing more and more. Well, powerful. In 1 week, his ability to levitate objects temporarily grew from about 40 kilograms to thrice that. He could actually float himself now, but he still had problems with multitasking enough to actually move in the air. The one time he tried that, he ended up landing in the water. He was only doing the flying tests after nightfall. He was going to be extremely cautious about it. It was everything but low profile. He also began to train himself in aiding his physical strength with some directed telekinesis. It would not make him super strong, but let's be real, he was a wimp. He needed to at least get to the human average level without damaging his body anymore. And it was rather easy to damage. His barriers have also stuck around for almost twice the time. It was rather incredible and offered so much potential. If they grew strong enough, they might shield him from bullets. In fact, he made a quick test when he got that idea. And it turned out that yes, he can anchor the barriers to objects, even ones in motion. Like himself, he added the telekinetic armor to the list of potential super moves that he worked on in secret. That, plus a shield, something requiring less stamina but still useful in the melee. You don't need omnidirectional armor at all times. Unfortunately, he also discovered another weakness of his power. His stamina, or whatever he was using to power up his telekinesis, was horribly bad. It was clearly improving, but not even remotely as fast as his telekinesis strength. It was clearly going to be an Achilles heel of his. One more thing to the notes. Right next to the discovery that trying to push himself beyond the limits of his stamina gave him a nasty headache, he discovered another thing that evening when he returned home from training. Mom stared at him in shock and asked him what he did to his hair. His shock at the question was genuine enough to persuade her that no, he didn't dye part of his black hair to a dark green color. What the hell? Though it looked quite nice on him, he had to admit. It took him almost an hour to persuade her to not take him to a doctor. Not like they could afford a decent one, either way. He decided to let it stay like that. Hair dye was costly. And it's not like he was really attending his school anymore. Ever since that accident with Bakugou, he switched to homeschooling. His hair turned to a dark green entirely during the next week, together with his eyes. It was rather odd, but he actually liked his new look. He just had to keep hiding from the people, because it was clearly making him stand out. Clark Kent would have been ousted quickly if he and Superman had green hair as the only people in the city. Then again, no one ever noticed him. He had no friends to speak of, and aside from his mom, nobody knew about his new look. His dark green hoodie was going to become his new best friend. He kept wondering if he was truly the only person with a superpower out there. It made him feel redundant. Not like he wanted to face a genuine supervillain. He wanted to become a hero. But normal criminals sounded like enough of a hurdle to overcome right now. If his genre savviness was anything to come by, he probably wasn't the only one. And there certainly were prospective supervillains out there. Imasuji, you son of a bitch. He hears a shout from outside of his current hideout. What idiot is it this time? Go to Imasuji doesn't bother to remember the names of people that he murdered. Ever since he discovered the wonderful tricks that he could do with his muscles, he killed too many to count. He looked out through the window of the rundown and abandoned apartment building that he spent the night in. The one shouting looked vaguely familiar. Some local mobster. Came with a few friends. Goto thinks he killed someone close to him. Oh, whatever. They might have some guns. But he already discovered that if he augments his muscles, he can shrug gunfire. He goes out and murders them one by one, while wondering if there is someone out there to actually put up a fight. All that murdering is slowly getting boring when the other sides can't even scratch him. Maybe he should pick up a fight with the police. A thought for another time. Mina Ashido finally arrived at her destination, only to immediately get cold feet about the whole idea. It was dumb, incredibly so. So much time she spent on the journey here, only to have second doubts right now, right in front of it. How dumb that was. Where was the positive and happy and optimistic Mina? Oh, right. She was dead. Dead and dissolved in acid, just like her family. Yeah, that explained a lot. The apartment building is in a district that clearly had its best times behind it, but was still persevering without giving up entirely. There was an activity on the streets. There are even some police patrols. And business, though the buildings were clearly missing out on some maintenance, and the streets could use some cleaning. She channels whatever positivity is left in her and knocks on the door. Is he at home? He has to be. She wouldn't motivate herself to try it again. Not enough hope left. Something moves behind the door. Who is it? It's his voice. He is home. He is probably seeing her through the visor, but she has a hoodie, face mask, and sunglasses. It's sensible to be cautious. Kiri, she utters. Her arms are crossed in front of her, her fingers trying to drive themselves into her side or arms. She is nervous. Way too nervous. It's Mina. He interrupts her. She can hear the hurried unlocking of the door. Then they open up and for the first time in 2 years she can see her old friend. Holy shit, is that really you? He changed. A lot. She remembered him as a rather timid black-haired kid who was always hanging out with her. She loved teasing him to the ends of earth. The guy in front of her has red hair, and it looks like he bulked up a lot. Tajiro Kirishima was now a beefcake. Literally the last thing that she expected. That came completely out of the blue. Why? Yes, she manages to say. Can I come in? He can clearly see that she is acting not like Mina he knew. Rather than suspicious, he seems to be worried about her. He invites her inside with emotion and steps aside to leave some space. His apartment is small. She can see an entrance to the bathroom, a kitchen annex, and a small living space. A small table with 2 chairs, a couch-turned bed, and some miniature training equipment fill almost the entire area. "Sit there," Kiri says and points out to one of the chairs. She obeys absent-mindedly. "Do you want to eat something?" She does. She is so damn hungry. But to eat, she would have to take off the face mask. And that requires some explanations. He will freak out and chase her away, right? Later, she has to tell him. "Kiri, what happened?" He sits in front of her. "I heard your parents died. You disappeared and everyone assumed you died." "Maybe she did." "I was kidnapped," she replies. "I escaped a few weeks ago. I didn't know where to go. I was at your old home, but you didn't live there anymore, so I walked here and you walked through 2 prefectures." He blinks at her a few times. "Mina, you should have gone to the police. They would." "No," she shouts louder than she wanted to. "They were. The local police worked with the kidnappers. I didn't know whom to trust in, and she came to him." The look on Ajiru's face leaves no doubts as to the fact that he understood the unspoken words. Despite all that happened, she trusted him enough to get to his house. "You're safe here," he says. "You can stay for as long as you want to." She sobs under her hoodie. Will he keep those words when he discovers what she is? I have to tell you something first." She braces herself for the talk. "Come on, Mina, you can do it. Things like that came so easily to you before all of that. They kidnapped me because..." "Mina, did they?" He is horrified, but at the wrong thing. Secreting acid at will is one thing that makes people not want to come into physical contact with you. Small mercies. No, she shakes her head. "No, they didn't. It's soon after you left. I think I developed a superpower of sorts. They kidnapped me for it." He is shocked. He opens his mouth, probably to rebuke what she said, but she extends her hand over the table and lets some of her acid out of the fingertips. She made it not very acidic. Destroying a table would be a bad way of restarting their friendship, but it burns the surface of it a bit. Acid," she says. "I can secrete and control it. They had me dispose of evidence and corpses. I melted the wall and escaped. But it also changed the way I look. I can't even get out without the disguise." She starts sobbing again. "Mina." Ijiru comes to a decision. He seems to have figured the unspoken fear of rejection on his own. "It doesn't matter. You were my first friend. My best friend. You changed my life for the better more than you can imagine. I will not chase you away because you look different or can do cool things with acid. That would be super unmanly." His hands move, only to freeze in the middle of a distance between their initial standing position and her hoodie. "Can I?" She nods. She isn't sure if she would manage to say anything, even if she tried. He takes off her hoodie gently. She can feel his eyes on the horns and her pink skin. Then he takes off her sunglasses, exposing her black eyes with yellow pupils. Besides the horns, those are probably the least normal part of her. There are a few long seconds of silence in the room. Mina is too scared of what look he probably has on his face to look at him. She is staring at the damaged part of the table, barely holding back the tears. "Well," he says finally. She clenches her eyelids. Will he hit her? Will he just chase her away? "I kinda expected worse after hearing all of that." What? She looks up at him finally. He is scratching the side of his head, and the look on his face makes him appear genuine. What? She stutters, staring at him in shock. "I mean, after the acid part, I thought you were like disfigured or something. You catch my drift?" He replies, visibly dumbfounded by her reaction. "You just have some different colors here and there. And the horns, they are kinda cute, I think." He blushes a bit. Yeah, that's the Kiri that she knew. "The dam breaks," she cries. A lot. This time he no longer restrains herself and hugs her. She hugs him back and cries into his shoulder for a long while, all while he is trying to console her. She goes to sleep an hour later, after her first shower in more than a month. He gave her his bed while relocating to the floor. Anything else would be unmanly. Mina Ashido doesn't have any nightmares that night. For the first time since her parents died, Izuku Midoriya's training was progressing swiftly. His power was steadily growing stronger. It showed no signs of randomly vanishing on him. That was probably his greatest fear. Suddenly waking up one day without that power would break him. He wasn't capable of flying, but he nailed the self-levitation. It wasn't even that hard. Gravity wasn't a powerful of a force to negate, and it certainly added an intimidation factor. He could make himself look taller, too. That was a positive. He was rather tiny. This didn't feel very superheroic. It also meant that he could. It was a variant of his barrier power. Float objects around him to the desired height, like shards of glass or even rocks and dirt, amassing a handful of them before launching them at the enemy. He couldn't stress it enough, but he absolutely loved his power. He was really looking forward to seeing just how much it would grow. In the meantime, he also had to make some alternative preparations. He no longer used his computer to read and watch stuff about fictional superheroes. Instead, he made rather extensive research of Takoba City, criminal activity hotspots, urban legends which might have been a sign of someone using their power in secret, notable police officers, and so on. Everything that could help him in his soon-to-be superhero career. Well, considering the general situation in Japan and his disastrous lack of invincibility, announcing himself to the world sounded like a bad idea. He was no Superman, but some vigilantism here and there. Yeah, this could work. He wasn't going to throw himself at the danger, but no one knew about his power. This gave him options. What he didn't expect was running into someone like him on the internet. He was searching through one of the many forums dedicated to urban legends/supposed paranormal events in Japan. It was interesting to see how many of them were there. Someone even created a graph showing the supposed frequency of such sightings. And it clearly showed an increase during the last 2 decades, with something close to a spike starting a year ago. Were they a sign of people like him popping up more and more, yet somehow remaining unseen? He could understand that, to a degree. If there were only a handful of people like him, the governments could certainly keep that under wraps. It wouldn't be easy, but it was possible. But there were leaks, and thus, urban legends, and supposed fake video recordings. That's when someone sent him a private message on the forum. The username was Engineer on the Warpath. Whoever they were, they said that they saw Izuku on a few different forums similar to this one, and decided that the questions he was asking were interesting, and suggested that he knew something that others do not. He replied. 30 minutes later, they were in a chat room. Apparently anonymous. Defiant 36, what do you want? Doom Engine Seer, I'm just looking for people in a similar situation to me. Doom Engine Seer, you act kinda suspicious. As in, similar to how I did a year ago. Defiant 36, what happened a year ago? Doom Engine Seer, I discovered I can do something that normal people can't. Doom Engine Seer, I've been looking for people similar to me to compare the experience. Doom Engine Seer, learn something more. And so on. Doom Engine Seer, did I hit the nail with you? Defiant 36, maybe. Defiant 36, if I actually had such a skill, I'd probably be extremely cautious about it. Doom Engine Seer, spoil sport. You talk like my parents. Doom Engine Seer, I'm willing to go out to meet you. On the neutral ground. Defiant 36, oh. Doom Engine Seer, I'll probably be accompanied. And I'm not telling whoever will accompany me about the whole business. So officially we'd be just internet friends. Doom Engine Seer, I'm from Kyoto BTW. Defiant 36, Takoba, in Misutafu Prefecture. Tell me which day you can pop up in the city. I'll tell you where to go once you get here. Doom Engine Seer, how about next Saturday? He was going to be extremely cautious about it. This sounded like a trap. Then again, if it was some nefarious governmental cover-up organization, they would simply round him up at home or on the beach without bothering to do stuff like that. Part of Mina's grossly cornered mind expected her to wake up to see Kirishima inviting the police to his home to take her away. Instead, she woke up to him preparing breakfast for both of them. She immediately hated herself for suspecting him. Kiri wouldn't do it. Mina, don't be an idiot. You should know that much. So, why did you move out so far away? She asked during breakfast. This happened out of the blue, and forced her to walk through 2 entire prefectures, all while avoiding the police. Disagreement with my parents. He promptly replies, do you remember that time Sato snapped? She does. She hated bullies, and she did her best to make people not act like meanies to others at school. But she failed to help Sato in time. And eventually, he snapped. It included sharp objects and a homemade bomb. I freaked out completely. Kirishima says, I had no idea what to do. Shit, I almost peed myself. But you stayed calm and talked him out of it. I kind of couldn't stand looking at myself in the mirror after that. So I decided to man up. Change myself. Stand up to people. Oh, she blinks at him a few times. So that's what he meant when he said that she changed him for the better more than she thought. And your parents. He sighs. It's a painful sigh. Very wrong when it's Kirishima that's letting it out. He wasn't the crazy optimistic one in their relationship. But this was still very out of place. My mother left my dad early on. He says. She knows that, but she also knows that there is a point in him mentioning it. Then she had her lover move in. So I technically had 2 moms, even if not legally. No man around. And they freaked out when I mentioned training in a gym. I didn't even mention boxing classes. Overprotective. And way too pacifist. We had an argument because I saw a few people ganging up on someone in school and chased them away. Apparently, that was already too brutal and primitive for them, as I should have told the teacher about it. He shakes his head. It's clear that there is a lot of resentment there. He just isn't dwelling on it. I moved away as soon as I could. He says, I found a job at a local gym. I get to train for free, for as long as I help clean it up and prepare the equipment and so on. I do the same in the local boxing club. Not much, but it pays the bills. What about me? She is desperate not to be on the run again, but he doesn't seem to be well off, and she is intruding. Don't worry about that, Mina. Kirishima replies immediately. Hearing him use her first name scratches a painful itch that she didn't even know was there. It's as if nothing happened, as if they were still just friends at school. Before her life ended, I have some savings, and you need to rest. After that, you're still the same freaking awesome dancer as you used to be, right? I might have rusted a bit, she admits. She had little occasions to dance during the last half a year. Just some stretch exercises to not fall out of shape entirely in hopes that she would find a way to escape. Why do you ask? Well, there is a dance school next to my gym. Kirishima replies with a slightly enthusiastic expression. Their owners are friends, actually. If I ask my boss, he might get you a job there. You would just have to wear some makeup to work. But that's for after you get some proper rest and eat up properly. He sighs. You look like a famine victim. Oh yes, that she certainly does. The most surprising part of his first week as a vigilante is the discovery that crime isn't even nearly as common as he thought. Even nowadays, especially the serious one. Well, semi-serious. He doesn't trust his combat skills enough to go for something really dangerous. Izuku Midoriya ends up stalking the supposed criminal hotspots. But it's not like the crime there happens constantly. During the first week of his superhero career, Defiant is mostly tripping people over. 2 pickpockets, just as they were stealing someone's wallets. A guy who was running away with someone's purse. Someone who looked like he was about to attack someone. Not much, but the part of Izuku that always wanted to help people is satisfying. He helped a few, and that's without counting the cat that he took down from the tree for some kids. It feels good. He feels useful. It's therapeutic after his childhood with Bakugou Katsuki. No one thanks him, but he isn't doing it for thanks. He wants to be useful. He wants to help people. On the 7th day of his career, he actually ends up running into something rather serious. A group of police officers tried to storm a building, apparently an operation against some violent gang. Izuku missed the times before the war. Today, even the smallest of gangs out there has an entire armory filled with guns and was ready to use them, even against the police. What was supposed to be quick work turned into a major firefight. Really out of his league. He knew that. He hit on the verge of his telekinesis range with only a head sticking out, covered said head in 3 layers of barriers, and then continued to trip people for the next 30 seconds, with an added element of pulling some guns out of very shocked gangsters' hands. Whatever plans the gang had for the encounter went down the drain. The police quickly overwhelmed them. Izuku felt faintly proud when he saw handcuffed gangsters being led out of the building one after one, plus a lot of other stuff. Like, were those drugs? Wow, was he a hero now? A superhero? For now, he disappeared from the area before someone noticed that he was there. Could you please repeat what you just said, but this time be slightly more generous in details? Aizawa Shouta, superintendent of one of the police stations in Takoba, says, looking at one of his police officers with a mixture of tiredness and bewilderment on his face. With the mess that Japan is, he is quite high in the ranks for his age. And, at least ever since the assistant commissioner in charge of the city police bit a bullet 2 months ago, he is de facto in charge of the law enforcement in Takoba. He does not know how that happened. He does not know why Asato Yashiro didn't get a replacement. He does not know why everyone's looking up to him. He is doing his best, but this is rarely enough. Senior Commissioner Okoji, the man in charge of the Musutafu Prefecture Police Department, was apparently hard-pressed. Aizawa wouldn't be surprised if he considered giving up. Musutafu was a burning mess, not like the rest of the country was much better. The entire police ladder was a patchwork of improvisation after the wartime casualties, retirements, defections, and several major corruption scandals. Half of the city devolved into de facto slums where the police didn't dare to enter. Aizawa had to beg his relatives for money twice already because his pay was delayed. Sometimes he wondered if he was a masochist to stay in the force. Now, this, we raided that Shai Hasekai. Former Shai Hasekai group as you ordered. The police officer reports with an incredulous look on his face. Things went hairy, but then, they began to trip. I swear that one of them tripped 3 times in a row, and they kept losing their firearms. One of the SAT guys legitimately laughed at the spectacle. Well, that's a new one. Were they drunk? Aizawa asks. The police officer shrugs. That's for the lab guys to figure out. We shot a few of them, but they should pull through. At least there were no casualties on our side. We found a lot of drugs, illegal firearms, and so on. You'll be getting a report once we sort it all out. The one and only positive side of Japan going down the drain was that unless you organized a public execution of whatever criminals you caught, the press vultures would not go after you. They had more serious problems to deal with, like bi-monthly terror attacks, the main parties being on the verge of open civil war, the economy in stark recession, government officials disappearing overseas with their department's money, and so on. Aizawa wished it wasn't like that. Sada came. Doom Engineer sent him a message that they were arriving in Tekoba. Izuku put some thoughts into that. Having a meeting in a public place made perfect sense. It would make disappearing into the crowd significantly easier, and it's not like many people would take their talk for anything other than two people talking about a game or something like that. So he found a cafe in a mall that had people inside but wasn't too crowded and had a seating arrangement that would let them have some privacy without going too far on that field. He got a table before sending a message to Doom Engineer about where to go. It wasn't far from the train station. They arrived quickly. He was equally surprised by the fact that Doom Engineer was a girl, that she was his age, and that she was accompanied by a bulky guy in a suit who almost literally shouted that he was a bodyguard. Okay, he didn't approach Izuku. He kept his distance from them and entered the cafe 10 seconds after her, pretending to not be there with her. But Izuku was 99% sure that he was her bodyguard. Who the hell was she? Defiant Kun, she said while sitting on the seat in front of him. It's awesome to meet you in real life. She was about the same age as he was, so around 18. She wore a pair of what looked like workshop overalls, had a backpack that she put on the seat right next to her, and a rather noticeable hairdo. Pink dreadlocks. Really? And you must be Doom Engineer. Izuku replies. He is wearing his hoodie, even now. He took down the face mask to drink his tea, but he kept his glasses up. This earned him some stares from people, but he didn't care. Besides, it made spotting him by her easy. Yep, she replies with enthusiasm. So, can I make an educated guess about you? What? If you want to. Izuku replies, trying to stay calm. He didn't exactly expect the talk to proceed in that direction. Then again, he didn't expect to be talking to a girl today. He had absolutely no experience with that. It was Defiant that was talking to her, not the timid Izuku. I'm kinda good with computers. She replies while leaning towards him over the table a bit. I investigated you to hell and back. I didn't find out your real name. I probably could, but I figured out that it'd make you suspect me. But I noticed people with similar account names popping up recently in a few places on the internet that I happen to be frequenting. Urban legends, supposed superpowers, criminal activity in this prefecture, and superhero comics and films. So my educated guess is that you are a superhero fanboy, and developed some sort of superpower, and you wish to be like a real-world superhero. Am I right? Well, busted. He wasn't as stealthy as he thought he was. Izuku decides to salvage his dignity out of this investigation by admitting the truth. Yes, it's a bit of a leap of faith, but he is almost certain that he can successfully escape from the cafe if things went dicey. He extends his hand over his empty teacup and pulls it up. The girl's eyes light up. Some form of telekinesis. Awesome. How strong? She asks him, and, well, no. This has to go both ways. How about showing me your power first? He asks and she, wait, what? The girl takes off her contact lenses, revealing something distinctly unnatural about her eyes. Normal eyes weren't crosshair-shaped. It's pretty much a set of binoculars and a microscope. She replies with a grin while reattaching the contact lenses. I can see everything in perfect detail at several kilometers distance when I zoom in. Or I can see bacteria when I focus on something close enough. And it's quite easy to hide. Not exactly combat useful, though, unless you get a sniper rifle. Izuku mumbles, mostly to himself. That's a completely different type of power than he imagined. He had telekinesis, so he expected. Pyrokinesis, remote viewing. Something from the ESP classics. This was different, but certainly not a natural thing. As for myself, well, I lifted a small car yesterday. For 3 seconds, then he ran out of juice. But it proved to him that his power had an almost ridiculous speed of growth. If only his stamina rose as quickly. And even then, he seemed to have been approaching the plateau. The recent few days had only minor improvements in both fields. That's awesome. Her grin is almost manic. This is exactly what I've been looking for. I take it you aren't interested in telling me your real name, right? He nods. This isn't on the table. Fine, Defiant Kun. But I'll tell you mine. I am May Hatsume. Oh shit, you're from that Hatsumes, he says and she nods. The family behind the Hatsume Industries, one of the largest industrial companies in the country. She nods again. Izuku had a meeting with a member of the family that was pretty much Seibatsu. Wow, that came out of the left field. Yep. She adds while he is busy swallowing the news. And I'm also a genius inventor. But you see, I got that power of mine. And I figured out that there have to be more people like me out there. But the public doesn't know about it. You know what that means? That someone is hiding the truth from the public? He asks, only a bit worried by the implications. Actually, I don't think so. She replies with a shrug. My parents made some investigations into that when I started seeing bacteria with my naked eyes. They are almost certain that the superpowers are simply extremely rare, and Well, the scientific community is sometimes hopelessly conservative. I've found several research studies suggesting that the scientist behind them ran into someone with genuine powers, but they were all actively suppressed and attacked for being against the scientific consensus. She sighs painfully. And the video-altering technology can create videos indistinguishable from actual events nowadays. So any record of someone actually using a superpower can be blamed to be a hoax, regardless of how real they look like. And that's where I come. She leans towards him again, with a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. The way I see it, we have maybe a year before the world will find out, she announces, adding a grin to the glint. And you know what? When that happens, people with powers like us will need gadgets. I already made goggles that amplify my eyes' far-seeing ability. This is an entirely new field of research and development, an entirely new market for Hatsume Industries to dominate. She chuckles a bit before leaning back. Let me ask you a question, Defiant Kun. Can you name the inventor behind any modern engineering development? Say, some new aircraft. No, but I think those are mostly a team game, right? He replies, and she nods fervently. That's the point. She throws her hands around. We have entire teams of professionals working on those. No one gets the same level of recognition as, say, Wright's brothers. But, but if you will be the first one to create those gadgets, you'll become famous. Izuku interrupts her, but despite that, she beams at him. And if you start working on that now, you'll have months or years of advantage over the competitors. She nods fervently. Precisely. She can see that he doesn't look uplifted at her motivations, so she keeps talking. Listen, I get it. You want to be a hero and save people. I want to earn money and become famous. Not exactly super compatible. But this isn't a sell me your soul deal. I don't expect you to work for me. It goes the other way around. I'm not going to have you become Hatsume Industries' personal death squad. In fact, if you have to choose between saving people and saving Hatsume Industries' property, save people. Everything's insured either way. If you want to be Batman, I'm going to be your Wayne Enterprises, Cappage? That sounds significantly better. Izuku was painfully aware of just how incredibly amateur his attempts at superheroism were. Besides, most superheroes had someone in their corner to provide technical support. But how much could she give him? What are you bringing to the table, exactly? He asked, and she smiled at him in a rather innocent way. The first thing I have to say is that I can't exactly support you with money. He looked at her with suspicion and surprise, so she quickly elaborated. Look, my parents do not trust me with money. They know that I'm a gifted engineer, so they give me whatever parts and so on I'm asking them for, though, so I can produce things for you. I also dispose of a lot of my creations when they aren't up to standard, so I'll just tell them you like to tinker with things on your own and send them to you. You'll pick those up at a parcel locker or something. How does that sound? She was talkative. Izuku was talkative as well, but just not with girls. That was his weakness. It makes sense. He says carefully, I actually might have an idea about a gadget that would work well with my telekinesis. It's just, her eyes burn with curiosity now and it's curiously endearing. Tell me No, Bad May, finish the talk first, she says to herself. Then she steadies herself up. I can also take care of your internet business. You are reasonably careful with the security, but I'm way better than you are. Besides, even if someone tracks me, what are they going to do to a Hatsume? Write me a nasty letter. Unless I murder people, even the government won't risk that war. That was painfully true. So I'll look for people like us for you through the internet. I'll help you do your crime research. I'll be your little friendly technical support / mission control while you're busy battling supervillains. This deal sounded good. Like, very good. Almost too good. Exactly what Izuku Midoriya needed to make his little vigilante / superhero gig take off for real. I will not tell you to just show yourself to the world to act as a living advertisement for my awesome inventions. By the way, May continues, you want to stay hidden? Fine with me. I'll potentially get months or years of field testing before anyone else. I mean, whatever idea for a gadget you have, it might be useful for anyone who has a similar telekinetic power, right? But I do promise to not sell my gadgets to anyone who is clearly having supervillain tendencies. Is that all right with you? He mulls it over for a few seconds. Finally, he arrives at the conclusion. I think you've got yourself a deal, Miss Hatsume, he says, and almost immediately finds his hand to be in pain. She grabbed and shook it rather vigorously. Eddie isn't a strong person. She doesn't seem to notice it. Brilliant, Defiant Kun. She grins. Now, please tell me what exactly you need from me. But before we start, take this. She pulls out a rather modern-looking laptop from her backpack. It's actually my old laptop, she says while he is staring at her. I purged all the data, reinstalled the system, and made it really secure. You have some additional instructions on how to stay safe noted down in a text file on the desktop, plus a direct, encrypted line to my current computer. Yes, I know there is a risk that I put something inside to track you, but let me be honest with you. I could find your home and your real identity. Either way, I simply decided not to violate your privacy. Besides, she sighs, you don't have a megacorporation behind your back to keep you secure if someone finds you. If you weren't reasonably cautious, we wouldn't have that talk. He accepts that gift in the end. 2 weeks passed since his meeting with May Hatsume. Izuku Midoriya spent those 2 weeks being a superhero/vigilante. He was playing it safe. More than that, the situation like the one when he walked into a firefight between police and some Yakuza guys didn't repeat itself. He tripped some more people, on 2 separate occasions doing this while they were being pursued by someone from the police. He could only hope that the police weren't getting suspicious about it. Then again, tripping people was the most low-visibility maneuver in his arsenal. It's not like he could eat things to people without making it clear that there is someone out there doing those deeds. He might not have an occasion to become a true, public superhero. His power hit the dreaded plateau. No more doubling his carrying power within a week. He only got a few more kilograms over the last few days. May calculated things for him and decided that the triple telekinetic barrier should be able to stop a small arms fire, for as long as they weren't fired from up close. But he couldn't hold that for long and he couldn't make it omnidirectional. And the criminals were running around with assault rifles nowadays. If he can't make himself bulletproof, he can forget about becoming a real-world Superman. His career would be extremely short. That's when May decided to video chat with him. Bringing news. All right, Defiant and Alchemist. May announces from the screen of his new laptop. I have good news and bad news. What should I start with? Boom. Izuku thinks it's pretty awkward to be having a video chat while wearing his disguise. But he still didn't get around to telling Hatsume who he actually is. Hatsume-san, are you naked? He could only see the top of her shoulders and her head. But the top of her shoulders was almost certainly not clothed. And that was a terrible thing when facing a kid who recently began to be very conscious about girls. May looked down beyond the screen's edge. I guess so. She doesn't seem particularly fazed by that. Oh, I was changing from pajamas to my normal clothes this morning. And I think I forgot about the second part of that process. So I only took the clothes off without replacing them. Hatsume-san, Izuku says with his eyes now closed. It's 8 p.m. He is thoroughly exasperated and perhaps a bit red under his disguise. Let's be real. He is extremely red under his disguise. It's May for you, Mr. Superhero. She promptly replies. Also, give me a moment. I'll wear something if it's that much of a problem. May, on a first-name basis, with a girl that he saw naked just now. Oh, Izuku is going to die so much. She returned a few minutes later, wearing her standard pair of workshop overalls, plus some goggles, though those are resting on the top of her head. Her eyes are on the display. Does she have anything more than that in her wardrobe? So, Defiant Kun. She grins at him through the screen. Good news or bad news? It's always a good idea to have some good news to distract you after you just heard something pretty bad. Or so he thinks. Give me the bad news, May. He says it. Victory. A small one, but still. May doesn't seem to notice that. Well, I might have found someone like us, she announces. That sounds like good news, so unless she messed up, there was going to be a but moment. And in your city, imagine my surprise. The problem is, the Yakuza might be holding them against their will. Yeah, but moment at its earnest. Yakuza, Izuku asks. He has some grasp over the situation in the city of Takoba, and the entire prefecture, but to a smaller degree. Not the police level of knowledge, but he knew a few things. Which clan? Apparently the Shai Hasekai. That's bad news. Those guys meant business. The firefight Izuku ran into was between the police and one of their hideouts. Apparently, a split group, since the Shai Hasekai didn't peddle drugs, but many people thought that was bullshit and a PR stunt. That they peddled them, just officially through split groups that they mysteriously did nothing against. That's not good at all, Izuku admits. What do you know? Well, I've made a sweet little bot that searches through the internet for words like freak, weirdo and so on being used in greater numbers. May replies, plus an AI to sift through the result and dropkick 99% of them out of the window. There is apparently a girl within Shai Hasekai that has been referred to as freak and some derivatives of that repeatedly by some clan members. Someone seemed to be surprised why the boss was even keeping her around, but that message was swiftly erased. Still, someone's terrible at information security. Yeah, they really shouldn't be talking about stuff like that on the internet. Izuku sighs. Why do you think she is being held against her will? Well, she scratches her chin for a few seconds while looking around from the screen. It's her thinking pose. Izuku knows her that much. You know that I'm supposed to help you do the investigation bits, right? So yeah, I've been looking into that for like a week now. It's mostly online stuff, but I might have hacked into some CCTV cameras, maybe even illegally deployed a recon drone. May. Izuku is about to protest, but she doesn't give him the time he needs. And I'm almost certain that the girl is kept imprisoned or at least abused. May continues. She is extremely skittish, accompanied by gang members on the rare occasions where she is allowed to leave the Shy Hasekai headquarters and clearly terrified of them. On one occasion there was a police patrol passing by them, and one of the Yakuza grabbed the girl by the arm and kept her pinned in place. So it's possible that he was afraid that she would leap at the patrol and ask for help. Alright, that does sound pretty incriminating, Izuku admits, but I really don't think that the Shy Hasekai is in my league. Kai Chisaki has a reputation. Well, I don't think that the local police will start that war, seeing as how they are casually ignoring Chisaki's existence. May promptly replies. Also, the girl in question looks like she is 6 or 7 years old. May was clearly banking on his heroic drive. Unfortunately, she was right to do that. Okay, he admits. That does sound concerning. Even if she isn't like us, someone should help her. But how? Oh, he has an idea. Listen, do you think she can read? She seems to. She replies, looking at him curiously. Or, at least, I'm guessing. She was staring intensely at some written advertisements while away from the Shy Hasekai's main compound. Why do you ask? Well, I'm not going to randomly kidnap her without figuring out if she wants out. Izuku replies, and this might help confirm that. She shrugs. Well, the point is, you should probably try to not do whatever you are planning to do if Chisaki is around. I suspect he is your first supervillain. You're kidding. Izuku stares at her for a few seconds. Really? I mean, I heard the spooky tales about him being some sort of horrific murderous fiend, but he is still walking around because no one ever found any evidence of his supposed crimes. Yeah, same. May replies. She must have done some digging on her own. Check this out. Suddenly, there was a video recording. CCTV camera, no doubt. Late evening. The street is mostly empty. A group of people were walking down the pavement to the right. For as much as Izuku could tell, they looked tough. He recognized Chisaki walking in the middle. Suddenly, some thugs made them visible. They looked drunk, probably some small-time troublemakers from the back street. They appeared to have been making their way towards the Chisaki's group. There was no scuffle. Some of the Yakuza guys persuaded the thugs to screw off. Thugs didn't want to fight people armed with guns, especially if they found out who was among them. Then the recording ended. May, I'm not sure what you were trying to, he says, and she sighs at him. Once again, but look at Chisaki's hands. She replays the video. This time, Izuku knows where to look. Is he taking gloves off? The quality was rather bad, but the motions seemed to show that. Chisaki did that when the drunks popped up. Then, when they went away, it looked like he was putting the gloves back on. Oh, I get what you meant, May. You do. She seemed vaguely surprised by that. Yes, he nods. If he expected a fight and wanted to leave no fingerprints, he would put the gloves on for the fight, rather than the other way around. So you suspect he has some touch-based, combat-oriented superpower. He took the gloves off to use it if there was a fight. This time, she blinks at him a few times rapidly. Is she really that surprised by him catching up with her? Yes, precisely. She finally erupts. Damn, I love working with smart people. And this brings us to the good news. She grins at him. I finished your little support item. Everything is up to specs. Where can you pick it up? The real problem with the investigation was that he had to be sneaky about it. Switching to different hoodies wasn't exactly his definition of sneaky, although May's remote help from her Kyoto's little workshop was a lifesaver. The girl had an odd hair color and something resembling a horn. That was an even greater sign of something amiss. She seemed to wear a mask, one adding a second horn. Smart. It made her look like a cosplayer, but once or twice it fell off, right in time to be picked up by a camera. Izuku didn't like the way her Yakuza bodyguards were acting around her when that happened. It counted as manhandling, really. They pulled her back to her feet and shoved the mask back into its place. At one time, she was clearly crying, but they ignored it completely. Despite all of that, he still wasn't ready to just randomly kidnap her. That could go extremely hairy if she didn't want to be saved. He wasn't risking a war with the Shy Hasekai just to get caught because a girl had Stockholm Syndrome. He wrote a letter. Well, it was just a few words. A question of if she wants to be saved, and how she could let him know. He also told her to destroy the letter after reading it. Then he sneakily levitated the letter into her pocket. She tripped right after leaving the compound a week later, exactly where he told her to do if she really wanted to be safe, in front of a CCTV camera that May had access to. The second letter told her to wait for a few days. Izuku had to make some arrangements. All right, May. Izuku braced himself for yet another talk about business with the crazy inventor. I have a question for you. You forgot your clothes again. Oops, she appeared to be at least remotely ashamed this time. This is more surprising than the fact that she video phoned him without her clothes on. Again, the day before the planned time of the operation, Izuku finds himself at the doorstep of the home that he didn't expect to visit ever again. It's in a much more wealthy neighborhood than the one Izuku is living in currently. Or, to be exact, it declined significantly less, despite it being only a few streets away. Life is sometimes so unfair. He also used hair dye on himself for the first time. Oh, joy. His hair was temporarily back to its natural black color, if it still counted as natural. He pushed the doorbell button in, and waited for half a minute before the door in front of him opened. "Who is?" Mitsuki Bakugou says in her typical, slightly angry tone, before freezing in place. "Izuku." She didn't expect to see him or his mother ever again. Not after what her son did. She especially didn't expect to have Izuku willingly come to her home. "Can I come in?" Izuku replies. He is already changing into a proper vigilante. He feels too exposed on the street without wearing his disguise. He still didn't figure out how to explain it all to his mother without making her freak out. In the meantime, some white lies will do it. Eventually, he'll figure something out. He's certain of that. "Izuku, Mitsuki tries to say when they sit together in the living room. It's evening, so her husband is there as well. Just silent and observant. He is like that. "I don't want to talk about that." Izuku cuts her off. He is probably the only person, save for his mom, that can do that and get away with his life and body intact. Katsuki made his own decisions. I blame him for that. I don't blame anyone else. There is a telling lack of Bakugou Katsuki in the family pictures he can see from his seat. He still remembers Auntie Mitsuki telling him to the face that she would fight for him to hell and back if he as much as admitted that he did something wrong. But he didn't, so he was no longer her son. He doesn't want to go back to that. The scars go too deep. They all have those. "Then, why did you come?" "It's Masaru, oddly enough. Auntie Mitsuki promised me something back then." He refers to her as he did in the past. He really wants to bury the hatchet. "You said that you're willing to do anything to make up for what your son did." "I came to collect on that promise." He is nervous, incredibly so. He is playing a dangerous game here. But while Izuku Midoriya would freak out, Defiant wouldn't, so he plays along with his superhero self. They exchange slightly worried glances. "Izuku, you aren't doing anything illegal, right?" Mitsuki asks, and Izuku can understand where that comes from. What is he supposed to answer? "Yes, I do. I'm a vigilante with superpowers, who is about to kidnap someone from under the nose of the most dangerous man in Musutafu. That also might or might not possess a superpower." Mitsuki still has Inko's number. He would be under house arrest until his death of old age. He might be an adult, but he can't fight his mom. Not without being able to live independently. His medical issues and lack of income ensured that it wasn't an option. It depends on the definition. Izuku settles on giving them some half-truths. "There is a girl that's being abused and was probably kidnapped, but nobody is doing a thing. And I can't go to the police because her kidnapper is powerful, influential. They won't help, or it will just make things worse. Someone I know, his own alternate persona, to be clear, thinks that he can help her escape. But we need a place for her to hide. We don't know for how long, but..." "Izuku," Mitsuki says. On her face, a mixture of worry and refusal. "She is 6 years old, Auntie." Izuku replies in a hurry. 6 years old and wants to be saved. Needs to be saved. "Please." The Bakugas exchange glances. He is asking for a lot. He knows about it. But they owe him a lot, and, considering what Katsuki did, they have a soft spot for abuse victims. "Izuku," Mitsuki finally speaks. "I already fucked up with my parenting once. I don't want to do that again. I kinda hope that you learned what not to do, Auntie." He replies. Harsh, but somehow they agree. He has to lie to them so he won't be in danger. And they tell him to his face that if he misunderstood the situation, they won't be sticking their heads for him. He agrees to that. If something like that happens, this talk never happened. He has everything prepared for the Save One-Horned Girl from Yakuza operation. All that's left is to do the fieldwork. 4 thuggish men escorted the girl out of the compound. He does not know why she is let out like that occasionally. Chisaki's conscience is acting out occasionally. At least once it was to buy her some new clothes. Weird. He probably wants to keep her alive. Some daylight is healthy. They don't know that there is a small drone over their heads. Izuku follows them out of eyesight, May telling him where to go through the internet. He has a pair of wireless earphones that she can talk through from her lab. Finally, they are on the street that appears mostly empty, but with some side alleys to lunge into. Once the deed is done, he runs forward, bringing them into the effective range of his powers. He tugs the girl's arm twice. She knows what that means, so she looks around and sees the figure in a hoodie. She immediately runs toward him, the thugs shouting at her to stop or else. They stop quickly. Defiant's first support item is a pair of small, circular discs that act as tasers when they touch someone. They activate automatically on contact, and arm themselves when they leave the 1-meter range away from the belt that they are normally attached to. Izuku sends one per thug. They didn't notice that each of them had a single one of those floating above their heads when the girl bolted off. Everything according to plan. "Are you all right?" he says to the girl when she lunges at him and hugs him. She is slightly hysteric. She is crying. He isn't surprised. I want to go back to my mommy. He can hear her answer. Her head turns upward, and he finally sees her face up close, including the horn. Please, help me. Having a place to bring her back to would be helpful, if Chisaki can't find her there. Otherwise, shit, behind you, he hears in his headphones. He turns his head to see Chisaki and some of his henchmen leaving a car. So much about the plan. The girl freezes with an expression of horror on her face. Izuku doesn't waste time. He immediately grabs her and bolts into one of the side alleys, with a Yakuza on his tail. Chisaki corners him 3 minutes later. I gotta say, Chisaki, the current clan head of the Shy Hasekai and the unspoken Boogaman of the prefecture, says while eyeing Izuku curiously. I suspected that something was amiss. Eri was acting too hopeful recently, so I tagged along with her. But I expected one of her guards to develop a conscience all of a sudden, and not. Who the hell are you, even? The alleyway he ran into turned out to be a dead end. There is a large wall, a metal dumpster, and a terrified child behind him. Chisaki and 2 of his men are blocking the only way out. Chisaki took off his gloves. May is freaking out. Izuku is freaking out as well, but in a quieter way. Defiant, Izuku replies loudly. Chisaki stares at him oddly. Do you know what it means to be piggybacking someone, Eri? He now knows her name, and he is going to use that. He said that quietly and turned his head just enough to see her scarce nod. Climb up on me. I promise you that everything will be all right. So we are speaking in English now. Chisaki chuckles, calmly observing Eri's attempt to climb the hooded figure in front of him. Then he freezes for a second. Wait, you think you are a superhero or something? Well, let me enlighten you a bit, then. He squats down and touches the pavement underneath him. Something in the ground shifts. Izuku expected that when he saw Chisaki move, so he immediately lifts off. The cement spikes erupting from the floor that would have massacred his legs to miss their mark entirely. What the? Chisaki's eyes widen. Izuku doesn't give him time to respond. Instead, he propels the empty dumpster at him with his powers. Without a second of hesitation, Chisaki grabs one of his henchmen and uses him as a living shield. The man screams as he bears the brunt of the impact. A split second later, the dumpster ceased to exist. Small parts of it, little more than finger-sized bits of metal, are scattered on the pavement. The henchman drops to the ground. He is still moving but is bleeding heavily, and his arms are broken. Probably some ribs, if not more. Izuku is terrified. Did he possibly? Looks like one more freak out there, Defiant. Chisaki chuckles darkly. His eyes are locked onto Izuku, and he immediately understands that he won't win that fight. His body screams at him to run. I guess I'll just reassemble her once I'm done with you. He extended his hand to touch the wall of the building next to them. Izuku, for a second, panics and tries to pull Chisaki away from the wall, and loses control. It happened in a blink of an eye. For a split second, the world around him looked different. It was empty but full. His power grew stronger, way stronger. Instead of holding Chisaki in place, he slammed him into the wall on the opposite side of the alleyway, with enough strength to shatter bones. His limbs bend at impossible angles. His left arm was practically missing. His body, ruptured, for the lack of a better word. There was a large blood smear on the wall, with bits of. Izuku almost vomited into his mask. The girl behind him screamed. The remaining henchman yelled something in horror. 2 seconds later, Chisaki reappeared at the alleyway, wearing bloody tatters of his clothes. His body. Did he repair himself? How? What was his power? Shit. Chisaki curses, and then glares at Izuku with pure murder written on his face. Of all the people out there, I had to run into someone this powerful. A genuine wannabe superhero. He chuckles menacingly. Well, then I guess this makes me a supervillain? I should pick a proper villain name, I guess. How about Overhaul? That's how I refer to my power, either way. Boss. His henchman has a gun in his hand. Izuku has his barriers up, but no, Chisaki interrupts him. That stunt took a lot from me. I'm not sure if I can heal her back without defects. We can't risk damaging her. The hero won today. Chisaki gives Izuku a cold, murderous stare. You better hide well, Defiant, because I'm going to find you. And then she'll get to see me slowly and painfully murder you, your family, your friends, your pets, and anyone who ever smiled at you. Izuku has never moved so fast in his life. Eri was hugging him like she was a koala and he was her favorite tree. She was absolutely not letting him go. It was cute if you ignored her quiet sobbing. May, oddly quiet and on point, instructed him how to avoid the CCTV cameras on the way to Bakugou's. Trying to explain to them what happened was going to be a pain. Could he even keep hiding all that? Probably. For how long? Hopefully, as long as possible. Eri, are you all right? He asked 1 street away from Bakugou's house. Why? Yes, she replied after 2 seconds. Thank you so much, He put her down. This was a quiet street, and he really had to have a talk with her. Eri. He kneeled in front of her and wiped her tears. She gave him a pained smile. Listen, I got you away from Chisaki. We can't go to the police. There is a nice family living here that promised to take care of you and keep you hidden from him for a while. I promise that I'll do my best to find your mom, all right." She nods fervently. Izuku isn't particularly hopeful on that field. Chisaki, Overhaul doesn't feel like someone to leave loose ends. And if she failed to protect her once, she'll probably fail to protect her again. But Eri clearly needs those words. They don't know about the superpowers. It continues. If they ask, Chisaki stole you from your mommy and tried to touch you. He also beat you up when you fought back. All right. She nods. She does not know what touch you means, but Bakugou will. Besides, he probably touched her, if only to use his power on her. Your horn is just birth defect that doesn't require any medical attention. Also, it wasn't me who saved you, but one of Chisaki's men. All that I did was to take you from him and bring you here, all right. Can you stick to that? She nods fervently. I will. She leans forward and hugs him. He hugs her back. You're like a superhero, right? From the cartoons. You have to keep your name secret from the world, yes. Oh, she is smart. And Izuku feels warm on the inside. He is an actual hero to someone now. More than that, a superhero. Yes, Eri. He pats her head. I'm a superhero. But before that, could you tell me why he was holding you there? And what was he doing to you? 5 minutes later, Izuku realizes he is deep in shit, and that Overhaul is now his personal nemesis. He knocks on Bakugou's door, holding Eri in his arms. She is hugging him as well, and she seems to tuck as deep into him as she can. Izuku has also taken off his mask, and everything else that suggested that he took part in the operation. Thankfully, when he exploded Chisaki, the man was far enough for the blood to not land on either of them. Mitsuki is giving them both worried looks when she is letting them in. Where? He is about to ask, but she interrupts. Katsuki's old room. She replies quickly. He knows where that is. He carries Eri up the stairs. The room is devoid of anything that could remind onlookers of Bakugou Katsuki. It's rather impersonal. They probably used it as a guest room. He lets her out, pats her head again and tells her he has to talk with the house owners and that he'll come to visit her in a day or two. She promises him she'll behave and once again tearfully thanked him for getting her out of that horrible place. Mitsuki is oddly silent. It's Masaru that takes the lead. Completely unexpected. Izuku. He asks when Izuku goes down the stairs. We need to talk for a second. He expected that much. Let me guess. Izuku decides to finish this quickly and go home to rest. You want to know something more about her. He made them think he didn't know details about her during their first talk. Naturally, they expected some answers. Masaru nods. Mitsuki observes them from behind him. Her name's Eri. Izuku replies. She doesn't enjoy being touched without her permission. She likes sweet food. As of today, she is also on the run from Kai Chisaki, leader of the Shai Hasekai Yakuza clan and de facto head of the organized crime in this prefecture. He can see their eyes widen. He didn't respect the no-touching rule. Something flashes on their faces. Something distinctly unnecessary. Something that reminds Izuku of Katsuki, but in a good way. If there is such a way for such a reminiscence, I'll try to find her parents, or a way to get her out of the prefecture without Chisaki noticing. He tells them, in the meantime, keep her hidden. No one can know she is here, especially with how distinct her looks are. She is used to not going out often. Either way. Very well. Masaru answers. I still think that you should find someone trustworthy in the police to help you, but we'll do our best for the time being. Blackmailing them with guilt isn't very heroic, but it works. He comes home deadly tired. His legs are still shaking a bit. He is telling himself that the henchman that Chisaki used as a living shield survived because otherwise Izuku just killed someone. Chisaki certainly healed him after Izuku fled the scene, right? He doesn't want to become a murderer, especially not so early in his career. Eventually, yeah. He isn't a Batman with his staunch no-kill rule. He knows that eventually, an accident will happen. Someone will force him to choose between some lives of innocence and theirs, or he'll encounter someone too dangerous to be left alive. But so quickly, Izuku Midoriya isn't ready. He is still a teenager at heart who has barely begun to notice the girls exist and is still living in fictional worlds. He isn't ready to be a murderer. Then again, Chisaki could have dodged instead. Using one of his men as a living shield was merely one option. That he picked it said a lot about him. Mom is waiting for him. From one problem to another. Izuku, she says, looking at him over the table. We need to talk. Not again. Can we do that tomorrow, Mom? It's late evening already. And it was a busy day for him. I'm exhausted. He also has to have a serious talk with May about what happened. He didn't like how quiet she turned at the end. No, she replies promptly and Izuku realizes he is in trouble. Only now does he notice that his laptop, the one thing that he tried to keep secret from her, is lying on the table in front of her. Oh no, at least his vigilante gear wasn't there. If she found that, the bad end of his career would be guaranteed. He needs to find a safe house, a hideout to keep his gear and so on away from prying eyes. But how to keep it safe? Oh, you found it. He scratches his chin. Wait, did you search through my room while I was away? At least she didn't access it. His password is 26 letters long, and only half of it is actually words. Good luck guessing it. Yes, she replies without a second of hesitation. You're constantly away from home. You aren't telling me anything. You have a laptop that you certainly didn't have money to buy. Izuku, baby, did you? Her expressions soften. She is trying to put up a stern face, but it's obvious that she is worried more than angry. Mom, I didn't join a gang. He replies quickly and recoils in shock from the unspoken accusation. It hurts a small bit that it's on the table. Technically, his words are true, unless you count him and May working together to beat nasty people up a gang. The laptop is a gift from someone I met on the internet. He continues his answer. They got a better one, and when they heard that I have financial problems, they sent me their old one. I hid it because, the best part, he doesn't have to pretend he is ashamed. I figured that you would tell me to give it back. Bakugou offered to help them financially many times. Guilt-driven, but they were way better off than Midoriya's. Mom refused, even before she severed contact officially. She was rather adamant about not lowering themselves that far. Everything they owned, they earned. She says nothing for a few long seconds. And your absences. Yeah, thankfully, he also had an explanation for that. Well, do you remember the Takoba Municipal Beach Park? He quickly replies and she nods. I've been cleaning it up. Not much. My health doesn't allow it. Just a few small things here and there. Community service, I guess. I didn't want anyone to know. You would be worried about me working too hard, and she would probably accompany him, thus stopping him from testing the limits of his telekinesis. And others would. Well, I'm not doing this to be famous or anything. The best part of that, he is technically telling the truth. He did clear a small section of the landfill. He does plan to continue doing this in his spare time. Eventually, he will lose his preferred training place, but he will still do something good that way. He likes that. Inko's face softens even further. Izuku isn't surprised when she stands up, closes the distance, and then hugs him with tearful eyes. Izuku, she tells loudly, you should have told me about that. I wouldn't force you to throw away a gift from your friend. She is probably too happy about him having a friend to consider that. If she knew the friend was a girl. Ouch, and I'm very proud of you for trying to clean that landfill. Just, please don't overwork yourself, alright? She is worried about him. He understands. Thankfully, he has a superpower now. He could easily clean the whole place in a few months. It's just not exactly a priority. I won't, Mom. He smiles at her. There is guilt in his heart. He is lying to her, even if mostly by omission. He hates that. I promise you that much. He videophones May when Mom stops being all around him. She is wearing her clothes now, and seems deeply shaken. What happened, May? He asks immediately. In response, she stares at him as if he said something stupid. What happened? What happened? At least he is wearing headphones. If Mom heard a girl's voice coming from his room, and she is pretty loud right now. I saw your fight from the drone. It was. Shit, I don't even know what to think about this. She drives her fingers deep into her hair. Her dreadlocks are slowly getting disassembled before the cameras. May, he tries to interrupt her, but he fails. She doesn't even notice him. You almost died. She yells at him. I kind of expected that you'd risk your life, being a superhero and stuff, but seeing you almost die from the drone and not being able to do anything. How are you so calm? I'm not, he replies, looking away from the screen. I'm tired, mentally exhausted, terrified that I might have accidentally killed someone, terrified that I lost control of my powers for a second and this might happen again. My legs are still shaking a bit from the stress and I might have peed myself slightly when I slammed Chisaki into the wall and he kinda poured on me. She blinks at him a few times. Also, I might have blackmailed someone with guilt to take care of the girl for the time being and lied to my mom by omission to explain what I'm doing in my spare time. He sighs. I just didn't have time to think about it earlier. That girl, Ari, needed help. There is silence for at least 10 seconds. May seems to be digesting his words. Izuku is trying not to look at the screen. I should have expected that your first bout with a supervillain wouldn't end nicely, she says finally, slightly deflating in her seat. We were a bit too optimistic about this whole thing, or at least I was. Guess my mom's right when she says that the world is more complicated than I think. She wanted to make cool tools. She just confronted the reality of what said tools would be used for. She had some mixed feelings about reality. Not only you, Izuku replies with a painful sigh. Chisaki, no, Overhaul, he would have killed me if not for that power boost out of nowhere. He has a small army at his beck and call. He used someone as a human shield without a second of hesitation. I had my 18th birthday 2 months ago, and, well, I think I'm going to need more allies. And avoid him until I'm certain that I can fight him. At least the girl is safe for now. The girl, May latches onto that subject with unexpected ferocity. What about her? She is with a family I know. Izuku promptly replies. You were right. She is an ability holder. and probably a cornerstone of Chisaki's world domination plans. She can chronologically rewind people she touches. When she activates it, she turns your clock back for hours per second without altering your memories. Chisaki planned to force train her until the ability would get stronger, and then he would turn Shy Hasekai into a criminal superpower by selling her out to wealthy people wanting to live forever. Wait a minute, friends, I have one request to all of you. Please support and give kudos to the author and make sure to comment. Love from Saiyan Fanfics YT. So he will not feel any regrets for giving us permission to upload his fanfics, and the fanfic link is in the description. Oh my god, May stares at him. The abilities can affect time. Holy shit, I thought yours was overpowered, but it throws my every theoretical model of the influence superpowers will have on the world after they're revealed to the dustbin. How the hell does that even work? I have absolutely no clue. Izuku replies honestly, but Overhaul will keep looking for her. He told me to my face that he will find her and then he'll kill me, my family, my friends, and even my pets, not like I have any, in front of her. May stares at him in silent horror, and his ability is probably more powerful and broken than hers. What is it? May asks. You saw it up close, and I'm starting to think that you have a knack for power analysis. He probably did. He has no idea. The sample wasn't large enough. He knew, 4 powers by now. But his dissection of his own power impressed May. I believe he can instantly disassemble and reassemble whatever object he is touching, the latter while altering it according to his whims. Izuku replies. He disassembled the dumpster into small bits of metal. He disassembled and instantly reassembled the floor to create those spikes. He reassembled himself to heal his injuries after I smashed him into the wall. And considering what he said about Uri, I think he can heal others as well. And I'm almost certain that he is using this ability to destroy or manipulate whatever material evidence his crimes are leaving. Fuck, that was the sharpest curse that ever came from May's mouth in Izuku's presence. So he is practically a god to whatever he touches. One way of saying it. Izuku replies. But practically speaking, yeah, I should have an upper hand in certain circumstances, considering my affinity for ranged combat and evasion, but I will not use Uri as a living shield. And otherwise, he'll just have his henchmen shoot me and call it a day. Izuku, as stated multiple times, wasn't bulletproof. That was a problem. You were right, May says with a scarce nod. You're going to need allies. I'll keep looking for potential ability users. In the meantime, she pauses for a second or two, trying to think something through. I think I want to join your superhero team properly. What? Defiant Kun, she says slowly. I know I told you I'm in for money and fame, and that's still true. But I just saw you save a little girl from something horrible by using one of my inventions. For as much as I'm horrified by having to see you have a run-in with death from a drone camera, you were absolutely awesome. So now I also want to help you save as many people as you can with my creations. I guess I have 3 reasons to be helping you now. Izuku didn't expect that vote of confidence. He was still shaken internally, but he didn't just save someone. He actually moved someone's heart. That was nice, something that he didn't expect himself to achieve in his life. He always thought of himself as a side character. Do you have a hero name in mind? He asks. Those powers are absolute bullshit from a scientific point of view. She replies. Frankly, you could make a religion out of them. Someone out there is probably doing it right now. But I'm still a girl of science. So how about a small throwback to the times where both those things were fused together? She gives him a faint smile. I want to go by the hero name of Alchemist. Hari, Kai Chisaki says to his second-in-command. He is back at his headquarters, having just murdered the 4 fools that let the girl slip away. He is sitting behind his desk, having finished whatever thought process he focused on during the last 2 hours. Yes, boss. Hirono normally is a rather talkative man. But now he sees Chisaki as absolutely livid. So he keeps the words to the minimum. They lost the girl. They lost the cornerstone of their glorious future. The promise of becoming something better than a large and well-off but still regional Yakuza gang. The chance of emerging into a dominant power of the Japanese crime world. Of course, Chisaki is furious. And he is deadly when furious. I came to believe that there are more people with powers like mine and Uri's out there, Chisaki says. And Kurono looks at him questioningly. Look for Uri, but look for others like us as well. I'm apparently a supervillain now. I need some quality henchmen. Oh, that was going to be interesting. Izuku woke up in the morning, feeling narrowly better. If you excluded the nightmares, they were some, of course, not as bad as he expected, but they still freaked him out a bit. Mostly about Overhaul's short-term death, or about the dumpster hitting his henchmen. Izuku Midoriya woke up, raised from his bed, slapped his cheeks to give himself a wake-up jolt, then started doing things. May sent him a text message that she had something for him. Well, that was fast. He sat in front of his laptop right after breakfast. She sent him a recording of his brief battle against Chisaki, with a timestamp. It was when he lost control. He dreaded watching it, but did that in the end. May probably had a reason to do it. What he didn't expect was that when he lost control, his body was briefly enveloped with some greenish electric discharges. Thankfully, Eri seemed to not be influenced by that, despite hanging on to him. Merely a few seconds later, she sent him a message. Alchemist, you've watched the recording. Opinions. Defiant, when do you sleep? Oh, Alchemist, sleep is for the weak. I do not need sleep. I need answers. Defiant, no clue. Power equivalent of hysterical strength. Some higher level of my ability. Defiant, I can't rely on it if I don't know how to activate it. Alchemist, fair. Alchemist, I've started working on baby number 2. Defiant, baby. Alchemist, unlike my other inventions, those are born from love. I'm going to love and cherish every single one of them. Hence, babies. Defiant, oh, okay. Alchemist, I need your exact measurements. I'm going to make a copy of your hoodie, but with some actual protection. Defiant, how are you going to make a hoodie into armor? Alchemist, carbon fiber reinforced polymers. Alchemist, that's how. Alchemist, don't expect your new hoodie to bounce off assault rifle bullets, but I should make it somewhat knife-proof. Maybe fireproof, too. Alchemist, plus, if a bullet goes through your multiple barrier, it might lose enough momentum to be stopped by the hoodie. Alchemist, permissions to make a helmet that makes you look like you are wearing a face mask under a hood but it's actually a helmet. Aesthetics and so on. Defiant, sure. Thank you. Hauser hunt for ability users. Alchemist, nothing as concrete as Eri, but I'll send you some case files. May's ability to compile data was rather terrifying. She would make a damn fine private investigator, in Izuku's opinion, if she was willing to leave her lab and interact with humans that weren't her favorite superhero. In the end, she got him several potential leads. Everyone was extremely faint, however. For example, several people claimed to have seen some sort of monster living in the river going through Musutafu, typically somewhere near one of the mostly abandoned districts, an hour of walk away from Izuku's home. He wasn't sure why it was abandoned. Too much infrastructure damage during the war? Probably. Half of the buildings were ruined. The other half had neither water nor electricity. People mostly fled the area when Musutafu was retaken by the GSDF. The government had it on the restoration list, but no one knew how long it would take for the reconstruction to start. No one was certain how the monster looked, but apparently it stuck to the riverside, if not the river itself. Mostly at night, Izuku would gladly patrol that area. It sounded like a sensible place for an ability user to be hiding from attention, but how was he supposed to sneak out of home at night? Late evenings, maybe? Maybe if he said that he is staying at a friend's house. Not like he has any. Would she ask about a said friend? Probably. That would be awkward. Then there was a case about a supposed vampire stalking Hasu streets at night, not that far away from Musutafu, another city in the same prefecture. In fact, he could go there, but how is he supposed to find a single person in an entire city? Unlike the Riverside monster, he didn't have the area in question narrowed down at all for that one. Someone has also filmed a tree floating in the air in some woods in Musutafu prefecture. Izuku would lose his way instantly if he went there. He really wasn't a woodland person. Then again, he could technically just fly over the trees, right? That was an option. The separate category was the villain cases. Well, the vampire one was technically close to this one. A string of relatively small-time convenience store robberies, whose victims claimed to not remember what happened to them. Their minds just went blank, and then they woke up without their goods. Police suspected some sort of stun gas but found nothing. They had another idea, that some sort of superpower was used. A long series of particularly violent murders, accompanied by whispers about some unstoppable monster perpetrating them. The victims were mostly mobsters, but also some apparent martial artists. The murders were happening in this prefecture and the neighboring ones. Some dojo was apparently completely trashed, and everyone inside was murdered by being beaten into a bloody pulp. An incident in a small town in Shizuoka, where someone apparently discharged a poison gas at school, but May found signs that the analysis of the gas in question was completely inconclusive and didn't seem to fit any known chemical compound that alone suggested something odd at play, especially as no terror group admitted to being responsible for the attack. A family house turned to dust half a year ago. Explosion at the youth detention center. Gossips of a monster stalking the woods in Niigata Mountains. Particularly bloody vigilante targeting criminals in Tokyo. Single-handedly massacring leadership of some Yakuza clan. Serial arsonists setting houses on fire, killing many people during the last 2 years. How people out there are yet to figure out that something's odd about all of that was a secret. The war messed up the world, but clearly, some people up there are still trying to figure out answers to odd events here and there, right? He had a lot of work. Worst of all, he did not know where to start. Oh, joy. So, Kiri. Mina decides that it's enough of freeloading at his house like that. Sure, she realizes she needed a while to stop freaking out at people so much, to return to a state somewhat similar to how she was when she was still happy when her parents were alive. That took some time. but it was almost a month. Yeah, he asks back when the subsequent words don't come out of her mouth. They were eating breakfast together. She made it. Doing stuff like that was one way in which she was trying to repay him. He made it clear that she doesn't have to do that, but if it will make her feel better about staying, then he will not fight her over it. She would probably go insane if she had absolutely nothing to do. Do you remember the dance school thing you mentioned on my first day here? She is fidgeting in her seat a bit. She is slowly getting better, but you don't just forget half a year of hell and come out of it as the same happy-go-lucky person as you used to be. Yep, you want it. Kijiru lightens up a bit. He is probably reassured that she actually wants to leave his apartment, even if occasionally. His protectiveness towards her. She will not admit it, but she loves it. She used to be a headstrong, independent, and attention-grabbing girl. Now she really needs to lean on someone to pick up the pieces of herself, and she is beside herself with joy that Kirishima was there for her. She wants to get back to being headstrong and independent. She isn't going to lie. She just has no idea how to even start trying to achieve that. I think so. She truly isn't sure about that. But she doesn't want to parasitize on him anymore. That sounds like a good start. I trained a bit while you were at work, and I think I'm back in shape, more or less. So, he gives her a thumbs-up gesture and a truly infectious smile. Izuku focuses on two cases first, the riverside monster and the floating tree. Or, to be exact, he and May decide to split their work between each other. May was going to investigate the forest remotely. Izuku was going to check the river on foot. Unfortunately, this threw a wrench into Izuku Midoriya's plans for regular vigilante activity. Then again, keeping a low profile, at least for a while, sounded like a good idea. Shai Hasekai was probably on the lookout for someone resembling him, and Overhaul was smart enough to connect Defiant's telekinesis with random unexpected mass trippings that seemed to be frequently happening through the criminal hotspots in the city. Thus, Izuku Midoriya ended up spending a few days going on late evening walks around the supposed areas where the riverside monster was occasionally seen. He typically left his home after dinner, spent a few hours cleaning the beach, and then he went on a long walk, returning home after nightfall. Mom was worrying, but he hoped he would just randomly run into the riverside monster. But alas, the world wasn't as pleasant as he hoped it to be. The area was deserted. The ruins were rather intimidating. The situation changed 5 days later. He was walking on the verge of the river embankment, trying to survey the dark waters. Then he slipped. It was a really pathetic way for a superhero to die, really. Not watching your steps, and then being too shocked by the sudden fall to activate your superpower before you fell into the river and took a mouthful of water. Before he had time to drown, something coiled around his body and pulled him up from the water. He landed back on the embankment, coughing the water out. Despite that, he was attentive enough to see some sort of appendage disappearing into the water. Not so fast. It might have been a nasty way to repay your savior, but he didn't spend almost a week walking aimlessly around those parts to let the riverside monster disappear on him again. So he grabbed the appendage with his telekinesis and froze it in place. The person seemed to struggle with that for a few seconds, but then Izuku began to pull it towards the surface. The person followed the appendage. 5 seconds later, head emerged from the water. Izuku immediately realized two things. 1, it wasn't a creature, it was a girl. 2, he was pulling her by her tongue. He realized a third thing 2 seconds after that. The girl wasn't wearing any clothes. What was with Izuku and naked girls recently? He altered the direction of his telekinesis and submerged what he really didn't want to see. So, he could only see the top of her shoulders and what was above it. And then he held her by the shoulders, allowing her to retract her tongue. Ribbit, she let out, most likely unconsciously. She was eyeing him from the water with a mixture of surprise and fear. Oh, is she part frog? That was kinda cool. May was going to have a meltdown over it. Izuku was sure of that. One more completely new branch of superpowers. Telekinesis, impossible eyesight, matter alteration, time rewind, now half animals. Wow, sorry for that, Izuku says before he is racked by another coughing fit. He doesn't break his grip on her, at least not long enough for her to slip away. I only want to talk with you. If I stop holding you in place, will you stay for a moment? Part of him is worried that it's not a human with frog characteristics, but a frog with human characteristics. That would make their first contact incredibly complicated, but instead of not being understood, he receives a vocal answer. Yes, it's not much, but he decided to trust it, so he deactivated his power. He is certain that he could reactivate it fast enough to grab her again if she tried to bolt. But as long as she doesn't know that, it doesn't matter. She stayed there, floating in the water, with only her head sticking out. Her oddly big eyes are locked onto him with rather surprising ferocity. First, thank you for saving me, he says while bowing a bit. I should have been watching where I'm going. Also, you can call me Defiant. She nods, accepting the thanks. The froggy wasn't very talkative. It was all right with Izuku. A pleasant change of pace from dealing with May. He sat on the verge of the riverbank, with the girl a few meters away from him. Second, I was actually looking for you. She tilts her head sideways a bit, staring at him quizzically. I have an ability that normal people don't have. It's what I used to pull you from the water. I was looking for other people like me. I heard about some creature apparently dwelling around that area at night, and ... and you found me, ribbit. He can see one of her fingers on her lips. Is that some sort of nervous tic or something? What now? Well, that was actually a good question. It was one thing that he didn't really have prepared. Honestly, not much. I confirmed you exist and that you have a supernatural ability. You also don't seem like someone is exploiting you for it. I already had to break someone like us out because of that, and it's nice that I won't have to do it again. So all things considered, I guess that I'd like to be your friend. She blinks at him a few times, clearly surprised. That's kinda sad, now that Izuku thinks about it. A friend. With me. Ribbit. She looks at him. She is sort of expressionless, but not entirely. Her face is different enough that it makes guessing her emotions from her facial expressions rather complicated. With someone looking like me. Yes. She looked a bit creepy. He wasn't going to lie. She hit the uncanny valley rather badly. But it wasn't her fault that she was born like that, yes. And she saved his life, despite not getting anything out of that. He decides to be honest with her. She saved him, right. Well, I might also be trying to become a superhero with my power. He adds, and I have a feud with a certain supervillain with a powerful ability, and I'm looking for potential allies. But that part is entirely optional. I'm mostly worried that he'll come looking for you. He probably heard the gossip about your existence as well. What's a superhero? Ribbit, she asks curiously. And Izuku decides that this is just sad. She seems. Wait, is she? Like one of those feral kids that grew up with almost no human interactions. How long was she living on her own? Someone who has an ability that normal humans don't. He replies, like my telekinesis or your, frogginess. She seems to be vaguely amused by the way he put that. Superheroes use those abilities to help other people, while supervillains use theirs to hurt others. Since you saved me from drowning with your tongue, I guess you already acted like a superhero. He really has no idea what she thought about it, but at least she didn't disappear on him. And that supervillain, Kaichisaki. Or Overhaul, he replies. He can kill or heal people and repair or destroy objects for as long as he touches them. He is the head of the Yakuza. Do you know what that word means? She shakes her head, so he quickly explains it. So if you see nasty-looking men skulking around, keep yourself hidden, all right. They'll try to hurt you if they find you. She says with a nod. I hide from people either way. You're the first one to catch me. Okay, can I ask you a few questions? She nods. How old are you? Dunno, ribbit. She replies. Izuku has no idea how to calculate that from her face, but he'd say that she is about the same age. The implications of her not even knowing how old she is are rather worrying. Izuku decides to not dig into them now. At least not too much. Alright, Ayu, are you wearing anything right now? He freaked out and resubmerged her when he started seeing her breasts, but maybe there was something under them. No, ribbit. She squashes his hopes completely. Problem in the water. I spend most of my time in the river. Well, that's just great. What do you do during winter, then? He asks, hoping that she has at least somewhere to go when the river gets cold. She certainly has some acquaintances, despite her odd looks, right? I sleep at the bottom of the river, she replies. He blinks a few times behind his masks. Oh, so she can hibernate, and is probably living alone for who knows how long. Great, just wonderful, I see, Izuku replies, ignoring the overbearing need to give the girl a hug. So 2 last questions. What's your name? And if I want to meet you again, how can I do that without spending several days walking around aimlessly? I found the riverside monster, Izuku announces to May a few hours later through their video chat. The girl perks up at his words. It's a hit. She's an ability user. Actually saved me when I almost drowned. May glares at him. That makes him realize what a mistake he just committed. Defiant cunt. Her voice is deceptively sweet. Please, could you repeat what you just said? It was an accident, May. Izuku replies in a hurry. And it won't happen again, I promise. I learned my lesson. Now, can we go back to the main subject of the talk? Yes, but you better not repeat that or I'm going to kill you even if you survive. May announces. You can fly. You can throw a car around with your telekinesis. You are a superhero. Don't you dare die of something so mundane. Got it? Yes, May. He replies obediently because he knows he will not win that battle. Now, the riverside monster. May nods. Well, it's apparently a girl. Of our age, or so I think. She is from, well, a completely different and rather unique branch of superpowers. So, even more of my predictions and theoretical models go to the trash. May sighs. Oh, well, it just makes things more interesting. What's her power? Frog, Izuku replies, and May blinks at him a few times in confusion. She is, part frog. What do you mean by she is part frog? May stares at him in shock. By she is part frog I meant she is part frog. This whole talk was getting increasingly deranged. She can extend her tongue for at least several meters. It is also strong enough to grab me and lift me from the water. She has large and kind of froggish eyes. She seems amphibious enough to both have lungs and spend the winters hibernating at the riverbed. She looks, well, freaky with her too wide mouth and large eyes. But it's something you can get used to. Oh, and she ribbits occasionally while talking. It's kind of cute if he is to be honest. May stares at him in silence for a long while. Then she sighs. Well, we already had ESP bullshit, religious bullshit, and chronological bullshit to deal with. She finally comments. And that's without counting the bullshit that my eyes are, because I'm not sure how to classify them. Now we also have genetic bullshit to deal with. Great. A bit more of that and I'm going to go to church. Or a temple. Or whatever. Huh, why? Because this is beyond the usual level of bullshit we're dealing with. May calmly replies. You can't be born as a half-frog. Genetics don't work like that. Sure, we have gene therapies for a lot of genetic defects, but this is a completely different level of that. Not to mention it being apparently spontaneous. We can fix some damaged genes, maybe change a hair color if we really push our backs into it. But this, she pinches the bridge of her nose, clearly looking exasperated by this whole talk. Izuku expected her to blow up on the news, so he is letting her go through it. Imagine that there is an earthquake. She continues. You have an old car in your garage. The earthquake pushes a hammer off a shelf, and it hits the car. It might damage the car's body or break the window. It might, miraculously, hit the car just right and, for example, set the damaged car mirror right. That's how genetic mutations work. The girl you met, she is the equivalent of the car in question being randomly hit multiple times by said hammer in a way that alters its body, externally and internally, to that of a completely different car brand. It just cannot happen. Izuku was relatively surprised that she didn't have that meltdown when they discovered the girl that could turn the clock back, or Overhaul's apparent touch-limited godhood. Then again, the meltdown was probably brewing up slowly all that time. All right, she exhales deeply. I'm calm now. Continue with the story. Izuku smells bullshit with the calm part, but hey, whatever she says. Not much to say, really. Izuku sighs. She is kind of feral, not even wearing any clothes, apparently. I suspect she was thrown away when her mutations began to be visible. She doesn't seem to know much about the world. I think she was living alone like that for at least several years. I warned her about Overhaul and offered to be her friend if she wants to. I think she does. A friend? May blinks at him. Yes, her name's Tsuyu, and she is apparently living in the basement of some abandoned house by the riverside. Izuku continues. It's partially flooded and one of its walls is broken, enough to be opened up into the sewers. No longer functional and rather narrow, but they connect to the river. I have her permission to drop by if I want, just not at night, because then she is out hunting. I think I'll visit her occasionally, with some books, or food. Well, it's not like you have a secret hero base to invite her to live in. May admits, so befriending is fine enough. I think I'm narrowing the floating tree mystery down bit by bit, but in the meantime, focus on training and befriending that Tsuyu girl. As if that was going to be easy. He also had to check on Eri. Well, I think that I'm going to require your technological expertise first, Izuku announces, and May perks up at her favorite words. I need two. Well, not exactly babies, but something close to that. And, well, do you want to know my real identity? That takes her by surprise. A bit. Oh, well, I guess I do, she says after a second. I mean, I realized you were going to drop the secrecy eventually. I was both surprised that it's taking you so long and reassured that you know how to keep your secret. What changed? Nothing, he replies honestly. I think I just got used to hiding it from you. I was kinda afraid of all your family's Zaibatsu with loads of cash power. But I think I know you enough to trust you now, especially after your reaction to my fight with Overhaul. Still, if I mysteriously vanish a few days from now on, it means that your family was monitoring our talks and was waiting for me to make a mistake. May chuckles. Oh, don't worry about that. We aren't doing that sort of shady biz. She replies. That's for Todorokis and Yatsubashis. Izuku decides to immediately forget what he heard. He doesn't want to know any of that. So, reveal time. He takes off the hood, then his sunglasses, finally his face mask. Then he looks at the screen to see May staring at him. You're kinda cute, she says eventually. Izuku does not know how to interpret the look on her face. He is too busy blushing. Also, green hair, changed color after my power manifested. One of the many mysteries he did not know how to untangle. It's a better thing to talk about than the cute bit, that's for sure. My eyes changed color as well. Odd. May looks at him for a few seconds before continuing. Your hair looks fluffy. Remind me to run my fingers through it when we meet again in real life, alright. I absolutely need to know how it feels. Izuku sighs. This is somehow more terrifying than May sending a Hatsume Industries death squad after him. 3 days later, Izuku pays Tsuyu a visit. He takes his backpack, loads his laptop inside, adds a few comic books and several types of pre-packaged food. Meat, vegetables, sushi, generally understood seafood. He needs to figure out what she likes to eat. He finds his way back to the abandoned building that Tsuyu pointed to. It looks like a 3 stories tall apartment building that, somehow, survived the onslaught of nature reasonably intact. The windows are barred from the inside with wooden planks. The door is open. Izuku didn't expect that. Most of the abandoned district was already pillaged. That house, strangely enough, wasn't. There is dust on everything, but the furniture is still there, and some stale bloodstains on the walls. He accidentally kicks what seems to be a bullet shell. He'll have to ask Tsuyu. He closes the entrance door, finds the stairs down and goes there until he reaches a closed door. He knocks on them a few times. Who is it? He hears a familiar voice coming from inside. It's me, Defiant. He replies. I came to visit you. Can I come in? The door is unlocked. He opens them up slowly. His suspicions are proved correct. She opened them with her tongue. Tsuyu herself is standing several meters away, knees high in water and probably ready to bolt through the hole in the wall if she decides that anything suspicious is going on. Her posture was odd. She was leaning forward a bit. She was also, because of course she was, completely naked, and apparently oblivious to the distress that was giving him. Thankfully, Izuku suspected that, so he braced himself for the best of his abilities, just enough to not freak out. Hi, he waves at her and steps inside. It's not what he expected. The basement was pretty much 1.5 level. The half level was next to the entrance. Maybe a third of the room was a part of it. Then, a few steps down, was the rest, flooded, about to the level of Tsuyu's knees. There is a hole in the wall to the left of the entrance on the lower level. Oddly shaped basement. Judging from the collapsed rubble to the right side of the entrance, it was probably a garage of sorts. It cringes when he sees what he suspects to be Tsuyu's bed. Girls, even part frog ones, shouldn't be sleeping in dens built from leaves and whatever soft things they scavenge from elsewhere. It was on the upper level of the basement. At least the place felt reasonably warm, for as long as it wasn't winter, that is. The humidity, in the meantime, was absolutely deadly, but it was probably the point for her. He also ignored the half-eaten fish. He probably interrupted her meal. Oh, rehabilitating that girl is going to be a hard thing, but he is going to do that, at least to some degree. Where are professional therapists where you need them? Oh, they are probably busy having anyone who believes in superpowers committed. Yeah, that makes sense. Ribbit, she replies. It's probably her version of hi. Why did you come? Well, I wanted to hang out with you for a bit. He replies. I brought food, and something fun to do together. She tilts her head a bit. Eyes on her face. Damn it. He convinced her that her house was a bit too humid for him, so she followed him upstairs. It was rather obvious that she was ready to bolt downstairs and into the river if he as much as made too sharp of a move. I kind of figured out that those abandoned houses were all ransacked, he says to her while dusting chairs in one of the apartments. Why is this untouched? I dunno, Ribbit, she replies. Some people lived here until last year. They didn't come down because the basement was flooded. I slept through the winter, and when I woke up and came back, they were gone. Some runaway folks, small-time criminals. Was it all that important? They didn't even notice a frog girl living in their basement. They didn't sound dangerous. If only the building had electricity and running water, he would use it for his hero base in a heartbeat. It was pretty much perfect. They could even remake the old shop on the ground floor into some common space. Well, please sit down, he says while pointing at one chair. She does it, so at least she knows what chairs are. Small mercies. Then he takes the food out of his backpack and puts it in front of her. Finally, he puts the laptop behind said food. He brought some cartoons and films. He spends 6 hours watching cartoons with a naked frog girl while answering her endless questions about things she saw. He also leaves her a special phone from May, one rechargeable by simply being exposed to sunlight. It can only be used to phone Izuku. It is a way for her to call for help if someone went after her. He returns home with a photo of hers to show May, some additional tidbits of data about her abilities, and something resembling a plan. She phones him an hour ago, telling him she found the person responsible for the floating tree thing, and she needs boots on the ground to offer them a job, or friendship. Joy. May's investigation brought her all the way to some ruined home in the middle of the woods. According to her investigations, some foresters used it before the war. Then it was abandoned and slowly gave in to nature. That is, until someone moved in. And May was certain that it wasn't a legal occupation. Then again, neither was Tsuyu's current accommodation, considering the state of Japan. No one bothered to pursue people living in not their houses for as long as the legal owner wasn't there to protest. Crime, yes, but so low on the list of priorities that nobody cared about it. So Izuku wouldn't care about it either, considering his need to fly to his destination. He had to go out in the late evening. Then, his dark clothes would make him far less noticeable. It was risky. Thankfully, his mom sent him a text message that she isn't going to return that night, so he promptly phoned May and departed. Flying wasn't that hard for him at this point. He wasn't going high. Too risky if he, for example, lose consciousness or something. But he could go quite fast and for quite a long time, for as long as he didn't have to use his ability for anything else, or for rapid directional changes. He reached the edge of the city on foot, then flew over the forest for about 30 minutes, following May's instructions. Then he found himself floating above a rundown shed in the middle of the woods. There was a faint light in the windows. There was life on the inside. "You sure it's her?" he asks through the headphones. "Absolutely," May replies. "My drone picked up some rocks floating around this very building. I just didn't see the girl using her meta ability, so I can't tell you anything more." "So you settled on meta ability?" he asks while landing on the ground at a distance from the building. "I mean, we can't just keep calling them powers or abilities," she replies. "And they are kinda meta, now aren't they?" He sighs. "Whatever suits you, May." He walks towards the building. He uses minuscule bits of his power to make himself lighter. Fewer sounds, and he doesn't want to startle anyone else. He decides he is an idiot and simply floats above the ground. Yeah, that's better. He approaches the shed's entrance door. He isn't planning a confrontation. According to what May saw from her drones, the girl inside had a gun. That alone made him deeply disinterested in acting in such a risky manner. He brought a letter, one in which he introduced himself as a person in possession of supernatural power, one attempting to gather others like him, to survive together, and perhaps made the world a less messy place. He mentions Overhaul, a supervillain with control over the Yakuza in the area who might end up looking for her, plus a warning that her attempts to remain concealed weren't as successful as she hoped for. People noticed that something odd was happening in those woods, and Overhaul might do so as well. After a short deliberation, he added the part where he already saved a girl with a supernatural power that was abused by Overhaul. But considering the level of security his group ramped up after the event, achieving the same again might be extremely hard. He left her one more solar rechargeable phone, with an option to contact him if she felt threatened or if she wanted to work together. Then he quickly leaves and flies back home. "You want to do what?" They asks him through a video chat first thing in the morning. Izuku didn't even eat his breakfast. Why is she doing that to him? At least she is wearing clothes this time. "I'm thinking about changing Tsuyu's house into our group's safe house," he replies. "If she agrees to it. It's practically furnitured. We have someone to act as a guard on site so no one steals stuff from us, and it's away from prying eyes. I just need Tsuyu's agreement to that and, well, your technical help." Define technical help. She is simultaneously intrigued and worried. "It needs electricity and water," he replies. "That's the minimum version. There is still water flowing through the sewers. No idea why, and I think it's mostly clean. So with some filtration or something. I don't know. We should be able to use it at least in showers and for cleaning. But this will need some investments. Plus, the bigger problem, the energy." She sighs painfully. "Well, I have good and bad news." "Oh dear." "Good news is that I can technically tinker around with solar panels and send them to you piece by piece. But I don't think I can vanish from my caretaker's sites long enough to install them. The same with whatever water filtration system I'll piece together. Besides, I'm not a plumber. And you mentioned that their entire basement is flooded, right?" "Yeah, so it will need some serious remodeling," Izuku admits. "But we'll be able to do that with no one noticing. If everything works out, I'll even be able to get Eri there, so her current caretakers won't be at risk." That's one option. He isn't sure if putting all eggs in one handbasket is a good idea, though. May looks away, her eyes clearly unfocused. She is thinking about something. "I don't think that you can keep solar panels hidden," she finally says. "I could conceal them to a degree, but if they were large, that wouldn't be feasible. Someone would soon come to check out who moved in." "That makes sense. You said something about the connection to the sewers?" "Yes. Is the water there a running one?" Yes, I think. The exit towards the river is apparently above the water level and quite close to the house, so the water goes towards it," Izuku replies. He is really not a hydrologist, and he only saw the entrance to the sewers. He actually does not know why there is still water in the sewers, except right after a rain. "Why do you ask?" "I could probably piece up some Pico hydro-powered generator," she says finally. "It wouldn't produce much energy, but it should be enough for as long as we talk about powering a TV or two, heating water for the tea, and so on. Not an optimal solution, considering the placement, but it would at least be hidden. When winter comes and heaters will have to be on, I'll have to make you a proper power generator, though. So you'll have to get fuel somewhere. But I'll need to get proper measurements of the sewers. That's still many months away, however. It's early July, after all. May, you're a lifesaver," he says, and she beams at him. "Now I just need to find an engineer to install all of that, because I'm sure as hell." Wait, he can feel his phone vibrating. He pulls it out and, the forest girl, the floating tree girl is calling me. "I'll be back once we finish. Have fun," she tells him. Then she severs the connection. Izuku picks the phone up. Defiant. The question comes. The voice is, "Girly, that's me, yes," he replies. Is she surprised by his youthful voice? May mentioned something about the voice alteration feature in her soon-to-be baby number 2, and he is looking forward to that. "I apologize for intruding upon your house, but that was the least intrusive way of contacting you that I managed to think of. Leaving me a letter in the dead of the night and freaking me out in the morning was the least intrusive." She sounds exasperated. He understands that much. "Well, you are hiding in the woods, apparently with a gun and some supernatural power whose exact mechanisms I know nothing about." Izuku replies, "I did not know how jumpy you are, and I decided to meet you indirectly. That was the least intrusive form of indirect contact that I thought of." She is silent for a few seconds. Then she evidently digests what he said entirely and goes on. "What are your plans?" "Oh, straight to the point. Nice. I always dreamed of becoming a superhero." Izuku replies honestly. "Life gave me the means to do just that. I'm stopping crimes in secret, helping cats off the trees, and recently looking for others like me. Encountering Overhaul, a genuine supervillain, was a bit of an eye-opener. You're building up an army." Well, the tone in her voice is noticeably hostile. Izuku can understand that. No one wants to get gang-pressed into a war. Still, why are potential superheroes so hard to recruit? Tsuyu's obstinate as well. Then again, if she doesn't want it, he will not force her. Villains have it easier because their recruits already decided to be against the law. He, in the meantime, has to deal with people that simply don't want to choose either side. Pain in the ass. "No," Izuku replies. "Joining my superhero crew is entirely optional. What I'm trying to do is to make sure that people like you aren't kidnapped and forced to do nasty things by people like Overhaul. The girl I mentioned in the letter. She is 6 years old, so I'm offering you protection. You're free to help me stop Overhaul if you want, however, I will not complain. Your terms for protection are joining the superhero crew." He asks back. "Both?" Not a very talkative one. Once again, an interesting diversion from dealing with May. She talks for them all. "Protection as long as you aren't committing crimes." Izuku replies, "I don't count you living in someone else's house as a crime, for as long as the owner isn't there to complain. The same with illegal gun ownership. I assume it's necessity speaking, not your choice. As for superhero crew, well, unless your superpower makes you invulnerable to bullets, you're at best going to help from the sidelines. I can't tell you more without knowing what your power is, and without knowing what other skills you have. It makes objects fly." He suspects that it's connected to gravity. But how? Nobody knows. Besides, Izuku's power has already expressed itself in several interesting ways. Who said other powers can't expand like that? "Unless you need to build a house, I probably don't have other interesting skills," she replies, and Izuku freezes. Truly, there is God, and he is endorsing whatever Midoriya is doing. Nothing else could explain this coincidence. "Actually, I might be establishing a hideout for my little superhero crew right now," Izuku informs the girl on the other end of the line. "Are you interested in having a roof over your head and a company of people with superpowers while within the city's limits in exchange for helping me with electric installation and plumbing? My parents had a construction company before the war," she says after a few seconds. "I know the basics, at least, so that shouldn't be the problem." "Oh, this is brilliant. Awesome," Izuku replies. "Simply awesome. Listen, I'll call you back in 2 or 3 days. I need to get some permissions for the renovations and get some tools and parts and so on. Is this all right?" I guess so." The girl sounded surprised by it. Is it about his young age and odd amounts of enthusiasm in a cynical age? Well, he is living his dream life. He phoned Tsuyu. The frog girl was, per her standards of emotional expressions, overjoyed by the idea. For as long as no one was going to bother her in the basement, except for the renovation process itself, she really enjoyed Izuku's visits. After the first one, she was no longer that defensive, and not in a constant state of readiness to bolt towards the nearest exit. She wasn't even fussy about him trying to teach her how to read. She wanted to read the books he mentioned to her on her own, or at least the comics. If only he could somehow persuade her to wear clothes while hanging out with him. Baby steps, Izuku. Baby steps. May, in the meantime, mumbled something about going to the church on Sunday because there was just no way that the semi-qualified engineer with superpower popped up right when they needed her. She was going to start sending the parts to Tsuyu's house tomorrow with her drones. Apparently, she made a slightly bigger transport one, which was powered up by small solar panels and could fly all the way from Kyoto on an autopilot. Izuku realized May was terrifying when she counted the drones carrying weight in kilograms of TNT. He phones the engineer girl 3 days after their last meeting. He has temporarily put the search for meta-ability users on hold. There is no point in finding them when you don't have anywhere to put them in. Boom, yes, he hears her through the phone. Preparations are finished. Izuku tells her. Parts and tools are arriving. We have permission from the property owner, so to speak. Are you still on board? We need your engineering expertise to make it work. He has a lot of skills. The ability to rearrange electrical installations to provide energy for a house in an abandoned district isn't among them. Yes, I don't really want to live in a forest anymore. Izuku is curious to find out why did she live in a forest to begin with, but she'll tell him when she'll be comfortable with that. If the backstories of Eri and Tsuyu were anything to go by, sometimes having superpowers wasn't a blessing. Great, Izuku replies. Pack everything up. I'll pick you up from your forest home at midnight. That one time, he'll tell his mom that the junkyard he is carrying the junk from the beach needs a helping hand for a night shift. For as long as this doesn't happen often, she should fall for it. And yes, he hates the fact that he has to lie to her. He landed 100 meters away from the hut. Despite everything, he approached it as cautiously as possible. This could be a trap, even with May's recon drone observing the entire area. He wasn't going to just waltz in. No activity in the area, save for a brown-haired girl wearing an aged hoodie, a backpack, and a belt with a holstered pistol. What was it with the meta-ability holders being mostly his age? Except for Overhaul and Eri, everyone was about his age. 17-19. Did something happen 17 to 19 years ago to make more people develop meta-abilities? Then he noticed a hunting rifle attached to the backpack. Someone was nicely armed, unless she lacked ammunition for those, which was likely. Who would sell that to a girl hiding in the woods? Hello there. Izuku waves his hand. She is a bit startled by it, but quickly composes herself. You must be Defiant. She slightly botches the pronunciation, probably out of nerves. Yes, he replies while slowly approaching her. He stops when he is 5 meters away from her. Is that all that you are taking with you? The backpack didn't look full of things. I don't have a lot of things, she replies, looking down on the ground for a second before forcing her eyes to go back to him. So, a quick question first. Izuku interrupts her. What's your meta ability? He isn't turning his back to her before he knows at least that much. It's bad enough that she has a literal gun on her. Meta-able. Oh, you mean the power. She blinks at him in surprise for a second. Wait, I'll show you. She grabs a large rock from the ground, then touches it with all 5 fingers of her right hand at once. It seems to glow pink, although faintly. Then she let it off. Rather than falling to the ground, the rock floats in the air. This is such a cool meta ability. Izuku already has an idea or two on how to apply it in combat. Even without it, the possibilities in, for example, search and rescue after a building collapse were enormous. She could literally lift entire segments of the building without risking that anyone would be crushed. May is going to love seeing another foundation of physics obliterated in front of her. Negation of gravity, he says before letting out a whistle. Nice. 5-finger point activation is a new thing, he adds, mostly to himself. Well, we're going then. Wait, what about your Poe? She is trying to say something when suddenly she finds herself being pulled both up and towards him. Wawa. She freaks out a bit, so he lets her down. Bad move, Izuku. Oops, sorry, Izuku says while she is staring at him in shock. My meta ability is telekinesis, powerful enough to let one person fly all the way back to our hideout. Can you make yourself weightless? Not for long. She calmed herself down a bit. I get nauseous, but we can alternate a few. Can I use my quirk on you? Dangerous, but he still nods and extends his hand. She doesn't know that, but he set up as many telekinetic barriers around him as he could. If that was a trap, he would not be the one to fall into it. There is no trap. She touches him and he is suddenly weightless. It's a pleasant feeling. He feels slightly nauseous, but he figures out how to counteract it. Just a small telekinetic pull to simulate gravity for his ear's labyrinth to help it orient itself. Cool, I think we won't have to alternate, he informs her. I can negate nausea on myself with my meta ability. It clearly surprised her. Now, let's go. It's 20 minutes past midnight. It's pretty dark, but he can still see her beaming at the world when they are flying over the forest. He has to admit, that's a pretty awesome feeling. They arrived at the hideout according to schedule. Normally Izuku would land on the edge of it and then continue on foot, but with the girl, Uraraka Ochako, she introduced herself to him mid-flight, carrying guns. This wasn't exactly an option. They land 3 streets away from the hideout. She is visibly spooked by the abandoned district, but he reassures it doesn't look as scary during the day and there is no one to find them here. A few minutes later, they walk through the entrance door of the hideout. Tsuyu is probably out fishing in the river. The ground floor includes a now abandoned shop. Its windows are barricaded like all others. Izuku stacked all the shelves to the far end of the room, freeing the space for a small mountain of crates and packages. Originally, there were Hatsume Industries logos on them. But before they left Kyoto, a certain mad inventor replaced those with some simple geometric symbols with a metahuman network written underneath. Bold words for an organization with 2 regular members, even if they are superheroes. But it's a brand, and they need that to appear more professional to whoever they meet. Even if Izuku dislikes the term personally, Uraraka is clearly looking at them for a second or two when the flashlight uncovers the logos for a moment. Then she follows him upstairs. Izuku cleared one apartment from the belongings of whoever lived there once. He cleaned it up too. A lot of dust. He even took the sheets to a laundromat and invested some of his money into making the room appear comfortable. The windows are still barred, except for some small slits. Naturally, it's almost pitch black. If you exclude the light from his flashlight, he pointed Uraraka towards the entrance to the apartment. That will be your home for now. He replies. One more member is living here, in the basement to be exact, but she is only here during the day. Only 2 members. That clearly surprised her, especially with how professional the crates were looking. We're only starting the recruitment. Izuku replies. We have 2 regular members, but one lives in another prefecture. Tsuyu, the girl in the basement, isn't a member. More like, she is under our protection. Though I'm hoping she'll join us as well. The girl I saved from Yakuza is living elsewhere too, because, well, he sighs. We need running water and electricity first. Makes sense. She nods. Or so Izuku thinks. It's hard to say in the darkness. Anything else? Don't freak out when you see Tsuyu. He prefers to be playing it safe. She is. Her meta ability makes her half human, half frog. And I'm still trying to persuade her that wearing clothes is a good idea. She is very friendly, if slightly odd in behavior. She might come out to meet you before I return here tomorrow to help you start with the renovation. And I'd prefer it if you didn't shoot her by accident. Oh, that is all that he hears back. He phones his mom that his shift ended earlier, and then returns home. He is tired. That was a lot of flying. But he is also thoroughly unsurprised when May sends him a message indicating that he'll either video call her and tell what he found out about the new girl's meta ability or else. May Hatsume knows his home address, can produce explosives and deliver them with her drone whenever she wants to, and have enough money to lawyer out of the accusations of mass murder. He isn't risking that war. He calls her from his room, and it's the first word he hears. Of course, she can render everything that she touches with all 5 finger points weightless. He tells her, until she releases her ability by pressing all her fingertips together. Oh my God. May stares at him in a mixture of horror and, well, he would almost call it horniness if it wasn't May. Instead, he will call it a combination of excitement and a fixation on something. What weight limit? 10 tons, give or take. That's how much she told him. It will probably grow as the time passes. It might have already grown, but she had no occasion to test her limits while in the forest. Holy shit. May is almost drooling at him now. Do you realize what that means? That when meta abilities become public knowledge, we'll have to keep NASA from kidnapping her. He replies. May beams at him. Yes, he loves when she smiles at him like that. As far as he knows her, it's her highest form of praise. Yeah, I love working with smart people packaged into a facial expression by someone who is a genius and set smart to a very high bar. The biggest limit to our space exploration is how incredibly costly carrying stuff to orbit. But she can practically eat packages of spaceship parts or fuel to orbit with her bare hands. 2 or 3 people with meta abilities like her, working by the clock, and the costs of building anything in space will decrease tenfold. May using the word yeet is going to be a common feature of his nightmares. Great, can I go to sleep now? Izuku sighs. If he lets unfurl her wings, he is going to still be here when the morning comes. Izuku wolfs down his breakfast, grabs his laptop, tells his mom that he needs to do something out of home and that he won't be there for dinner, and then he leaves. He changes into his vigilante gear in an alleyway at the edge of the abandoned district. Then he makes his way into the MetaHuman Network headquarters. His worries are successfully dispelled when he enters the building, only to immediately see Tsuyu and Uraraka sitting on the crates and talking about something excitedly. Or, to be exact, the latter seems excited, while the former is very Tsuyu-like. And still naked, baby steps Izuku. They are startled by his arrival for a second. Then they see that it's him and they calm down. Although Uraraka does look like she immediately becomes very conscious about Tsuyu's lack of clothes. Well, it seems that you two head off with each other immediately. Izuku announces. Great. Did I miss anything? Nah, we were just getting to know each other. Uraraka stammers quickly. So, renovations. Aye. Izuku replies. I'm going to be here for the entire day to help you with that. Phase 1, entrance door. Entrance door. Uraraka asks him, clearly surprised. Tsuyu is eyeing them both, her finger by her lips. You do realize that whoever lived here earlier didn't leave their house keys behind. Izuku replies and Uraraka facepalms. Yeah, we're changing the locks. And probably reinforcing the doors from the inside at least. Not like it will help them a lot if Overhaul finds them, but it should slow down his thugs. Uraraka really knows her way around tools. And she squealed in delight when she opened a crate marked tools and saw what May prepared for her, immediately proving to Izuku once again that wealthy friends are a great asset when you are building an organization. He doesn't like that, but he can't exactly hope to spend hours doing physical work indoors without breaking out a sweat. not in a hoodie, so he ends up taking his disguise down. Green hair, Uraraka comments, stopping her action of nailing some boards to the entrance door. Looks soft, ribbit. Tsuyu adds a comment on her own, while staring at him quizzically. She had nothing better to do, so she is there to hand them the right tools when prompted, typically with her tongue. It's extremely dexterous. Uraraka doesn't seem to be bothered by it. My hair changed color when my meta ability manifested. Izuku replies with a sigh. And please, no touching my hair. Can we continue? The changes to the entrance are finished within an hour. Then they move on to the main course. Izuku pulls out his laptop, puts it on one of the shelves in what once was a shop, then switches it on. May keeps her appearance secret. Instead of her face, the two girls see the MetaHuman Network logo. Let me introduce to you, Izuku announces. Alchemist, the second network member, my friend and the person who has given us all those things. He points towards the not yet open crates. Hey there. May's cheerful voice fills the room. It's nice to meet you. Wait, you. All of that. Uraraka's eyes darted to the pile and then back to the laptop. You have to be loaded. Izuku starts to suspect that living in her forest made her very money conscious. Very. May is absolutely unashamed by her answer. Unfortunately, I can't just send you money. I'd have financed the network without batting an eye. But my parents don't trust me with money. They are giving me everything I ask for, though, and since I'm an avid inventor, this includes lots of parts and tools. Oh, I see. Uraraka nods a few times. Somehow, Izuku is almost certain that she is soon going to be a close friend of May, probably almost as much as Izuku. They both have the power to realize her crazy inventor dreams, just to a different degree, and May leaves nothing to chance. So, what's the plan for today? Electricity, May replies. The crates should include everything you need to puzzle up a pico hydro energy generator. It is optimized to fit the sewer canal connected to the basement. Uraraka-san, I'm going to start listing the crates' numbers for you to put aside. Defiant-kun, my drone's carrying capacity is limited, so I only sent you what you couldn't get on your own. I need you to go out and buy 2 pairs of rubber boots. We don't want to have anyone accidentally electrocuted, even if the voltage would be quite low. And cables, and some other stuff. I'll send you the list in an SMS. He has some money. He might have stolen some money from some of the thugs he tripped, but he is certain that this one expenditure is going to send him back to being financially broken. Joy. He also ends up delivering food to the hideout, too. Everyone's too busy to get dinner the normal way, except for Tsuyu, who admits that she planned to just nom a fish she caught earlier. She settles for the food that Izuku brought instead. The concept of warm food seems to be a great positive side of getting tamed and brought back to civilization in the frog girl eyes. By the end of the day, they have the generator installed. It's a bit upstream to the hole in the basement wall, so that Tsuyu can freely enter and leave the hideout at night. Of course, installing it where it belongs and making sure that it's running is one thing. Figuring out how to make the building's electrical installation work is another thing altogether. Uraraka is certain that she'll have it working in a day or two. The first thing she does is to go through the entire building, making sure that everything's shut down properly. The last thing they want is flipping the switch on only for something to start the fire, and for the suddenly activated kitchen appliances to overwhelm the generator. The rest is fixing the cables in the basement, especially the ones that ended up submerged. May promises to send some pipes and a hand pump with her next drone delivery, something to let them draw water from the now clean sewers up, without bothering Tsuyu too much. She will also send some water filtration systems. Once again, it's going to be installed upstream from the sewer entrance. Within a few more days, the hideout should be ready, at least to a minimum degree of ability to sustain human life and theoretical comfort. Uraraka thinks that with some more pipes, she should make the toilets work too. She'll just have to run the pipes outside of the sewer exit, because otherwise Tsuyu might have been seriously inconvenienced. Izuku has no idea how this is going to work. Then again, he feels completely out of the loop when he hears Uraraka and May talk with each other about their plans. It will be somewhat costly, but it will work. He trusts them. Alchemist, baby number 2 ready for some field testing. Defiant, really? Alchemist, yep. Alchemist, it should arrive at the parcel locker the day after tomorrow. Defiant, I'll store it in the hideout for now. There are limits to what I can bullshit my way out from if my mom catches the wind. Alchemist, also tell Uraraka that the next drone will bring her some ammunition. Defiant, truly the power of being a Zaibatsu heiress is great. Alchemist, Defiant, I have some ideas for Uraraka's equipment, but I need her to agree to join us first. Alchemist, that shouldn't be hard. Defiant, Uraraka flips the switch. Suddenly, there is light. Izuku never felt this happy and proud from seeing a light bulb produce light. They quickly ran through all the rooms in the building to make sure that they didn't overlook anything while they were switching everything off a few days earlier. Then, they are ready to celebrate. Izuku connects his laptop to the socket, and it starts getting charged. Truly, a great victory for the metahuman community in Takoba. They don't have an awful lot of energy, but it should suffice for now. Defiant Kun, Uraraka said once they stopped expressing their joy. I have a question. Can I join the network, like, officially? She asks, scratching her head. I mean, like, a superhero. Izuku almost flies towards the ceiling in joy. But before that he has to ask, what changed your mind? He was pretty certain that she was only in for the protection part. Okay, maybe not certain, but that's what he suspected. Well, I was still kinda worried about this whole idea when we started. She replies, clearly nervous. But now I think you are a nice person, and I like working with you. I don't think that I'm a superhero material, but if I can help other people, especially others like me, I don't know how much I can be of help, but I'd like to do what I can. May. It was almost certainly May's work. She knew something, at least judging from her messages to Izuku. Did she have a talk with Uraraka about Izuku's past exploits? Probably, while omitting the lightly peed himself in shock part. I want to join too, Ribbit. They are both surprised by Tsuyu sneaking up on them. She is surprisingly sneaky when she wants to. Why? Izuku is taken aback by that. It was one more thing that he really didn't expect when he was heading to the hideout today. You are my friends, she replies with a shrug. It's her whole answer. It makes sense. Uraraka gives her a heartfelt smile. Tsuyu responds with her equivalent of that. All right, Izuku replies. I'm going to need your hero names. Ideas. I want to be Singularity. Uraraka perks up. She is a hard worker and Izuku has a lot of ideas on how to improve on her meta ability. Her gravity manipulation improved by a lot recently. Not in weight, but in the scope of things that she could do. Her name fits the theme. Kappa. Tsuyu replies. That earns her some worried looks. That's how people called me back then. Ribbit. I don't think that it was a positive term for them, Tsuyu. Izuku replies. He really has to dig into her past at least somewhat. Then again, she was apparently alone ever since she was 8 years old. And even earlier, her life wasn't easy. She didn't remember much, which is why she had to relearn how to read properly. I know, Tsuyu replies. So I'm going to change that into a positive term. Ribbit. Well, that's quite the unexpected degree of emotional maturity. Too bad she was still walking around naked. Izuku took his new suit for a test drive. It felt almost the same as his old hoodie, but was knife-proof and, well, almost bulletproof. Enough to stop a bullet if it wasn't from an assault rifle, and was slowed down a bit by his barriers. And even then, it would still hurt like hell and probably damage something underneath it. It also had a helmet. From the outside, it looked like he was wearing a hoodie with some admittedly rather thick face mask, one without any visible visor. Just a smooth, black surface. It was a helmet. The mask part was transparent from the inside, had some basic HUD on it, and had a built-in communicator and voice alteration feature. The hood around it, part of the helmet, strong enough to resist at least some attacks entirely. Punches and probably a crowbar yes, bullets as stated no. And May couldn't help him a lot when it came to resisting meta-ability attacks. She probably could account for some of them, but certainly not for what Overhaul had. And not for the meta-abilities that she didn't even know about. There were also reinforced gloves, pants and boots, all from similar materials. Though gloves and boots offered better protection. All, save for the pitch-black face mask, in dark green color. Izuku absolutely loved his first superhero suit. With Uraraka focused on rearranging the hideout's plumbing, Izuku could go back to his recruitment efforts. Overhaul still didn't seem to make any moves. That alone was worrying. I found some new leads for you, May tells him through the video chat one evening. One is local, but rather faint. Well, I could at least check it out, right? He replies. He is in his home. He has no idea how to explain to his mom that he is moving out, at least without her wanting to see his new lodgings. And not before he is an adult, so he is still around. What is it about? There is a girl working in a dance school in your city, May tells him. There is a picture of her that someone snapped of her during a lesson. I think that she has something resembling a pair of very short and mostly cut off horns on her forehead. Can you find me her house address? It could as well be an overly successful cosplay effort, or a prank. But it wouldn't hurt to have that checked, right? He waited until the evening. He wasn't ready to fly during the day. And you could never know when you needed to fly away in a hurry. He wasn't super afraid of people noticing him. Superheroes and supervillains were apparently out there, and the general populace still didn't take a note of that. But there was the risk of someone noticing him, and that was way less nice. He headed towards the apartment block that May directed him to, flying just a bit above the buildings to save time. He wasn't in a hurry, after all. It was just some casual observation/interview. Izuku. He suddenly heard May's worried voice in his helmet. A group of people just left a car in front of the boo. Oh, shit, they are heading inside. And they are armed. They look like Yakuza thugs. Well, that's just brilliant. He abandons moderation and flies forward with top speed. Tsukachi. Tsukachi Naomasa of the Musutafu Prefecture Police Department is about done dealing with the apparent case of family fight when Sansa suddenly calls to him. I think we have a problem. The other policeman is standing right next to the window in the room, looking through it with an expression of dawning horror on his face. Tsukachi lunges towards him and, oh crap, 10 people, armed with pistols and one Chinese assault rifle. All of them walk towards the building where Naomasa and Tamakawa are in. Considering their ragged outfits, tattoos and piercings, they are almost certainly thugs. Call for backup, he tells Sansa immediately. He has no idea what the thugs are here for, but it's certainly nothing nice. There are only 2 of them. 3 if you include Sansa's standard partner. But considering what's going on, Monaco will probably not leave the car, and has probably called for backup. But it's better to do this twice than accidentally don't do it at all. This is going to be messy. They leave the apartment in a hurry, telling the owners to barricade the door. Hari Kurono chuckles when he sees the familiar figure of Defiant emerging from the alleyway next to the building, running towards the entrance to the apartment block. Oh, this is just a brilliant coincidence. Well, kid. He pokes the person sitting in the car right next to him, and then points to the superhero. Your mission just got some additional objective. So that's the Defiant that Overhaul told me about. The kid, about to make a semi-official debut as a supervillain, closes his mask and pulls up the MP5 he got from the Shy Hasekai. Time to earn my place, I guess. Oh, this will be fun. And a good occasion to field test Chisaki's new supervillain initiative. The thugs stop at the second floor. Tsukachi observes them from the end of the corridor with a creative use of a hand mirror. Sansa is right behind him. Both have their pistols drawn, and both are praying for the backup to get here as fast as possible. Tsukachi is also praying that this is just a kidnapping attempt. They'll not intervene in it, and will simply follow the thugs to their hideout in secret. 2 pistols to 9 pistols and an assault rifle. And if Tsukachi is seeing it correctly, half of them have some scarce bits of bulletproof vests, probably salvaged from whatever wartime battlefield. They can't win. The thugs stop by one of the apartment doors. Double-check the number on it. Tsukachi is about to lean away from his hiding spot and open fire, when the assault rifle thug speaks. Remember, he says loudly, we need the girl alive. Don't shoot her. It's a kidnapping then. Unfortunately, the thug doesn't mention that there is also a boy inside. Tsukachi stays in his hideout. Then one of the goons kicks the apartment door in. Mina had a fairly nice evening. Kirishima finished his daily home exercise routine. It wasn't a very exhausting one. He left that for the gym, but he simply refused to stay put for long. His roommate wasn't complaining. He was very focused when training, and completely didn't notice Mina staring at him while he was doing this, with an almost hungry look on her face. Then someone kicked the entrance door in. She saw guns. She screamed, falling back from her chair. Kirishima had enough time to turn his head towards the entrance before the first thug shot him. Fuck. Tsukachi curses himself for his dumb decision. As if on cue, he and Sansa lean out of their hiding spot and open fire. Each of them manages to shoot one of the thugs before the one carrying an assault rifle turns towards them and showers them with bullets. Ijiro Kirishima is a simple man. Sure, some might say that he has outdated beliefs, but he doesn't care. He is a man, dependable, protective, and strong. What surprises him is that he is apparently strong enough to feel a gunshot as only a slight pinch to his stomach. That, or it's adrenaline speaking. It's possible as well. But if so, then it gives him time. The time to act like a man standing between a frightened girl and her assailant should. Then again, he doesn't really think about it. His body moves on its own. He charges forward, ignoring the few more panicked gunshots and a sudden expression of horror on the thug's face. Then he tackles him through the entrance door, into the corridor, and other thugs behind him. What the? One of them shouts, startled by the attack. Kirishima reacts on instinct and delivers a right hook punch to his face. The thug must have been weaker than Kirishima thought, because there is no way that he is strong enough to send that man flying into the wall on the opposite side of the corridor. The gunfire directed at them stops, and the 2 policemen lean away from behind the corner, ready to fire. Then the world stops making sense. Why is there some sort of humanoid monster in the corridor? Why is he fighting the thugs, shrugging the gunfire of the panicked gangsters off like it's not there? His clothes are shredded, but there are no wounds, no bleeding on his skin, just cracks. The ricochets seem to hurt the thugs more than he does, really. And he sets the bar rather high. Second later, another figure emerges from the stairwell on the opposite end of the corridor. Dark green hoodie with a black face mask. He freezes for a second, as shocked as the policemen were, only to make a simple gesture. In a second, the guns in the remaining thugs' hands are thrown in the air. Then the thugs themselves start being thrown into the walls by an invisible force, one by one. Tsukachi suddenly realizes that there is a grain of truth to the gossip he heard at the precinct about some vengeful ghost tripping and disarming thugs at random in the city. Except the ghost looks awfully corporeal. His life was crazy. He expected to recruit a new metahuman. Instead, he came upon 2 policemen and another metahuman fighting some thugs, all while May was warning him that someone just entered the building behind him, And if he wasn't a villain, then she was going to eat her favorite wrench. The red-haired monster turns his head towards Izuku. He is panting heavily, with multiple cracks on his skin. "It's all right, I'm on your side," he says, raising his hands in a universal gesture of not wanting to kill you. He is slowly walking towards them. "But there are more of them coming, and you really shouldn't stay here." He is ignoring the shocked policeman at the other end of the corridor for now. The monster doesn't spend a lot of time thinking. He turns his head back towards the ruined entrance to the apartment behind him. "Mina," he extended his hand. "We have to go." His voice is hoarse. Are his vocal cords made from rock as well? The girl that ran out of the apartment and hugged him was way more inhuman-looking than the Ashido Mina from the picture. Pink skin, the eyes, 2 metahumans for the price of 1. "Hey, what the hell are?" One of the policemen decided to speak up finally. Izuku heard a ding. An elevator arrived on the floor behind him. He turns his head right in time to see someone emerging from it. Their build is similar to Izuku's. Teenager, most likely. But no normal teenager is wearing a green gas mask with intimidating red visors, a pair of oxygen tanks on his back, a bulletproof vest, and a submachine gun in his hands. "My name is Mustard," he announces loudly, before turning his head towards Izuku. Overhaul sends his regards. Purple mist erupts from him. It's him, the supervillain who gassed an entire school in Shizuoka, killing almost 30 students. This is a poison gas in a closed space, and no one is wearing a gas mask. Izuku felt it again. The sudden explosion of power, the sudden change to the way he perceived the world. For a few seconds, he didn't see. Instead, he felt the contours of everything in the building. Every single human being, furniture pieces, even something as small as the unwashed dishes in someone's kitchen. He could pull everything. This time, he had control. Well, vestiges of it. He propelled himself away from the gas. He passed by the 2 metahumans, pulling them behind him. He passed by the 2 shocked policemen, pulling them as well. There was a wall in front of him, the one at the opposite end of the corridor. His telekinesis was strong enough in this state to make it tear a hole in it. It took a lot of him. He flew out into the night, pulling 4 people behind him, only to crash land on a rooftop of some apartment building 2 streets away. The golem guy landed with enough impact to make a dent in the concrete. Wowie, Izuku would have fun with that if his head wasn't split by a horrible headache and if he didn't feel like he was about to faint. Or vomit. Or both. Izuku, he heard May shout in his helmet. He sighs internally. He was supposed to be called Defiant. You never know when someone is overhearing you. The line should be secure, but he forced himself to stand up. He needed to do at least that much. Where are they? He doesn't specify, but May knows him well enough. Singularity can be there in 5 minutes. May calmed down a bit after hearing him speak. She issued a combat alert when she spotted the thugs heading into the building. Kappa is in the river. Tsuyu was probably closer then. He could see the river from the rooftop. If the worst comes to show, he will try to run in that direction. She will drag him through the river back to the hideout. All right, what the hell just happened? It's the policeman again. What? Who are you people? Izuku isn't surprised. He would react like that as well. But this proves to him at least the local police have absolutely no knowledge of the meta abilities, as otherwise he wouldn't react like that. That's not good at all. He is still clutching his gun, but at least he is pointing it towards the floor. Good. Golem guy is bulletproof, but Izuku certainly isn't. Not in this state. You just witnessed a brief fight between a superhero and a supervillain. Izuku promptly replies. He wants to lie down and go to sleep, but at least nausea he reined in. Congratulations. Technically, it was more like a superhero fighting supervillain lackeys, only to retreat when the main dish showed up. But those were details. What? The policeman blinks at him a few times. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, he looks exhausted. If I didn't see all of that, I'd send you to a mental asylum. Now I think I should go there as well. He seems to be speaking mostly to himself. You should first call the precinct and tell them that someone just detonated a chemical bomb in that building. Izuku replies and the policemen freeze in horror. If he had his power, he would rush back to the building to float people out of their flats, but he can barely keep himself standing with what's left. It's the same guy that gassed that high school in Shizuoka. Izuku turns his head towards the 2 metahuman, leaving the policemen to their devices for a moment. They stood up already, with the pinky girl slightly hidden behind the golem, who stopped being a golem. His skin turned back to normal. The cracks changed into bruises and scratches. You 2 are all right, he asks. The golem and Ashido nod scarcely. She looks traumatized and scared. He looks beaten up but also high on adrenaline. Why? Yes, the golem says. Mina, are you all right? He backtracks on his statement. She hugs his back closer but nods. Yeah, we're all right. Who are you? I'm Defiant, he replies. An aspiring superhero and a leader of a small community of people with superpowers here in Musutafu. Someone snapped Ashido-san's photo with something resembling horns on her forehead and put it on the internet. I came to investigate and invite her to join us if she truly was a metahuman, but Overhaul beat me to it. You're both invited, by the way. Both. The golem blinks at him a few times and Izuku suddenly realizes something. Wait, that was your first time using your meta ability. Izuku almost gawks at him. Hell, he gawks at him, but it's not visible through his mask. Wow, way to debut. So he fought against a group of armed thugs to defend that girl, despite not knowing that he is bulletproof. Even if they are together, that was still crazy heroic. And heroically crazy. May had serious doubts about whether Izuku is more suicidal or heroic. And that guy is objectively worse on that field. My meta ... what? He looks down at his hands. He gazes at them for a few seconds, before they suddenly harden. Rough edges, tough surfaces. Holy shit, indeed. Singularity is in position. He hears May's voice. On the rooftop, 2 buildings away from you. With her rifle, he can see an icon displaying itself on his HUD, at the edge of his view. He loves May's baby number 2. Well, if the policemen were going to make an attempt to apprehend him, he now had an exit strategy. Uraraka wouldn't shoot them, but if she shot the ground next to them, that should be enough to discourage them. Izuku is way too exhausted to fight. You realize, the older policeman finally turns his attention back to the metahumans, that I should take you in for interrogation after all of that. Yes, Izuku replies, but you should realize that my backup is already here, and I don't want to be interrogated. He gestures towards Uraraka. She is visible enough at the distance for the police officer to realize that she has a vantage point over them in her rifle. The policeman clicks his tongue in irritation. Izuku pulls out a phone from his utility belt and throws it towards him. He grabs it while looking at Izuku questioningly. If you find someone on the force who has some genuine influence at least in this city and doesn't send you to a psychologist after hearing that a superhero saved you, call me. Izuku replies. The call will, of course, connect through Hatsume Industries' internal network. May said it like that. Good luck following on through that to find Izuku. Metahuman Network is willing to work with the police to stop Overhaul. He turns towards the 2 metahumans again. So, are you willing to come with me? He asks. I don't think that we have a lot of alternatives at this point. The red-haired guy sounds smart enough. Overhaul just gassed a building to get them. Police clearly don't even know that superpowers exist. 2 new recruits for the cost of 1. Although the discovery that Overhaul recruited at least a single new supervillain and was clearly on the lookout for more ruined his mood, such as the potential casualties of Mustard's gas attack. Shit, how did it go? Kurono asks when Mustard runs out of the building and enters the car. Without waiting for the answers, he drives away from the battlefield. I tied the loose ends. The kid replies. Kurono expected this from exactly 10 gunshots he heard from his car right before Mustard returned. Kurono is still slightly taken aback by how absolutely ruthless the high schooler was. And that says a lot when it's a hardened criminal saying. He finished 10 hired thugs to make sure they didn't tell the police that Chisaki hired them, and seemed completely unfazed by that. Defiant grabbed the girl and her boyfriend and fled. I didn't have the mobility to pursue them. I think the boyfriend has a superpower too. The villain finishes his report. Well, that was pretty bad. Then again, it was almost exactly as Overhaul foresaw it. The original plan was for the hired thugs to attack the girl, then for Mustard to rescue her. He would tell her to go to Kurono's car, only to stay behind and gas the thugs to death to make sure that the police didn't find out about Shai Hasekai's involvement in the murder and kidnapping. Bonus points, they would take the brunt of whatever superpower she had. You can't be too careful with those. Once in their hands, Overhaul would manipulate, brainwash or terrify her into obedience. They didn't expect her boyfriend to have power as well, nor about Defiant rolling in with the worst possible timing. Chisaki had a habit of killing his underlings who messed up really important missions, but he wasn't stupid about it. He recognized when the failure wasn't the underling's fault. Mustard acted according to the intel he got. It wasn't his fault that the intel was completely wrong, and he fulfilled the objectives that he could in those circumstances. In Kurono's mind, Mustard just proved to them how terrifyingly useful combat-oriented superpowers could be for a criminal syndicate, and that Overhaul's theory that Defiant can't do a thing to gases was correct. Izuku has just enough strength left to get back to the network's headquarters, send his mom a message that he is staying for the night at the friend's house, take off his vigilante gear and fall asleep immediately. The bed has never felt so comfy before. May is notoriously bad at spending money. She would easily throw it all at some new parts, tools or research data she fancy. Absolutely no filter with that. Frankly, she was so used to having loads of money that she didn't really care about it. But now, if Izuku just got 2 new recruits, yeah, her friends are going to run out of money. Those 2 can't just keep working wherever they work. Overhaul will certainly look for them. She could, technically, send them some valuable machine parts to sell, but yeah, that was a stopgap measure at best. She made a list of arguments, slapped her cheeks as some odd way of self-motivation, and then came out of her workshop to confront her parents. The girl with a gun apologizes to them. They only expected one potential recruit, so there is only a single apartment cleaned up. Kiri shrugs it off. Frankly, so many things happened this evening that he just wants to lie down and sleep. They were attacked. He was almost killed. He discovered he has a meta ability just like Mina, that there are superheroes and supervillains around. Yes, he is tired. Then he discovers that the reason the girl apologized to them was that there was only a single bed in the apartment. He tried to look for an additional mattress or something, but Mina suddenly hugged him from the back. Don't. He freezes. Does she mean? I don't think I can fall asleep on my own after all that. On one hand, it's helping her when she asks for it. That's manly. On the other hand, that's sleeping in one bed with a girl you aren't in a relationship with. That's kinda less manly. Not manly at all. Kirishima is conflicted about this designation. Mina. He turns towards her. All that he can see is the top of her head pressed against his chest, but he can hear some faint sobbing and feel the tears on his skin. Mina, don't say anything, please, she tells him, and he obediently stops talking. What you did for me today, that was the most terrifying thing I ever saw. I thought they killed you for a second. Yeah, he honestly thought so, too. She raises her head and he can see her face. The tears are flowing, but there is also a smile there, even if slightly forced. But it was also the manliest and most awesome thing I ever saw. And for that, Kijiro is taken by surprise. He didn't expect her hands landing on the sides of his head and pulling it closer, and their lips meeting. Mina. He can't see it, but he probably blushes furiously. Mina chuckles through the tears. You fought 10 armed murderers to save me without a moment of hesitation. But you can't handle a little kiss. She almost bursts into laughter. The tears still flow, but part of him isn't sure if they are still born exclusively from sorrow. It's not that he can't handle it, it's Mina, his best friend, the person who motivated him to change himself for the better. The first crush he ever had, one that he didn't expect to come to a conclusion. He had no courage back then to do anything, and after she turned up at his apartment, half a year after her supposed death, trying to do anything would feel like taking advantage of her, so he stayed silent. She hugs him once again, and once again all that he sees is the top of her head. I love you, dumbass, she whispers. You were just too dense to notice it. What's the manly way of answering a love confession like that? I love you too, Mina, he whispers back. That will do. Aizawa Shouta wanted to go home. He just arrived at his home, finally coming back from the long and exhausting shift. He greeted Emi, he greeted his son, and he was about to dig into a warm meal when he got a phone call. Gas attack. Policemen from his precinct were involved. 2-digit number of casualties. Well, fuck. Emi was understanding enough to quickly pack his food, give him a good luck kiss, and send him away. 2 hours and he is suddenly confronted by Detective Naomasa. He was on the scene when shit hit the fan. They are in Aizawa's office. Naomasa just barged in, with Tamakawa at his side. Aizawa's hopes for a quick nap are quickly dashed aside. There is an urgency on Naomasa's face. What's going on? Aizawa asks. Tamakawa is closing the door behind them. Not a good sign. There is a problem, Naomasa says while sitting in front of the desk. Tamakawa is standing behind him, clearly worried about something. Define problem. Aizawa replies with tiredness written all over his face. He needs his coffee. A lot of coffee. But the coffee machine broke. There is no money to repair it, and everyone's protecting their liquid life force as if it was molten gold. Truly, those are dire times. The 10 people are dead and I still had to bullshit in my report's level of problem. Naomasa replies, and suddenly Aizawa is very, very conscious. If it's the always serious, prim and proper Naomasa who did that, they are privately friends. Perhaps the reason he is ready to come forward with whatever happened. Shouta, I'll ask you directly. Do the upper ranks of the police have any knowledge about people with literal superpowers running around? Aizawa stares at him in complete silence, in shock. What the fuck is going on? Is this some form of prank? Is there a hidden camera somewhere in this office? Did Naomasa go insane enough to make such jokes when so many people died? I'll take that as a no. Naomasa sighs. Well, that's just great. Because during the brief scuffle preceding the gas attack, I witnessed a kid turning his skin into stone hard enough to become effectively bulletproof, a self-proclaimed superhero using telekinesis to knock guns from people's hands, trip them off and slam them into the wall, and an apparent supervillain dispersing a poison gas from his body despite not having any sort of equipment explaining that. Sansa saw all of that as well, and I need answers. What? Aizawa manages to utter something. It's not very informative. You, what? Are you drunk? I'm planning to, but not before I'm off duty. Naomasa shrugs it off. I'm not joking, Shouta. That supposed superhero is apparently responsible for all those cases of criminals tripping off and losing their guns mid-scuffle, and he introduced himself as a leader of a community of metahumans. So apparently people with superpowers in this prefecture. I really hoped that there was some sort of government conspiracy at play, and I'm too low in the ranks to know about it. But if you know nothing, then we have a problem. Especially as the perpetrator of the gas attack apparently worked for someone. Someone alright with his underlings gassing an entire apartment block to get what they want. I saw and heard all of that as well. Tamakawa adds, Officer Kaniyashiki wasn't there, but she saw that superhero fly us all out of the building before the gas reached us. In case you don't believe us, Naomasa pulls forward a pen drive. This is the recording from Sansa's bodycam, the one that he wrote off as destroyed during the firefight in his report. We did not know how to explain it on paper without being sent to a mental hospital, or get suspected of tampering with the records. He sighs. That superhero left me a way to contact him if we find someone in the police who is willing to work with him. You're my only superior whom I'm certain will at least watch the recording first before kicking me out of the force. Aizawa stares at him with a mixture of suspicion and worry, but he takes the pen drive and plugs it into his computer. Then he watches the recording. He sees the stone guy's rampage in the corridor, the green hoodie guy arrival and his swift disposal of the thugs, despite him not even touching them. Then he sees the person in a gas mask emerging from the elevator, his brief introduction and the eruption of purple cloud engulfing him within a heartbeat. The green guy erupts with lightning and blinks out of the screen. Aizawa's eyes are still good enough to see him blinking past Officer Tamakawa with enough speed to only be a blur. But then the officer is pulled back for a second or two, racing against death in the form of a rapidly expanding toxic cloud. He is staring at the screen, slack-jawed and in shock. His entire worldview gets tilted upside down during the last minute. And it's not even the end. He watches the brief talk on the rooftop in silence. He learns some new words, like a metahuman and meta-ability, or metahuman network. Eventually, both sides depart, deciding not to engage. Considering the powers displayed by those kids, and the existence of a sniper, Aizawa isn't surprised. He would retreat from that fight if he was there as well. What in the fuck? He says when the recording ends. I have no idea, Shouta. Naomasa replies. But I think we need to find out the answer to that as soon as possible. Izuku wakes up in the morning, feeling thoroughly exhausted. This sudden power-up trick really took a lot out of him. He checks his phone. He missed some calls from his mom. Oh, he is so dead. But he also got a message from May, furiously inquiring him about the powers the new recruits have. Apparently, she needs to know immediately or else. So he is twice dead. Izuku sighs. Why don't they understand he wants to rest? He calls his mom while changing his clothes to the ones he is using at the hideout. Just a pair of simple t-shirt and trousers, plus some comfy slippers made to resemble rabbits. He can feel her crying through the phone. He does his best to reassure her that everything's alright. He just fell asleep really hard after the sleepover and didn't hear the ringtone. He still has something to do, but he'll come back today. Izuku is running out of excuses, and he knows that. Just great. He leaves the room and goes downstairs to the former shop-turned-common room. He is hungry and seriously dehydrated. He needs tea and food, and probably a nap. Uraraka's in the common room, huddled over what looks like some design plans. They already have water, even if not in the taps. She is trying to figure out waste management. Hi there. Izuku greets her lethargically from the entrance. She raises her head a bit and blinks at him a few times. Damn, you look horrible. Izuku always felt that Tsuyu was the bluntest one, but Uraraka decided to threaten the frog girl's throne. I think I overused my meta ability yesterday. He replies while heading towards the electric kettle. I should get better soon. Then he yawns loudly. It's going to be a long day. Kirishima has a more or less great day. Sure, he lost his apartment, his life savings, his documents, his clothes, his workout tools, probably his job and all hopes of a stable and simple life. But in exchange, he had the manliest moment of his life. He got himself a girlfriend and he discovered superheroes exist. Honestly, Mina's bit alone makes everything pretty great. But that might not be his brain speaking. The rest makes him genuinely worried, but still positive. Mina acts reasonably alright in the morning. It's clear that she is shaken, but also looking forward to living among others like her, having more people that she could be herself in front of. Her smile is forced. She wants to start all her new friendships properly. Then again, Kirishima isn't one to judge. His great change was a prime case of fake it till you make it. He is still going to make sure that the fake part shrinks rather than grows as time goes. No one should live through what Mina did. It's not like she can just shake it off and continue living. Kirishima had a single, brief brush with death, and he will not lie. It shook him. She spent months not knowing if she won't be disposed of tomorrow. After seeing her family killed in front of her, she is, honestly, the manliest and the strongest girl he ever met for making it out of it on her own. Despite her being shaken by what happened yesterday, she impressed him once again. They don't really have any spare clothes. They go down to what seems to be a common living room, only to run into a rather peculiar scene. The gun girl is throwing some cookies around from a package. Another girl, not only rather odd-looking but also completely naked, is catching them with her incredibly long and dexterous tongue. All of that while a green-haired kid is sleeping, with his upper body on the table. There is a half-empty glass of something and half-eaten breakfast next to him, so it looks like he fell asleep while eating. Oh, hi. The gun girl stops her game and waves at them. The naked girl turns her head towards them and repeats the gesture with a rather expressionless face. Did you sleep well? Yes, Hiroshima retorts with enthusiasm. They were both too tired and mentally exhausted to do anything other than embrace each other and fall asleep. But that was a surprisingly restful way to sleep. Mina chuckles menacingly, as if reading his mind. So, introductions. I'm Uraraka Ochako, but I also go by the hero name of Singularity. The gun girl replies, everything I touch turns weightless. This is Tsuyu or Kappa. She is half frog. Ribbit. Tsuyu comments. If that was a comment, Hiroshima finds that oddly adorable. Besides, Mina officially isn't the strangest looking person around anymore. She is probably reassured to discover that. Well, I'm Kirishima Ijiru, and I apparently can make myself harder. He flexes his arms, which is enough to turn them into stone. Still no hero name, but I think I'm going to become one. It's certainly a super manly thing, about as much as becoming a police officer and stopping criminals the standard way, or becoming a firefighter, paramedic, and so on. And I'm Ashido Mina, his girlfriend announces with a smile. I can secrete and control acid. She seems to enjoy not needing to hide that fact on some deeper level. And, Kirishima says while gesturing towards the sleeping kid. His hair looks fluffy, but his body looks like Kirishima could bend him in half with his bare hands. Oh, that's Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka replies. You know him as Defiant. Oh, my God, you're kidding. Mina is the first one to voice the surprise. He kinda looked bigger in that hoodie. Kirishima is also willing to add and more intimidating to that sentence, especially when he discharged the green electricity from his body and moved too quickly for Ijiru to notice him. Yeah, he does. Uraraka replies. I kinda think that he is actually floating himself a bit all the time to make himself look taller. That sounded like one way of dealing with that issue. He is super nice, very smart, and his meta ability is kinda terrifyingly strong. You didn't even get to see his fight against Overhaul. That's some terrifyingly strong stuff. Suddenly, there is a new voice in the room. It's coming from a laptop. Also, I'm Alchemist. Nice to meet ya. I don't live in the base, but I support you with stuff. I handmade Defiant Kun's armor, among other things. Also, I absolutely have to get some samples of Ashido-san's acid. Oh, alright. Mina is slightly taken aback by that. Who is that Overhaul guy? Kirishima asks. He knows he sent Mustard after them, so he probably also sent the thugs. He prefers to find out at least some things about him. Head of local Yakuza, Alchemist announces, and a supervillain with a meta ability to match Defiance. He can reassemble whatever object he touches with his hands at will. He touches the ground, and suddenly you are impaled on a spike. He touches you, and suddenly you are reduced to 1 per 1 centimeter bits scattered around. Defiant fought him once when we were trying to rescue a little girl with a meta ability that he abused. That's super manly, Kirishima announces after hearing the last bit. Saving a little girl from an abuser. One that powerful. Defiant might not look like much, but this requires balls. He uses manly as pretty much his one and only positive adjective. Mina comments while rolling her eyes. He once told me that my dancing is manly, and he meant that as a compliment. Replace the word in your mind with whatever word feels gratifying enough and keep going. Uraraka chuckles. Alchemist actually does so as well. Kirishima blushes a bit. Why is everyone reacting like that? Manly is a powerful word. Though yeah, it was totally manly. The laptop girl adds, I agree with that assessment. But when Overhaul cornered them, he lost control for a second and sparked for the first time. He slammed Overhaul into a wall with enough strength to turn half of him into soup. Fortunately or unfortunately, that guy simply reconstructed his body back to full health at the spot. That's what terrifyingly strong meta ability means. Oh, well, Kirishima understands that. He might have been alright with being manhandled to this degree if he figures out how far his hardening goes, but few others can tell the same about themselves. And then he freaked out that he almost killed someone. Alchemist sighs. Seriously, he is too pure for this world, methinks. There is a sound coming from her side. Kirishima has no idea what it is. Though, I need to go. Tell him I think I secured some funding for the network. Enough to make you survive with a few more members even if you don't start earning money yourself. Gotta go. Then the connection was severed. Shino Sasaki is happy about her job. She is a war veteran. She fought during the Third World War. On the front line, no less. And she picked up a lot of technical skills. But when the war ended, layoffs started. Shino wasn't surprised by it. Then again, she also wasn't particularly keen on staying in the army. She and the friends from her unit all wanted to live peacefully and happily. They figured out that with their skill set, becoming bodyguards should be an option. They pieced up enough money to receive some proper training in that field. Somehow, just somehow, they ended up getting Hatsume Industries' attention. And then they became the de facto babysitters/bodyguards of May Hatsume, the dreaded chaos gremlin of the family. They were one of the very few people out there who knew about the peculiarities of her eyesight. The NDAs her parents had them sign about it were absolutely terrifying. They could get her better and more costly bodyguards, but she was seldom leaving the Hatsume Industries headquarters. She had an entire floor to herself there, so it was babysitting more than bodyguarding, except for some very rare cases when she did leave her kingdom. It was a relatively calm job of occasionally diffusing something about to explode and dealing with something mildly poisonous that May accidentally spilled or discharged, way better than the front line. Also, they were paid much better, had very good healthcare and prospects of early retirement. What's more, their employers actually acted nicely towards them. Hatsumes were pleasant people. They really didn't give off that I'm wealthy and thus I'm above you vibes that Shino felt from Yatsubashis when they visited for some trade negotiation. May was a bit of an exception, but only to a degree. She tended to not notice their existence. But it wasn't because she treated them as part of the furniture or something beneath her notice. It's just that she often got so hyper-focused on something that stopped noticing anything besides whatever she was working on. Often to the point of not sleeping, not eating, and sometimes even not wearing clothes. Her female babysitters/bodyguards tried to ease that problem, but it was mostly useless. Then again, occasionally, she did listen to them. Very occasionally. And that was more than her parents could say about anyone else. But then May began to act in an oddly subdued manner. She stopped forgetting to wear clothes. She started to eat regularly. She kept her manic working regimen. But Shirotoko swore that she once saw her looking through some clothing catalogs on the internet. And that's odd for someone who would probably get buried in her workshop overalls. The one and only type of clothing that May Hatsume accepted on herself. The idea of her becoming actually conscious about her clothes was rather alien to her bodyguards. Shino Sasaki is getting increasingly worried. But before any of them can do something about it, she is invited her lab and confronted by May Hatsume herself. Sasaki-san, I have a question. She announces with the most serious expression Shino has ever seen on her. You are a woman, right? Should she feel insulted? Then again, it's May. She is living in her own world, and it tends to be weird. So Shino simply nods. Great. May nods back. Do you know how to make a man realize that you want to give birth to his children? Oh my fucking god, what did you just said? What? Years of urban warfare didn't prepare Shino Sasaki to deal with the madness of this magnitude. Do you remember that person who I met in Musutafu? May promptly replies. Shino nods. Chadora was accompanying her, but Shino got the report from him. Well, I'm still in contact with him through the internet, and I came to believe that I want to engage in sexual intercourse with him. Shino sputters something in shock, but May isn't letting her forge that into some actual words. With both procreation and mutual enjoyment in mind. But I have absolutely no idea how to proceed with that. Shino Sasaki wasn't equipped to deal with that. She had no guidelines on how to react to such a statement from her parents because everyone at this point just assumed that May has absolutely zero interest in sex, relationships, and so on. Everyone recognized her genius and wanted her to realize her engineering dreams, but Shino was led to believe that the actual heir of the Hatsume Industries would be her younger brother. He is 7 years old now, so for the time being, she was the official heir apparent. Once he would inherit the whole Zaibatsu, she would be relegated to the job of the head researcher or something like that for the Hatsume Industries, letting her design and produce things in peace, without having to bother with finances. She would, and that was a common belief, absolutely suck as an actual CEO. Getting into a relationship was seen as even less probable. But now it turned out that May Hatsume was simply waiting for the right man to turn her attention back to such mundane issues as love life. And when it happened, she dove into it hard. Though, Shino blinks at her a few times, trying to piece up something resembling an answer. The only thing that really comes to her mind is a joke that she heard from Tsuchikawa, the one claiming that getting laid as a soldier during the war is a simple thing, for as long as you don't run out of stun grenades. She isn't sharing that joke with May. She would take it seriously. Well, come on Shino, you can do it. You faced horrible things during the war, you can face May Hatsume. Did you try to, talk with him about it? May seems to consider that concept for a few long seconds. My research into the subject suggested that it's a necessity. Proceeding to sex is often delayed by dozens of chapters if both sides are only beating around the bush instead of announcing their intentions directly. Did May Hatsume read romance mangas? And she considered them to be a source of valuable info. Alright, it's decided. I'm going to Musutafu. In 3 days or so, let's say. And I'm going to spend at least a week there. Alright, it's time to put an end to that. That's. The chaos gremlin doesn't let her finish her words. Also, in case you wanted to warn my parents or stop me from visiting my future husband, I'd like to warn you I have compiled extensive and completely fake evidence for many crimes you and my other bodyguards committed while in Hatsume Industries service. May announces, from defrauding our money to stealing my panties. Evidence is fake, but it's convincing. Especially when I, the loony girl, will stand beside them. After all, what interest would I have in lying? And who would believe that I have a secret lover? May finishes and beams at Shino, as if entirely proud of herself. Shino Sasaki is the first person to realize that May Hatsume would be a terrifying CEO if someone actually motivated her to put her back into this role. The world isn't ready for that. She closes her mouth, calculates her survival chances, and surrenders unconditionally. At least use protection, please. She replies. May's smile doesn't falter for a second. Does he know about your eyes? That's supposed to be a super secret. Yup. May promptly ruins Shino Sasaki's long-term prospects of a happy life. That was supposed to be a secret godament. Her parents are going to have her bodyguard's scalps for that. He has a meta ability too. That's how we met. What? Meta ability? Shino blinks at her ward a few times. Like, your eyes. Yup. May nods. But his is super strong. And he has a few allies with meta abilities. He is actually a superhero. I'm supplying him with gadgets. I have wanted to give birth to his children ever since I saw him save a 6-year-old girl by using the things I invented and battling an actual supervillain. It was, I think the right term is super hot, right? On that day, Shino Sasaki's life stopped making sense. Izuku Midoriya wakes up, still feeling like a zombie, but slightly less. He raises his head up from his half-eaten breakfast, wondering how much time he just wasted on a nap. He sees the rest of the network and the two new rescuees chatting happily. Well, this is pretty great. Then the faces turn towards him as they see he is awake, and Izuku realizes he doesn't enjoy being at the center of attention of a larger group of people. Ugh, did I miss something? He asks. Just some introductions. Uraraka decides to help him. Names, meta abilities, and Alchemist mentioned she secured some fundings for us. You should ask her about it later. That was actually pretty reassuring. Izuku had absolutely no idea how to keep the network floating otherwise. Tsuyu could catch only so many fish every night. And people need more than food, water, and electricity to live. Can I ask for the introductions again? Izuku leans back in his seat. His sleeping arrangement wasn't very good, and his back was protesting about it. Kirishima Ejiru, meta ability that hardens his body to some rather impressive degree while making him look like he was made from stone. Mina Ashido, ability to secrete and control acid, with solubility and viscosity according to her desire. Two powerful meta abilities with many applications. Also, are you still looking for more superheroes? Kirishima asks once the introductions are over. Izuku loves hearing these words. I mean, I'm not sure how useful I'd be. My meta ability feels way weaker than yours or Overhaul's, but I think saving people is a very manly thing to do. Don't sell yourself short, Izuku says with a smile. Your meta ability is powerful. Overhaul is just a terrible match against you, just like I'm against him. And unlike me, you are actually bulletproof when you harden. That's a great asset. That elicits a smile from both him and Mina. She even elbows him a bit with an I told you kind of smile. Welcome to the team, then. Izuku continues. Just figure out a codename. And you're, what exactly is their relationship? Girlfriend, Mina replies. It's either something recent or Kirishima is really love-struck because he actually beams when she says that. As for me, I just don't know, really. Mina, do you want them to know? Kirishima asks quietly. If it's too hard, then I can. She shakes her head, and he goes silent. I'll tell them. She turned her head towards them. I don't exactly like my meta ability. It made me look odd, so I isolated myself in my house. Then some criminals caught wind of me, killed my parents, and kidnapped me. I spent several months locked in some basement, dissolving corpses and evidence before I melted the wall and escaped. Kiri helped me hide, and she is interrupted when Uraraka suddenly sneaks up on her and hugs her. Wah! Mina is clearly startled. I lost my parents too, not because of my meta ability, but Uraraka's voice trails off. Mina, without a word, hugs her back. Then she cries. Uraraka might be crying a bit too, but Izuku doesn't see her face from his current position. He looks at Kirishima, who shrugs. I used to know her before she died. He replies. She traveled through several prefectures on foot to find me. She might have looked and acted different, but it was still Mina, so I helped her. Izuku decides that he really likes and respects Kirishima Ejiru even more than he did before that talk. Kirishima spends a few minutes debating himself over the hero's codename. Eventually, he settles for Gargoyle, which, considering his scary aesthetic when fully hardened, is really fitting. He phones May to learn more about the money. It turns out, she persuaded her parents to give her some allowance. She told them she has some small, secret project that she wants to surprise everyone with and she needed some money for that. May's monthly allowance, by Izuku's calculations, was enough for 10 people to live a simple life, for as long as they didn't pay taxes, rents and bills, but they would not have to worry about food and clothes for the time being. They have a quick talk about the new meta abilities. Izuku shares some ideas about Gargoyle's soon-to-be gear. May tells him that baby number 3 so, Uraraka's hero gear, is almost finished. Then she announces she is going to drop by in 3 days, with a bodyguard, who, apparently, knows about the network, but will tell no one because May had her blackmailed. His mom was, protectively furious at him. He is approaching the limits of what he can bullshit his way off. Mom tells him to his face that if he didn't look so happy with what he was doing, he would be under house arrest until his death of old age. She inquires. He doesn't have any way of dodging the questions entirely, so he goes for damage control. He admits that he helped someone break a girl out of Yakuza's grasp, and that he is trying to find someone from the police ready to defend the girl in question. He tells her he wasn't telling her all that because he was worried that she would be worried, and since she almost fainted at him when she heard the word Yakuza, he had a point. Eventually, he is done weaving his cover story. His mom looks at him in silence for a few long seconds. Then she sighs. You really resemble your father, you know. Izuku freezes. She rarely spoke of him and was dodging his every question for years. A year ago, she finally admitted that it was just a one-night stand and that she didn't even know his name. My father. He blinks at her a few times. Wait, didn't you say that? That it was just a single night, and that I knew nothing about him? Inko sighs. You aren't the only one who is keeping secrets in this house, Izuku. Your father was the bravest and most heroic person I ever met, and that's why he is dead now, and why we're living here, away from prying eyes. Mom, that's, he says, but she makes a step forward and pokes her finger into his chest. I will not tell you anything about him. She replies promptly. He sacrificed himself so that we could hide. His killers are still out there. This secret dies with me. But I know how much of his desire to help others you inherited. The only way of stopping you from doing what you're doing is to kill you. So, you're free to keep doing it, without telling me about the details. Just, tears are glistening at the corners of her eyes. Just please, be careful. I already lost him. I don't want to lose you too. She cries. Izuku cries too. That seems to run in the family. Izuku has a lot of questions now, but Inko refuses to answer them, and Izuku isn't sure if he wants to know what she is hiding. As if the day wasn't full of events, May phones him during the evening. Izu, I have good news. May pipes at him from the phone. Izuku Midoriya's mind breaks. Izu, it counts as a cutesy nickname, right? And a girl gave it to him. A pretty girl that he spent a lot of time with recently. His virgin heart has problems taking it. Then again, she was from one of the wealthiest families in the country, and he sort of has issues picturing her being in love with anyone who isn't made from polymers and metal. So whatever his dumb teenager brain is picturing is certainly not an option. Oh, all right. Izuku replies intelligently. What news? He adds after a second. I think I established contact with a group of metahumans from Hasu. May announces triumphantly. Group of comparable numbers to the network. But I think we beat them up in financing, combat experience, and so on. Oh, that's brilliant, May. He replies. Then he freezes suddenly. Unless it's a trap. A bit early for Overhaul's another move. Then again, who knew how Chisaki's mind worked exactly? Well, I didn't tell them anything confidential. May promptly replies. She seems to be worried by Izuku's suggestion, however. I set up a meeting with them. In 5 days. You should probably be super cautious, though. That's the secret of Izuku Midoriya's success as a superhero. He is always cautious, unless there is someone that needs saving in front of him. The next morning, he gets another phone call. This time, surprisingly enough, it's the police. Or, to be exact, whoever got the phone that he handed to that detective. He runs back to his room and then picks it up, while secretly very happy that May installed a voice alteration program on his phone because he left his mask at the network's headquarters. Yes, Detective Tsukachi from Musutafu Police Department speaking. Izuku decides that the voice is vaguely familiar. I believe that we've met on a certain rooftop. Oh, that one. Yes, I believe so. Izuku replies calmly. The voice alteration software smooths his voice out, making sure that the policeman does not know how nervous the superhero is. So, did you find someone willing to talk with me about it? Yes, I did. Detective replies. Superintendent Aizawa Shouta wishes to have a meeting with you, and asked me to set it up. Superintendent. The voice alteration didn't seem to cover up a hint of disappointment, at least judging from the fact that the detective picked it up immediately. Higher ranks of the police have been messy since the war. Detective replies. He doesn't go into reasons for that, but Izuku is painfully aware of those. And White Tsukachi prefers not to talk about it. He might be technically only a head of the precinct, but he is the head of police here in Takoba City. It's more a first among equals situation, though. This probably explains why the police were too disorganized to figure out the superhero-supervillain deal. The war decimated the police, especially once the front passed over them. Then some policemen tried to sabotage the occupational government. Some cooperated with too much enthusiasm and were shot or dishonorably discharged once the tides turned and the People's Republic of China retreated from Japan. The government was trying to reorganize everything, but it was still complete chaos. Too many people were promoted too high because everyone above them in the ranks died or was fired. The databases were in shambles. People kept accusing each other of what they did during the war. Financing was a mess too, especially with the economy skydiving. Izuku was almost certain that there were local precincts that were aware of superpowers, either because they had a run-in with a supervillain or because they had a friendly local superhero. But they weren't reporting it to the higher-ups, either because they didn't trust those, were afraid of losing their superhero asset, or because they were afraid of being laughed at. What a goddamn mess. He eventually sets up a meeting with that Aizawa fellow in a week. He has a rather strict timetable for the so-called meantime. May Hatsume was clearly in an extraordinarily good mood. Shino Sasaki, in the meantime, was in an extraordinarily bad mood. They arrived at Takoba City through a train, all to maintain the lowest profile possible. They also didn't look themselves. Some hair dye and a brief visit to a stylist do wonders. That was the least that Shino forced out of May in order to agree to the outing. Got him being kicked out of the job. If there are people with superpowers running around, she has to keep May safe. They arrive in Takoba, find a hotel with decent standards, rent a room, have the remaining bodyguards stay there for the time being. Then they change their clothes into something very local. The only thing that May refuses to part with is a backpack. There is her laptop and other things that Shino doesn't want to know about. Then she and Shino depart to the apparent meeting place. And this is where Shino's bad mood changes from normal to extraordinary, because May forgot to mention that her metahuman friends are holed up in an abandoned district. Ruined buildings, general desolation, intimidating silence. It's not like those places were completely abandoned. Shino knew that some people just wanted to hang out where no one was looking. Still, it felt like she was back at the front line. Terrible memories. She kept flinching randomly, suspecting an attack, but none came. Eventually, they arrived at a building. It looked relatively well preserved, but the only feature of it that truly stood out was that all the windows were boarded from the inside. Shino was about to tell May to step back, but the door suddenly opened in front of them. Green-haired kid. That green-haired kid, considering the sudden squeal that May let out of her. Ugh, this is going to be a pain. Shino Sasaki wasn't sure what she expected when she heard May claim that there were other people like her and that they were about to meet them. For as much as May's eyes were unique, well, it was just an equivalent of a microscope and binoculars. Scope 2, when she closed one of her eyes. Nothing that shocking, all things considered. May, of course, told her absolutely nothing beforehand. As a result, Shino ended up being thoroughly shocked by being in the presence of half-human, half-frog, with some rather intense, on-stare. Young man who could harden himself to the point of being completely bulletproof, while also making himself look like a stone demon. Young woman who could secrete and control acid at will, while looking, well, kinda odd. Girl with a gun who could manipulate the gravity of everything she touched. Green-haired kid who, according to May's rushed introductions, could lift a car with his mind, or smash a villain to a red paste. At least he seemed genuinely freaked out when she announced the latter. She was getting fired for this. Then again, May was absolutely right in her decision to keep probing into the meta-ability business. Her parents came to believe that those were mostly some relatively weak abilities, and decided that the risk of being ostracized for uniqueness outweighs the potential benefits of exploration into that field. Considering the assortment of powers that Shino saw in this very room, Hatsume's were extremely wrong in that assessment. She might have been a soldier, and thus her mind concentrated on military applications only, but damn, there were a lot of military applications, and probably lots of civilian ones too. May keeps herself in line for maybe 3 hours. Once they all get to know each other properly, she decides she needs a moment with Izuku Midoriya and pulls him up the stairs. Shino is almost certain that it won't be a moment. She celebrates the inevitable end of her bodyguard career by showing some self-defense tricks to the kids in front of her. May pulls him by his hand upstairs. "Where is your room?" she asks him. There is something slightly weird in her voice, and Izuku is really confused about the entire ordeal. Oh, he is super happy to see her, even if he is rather worried about the part where she came with a bodyguard. She's acting kinda odd. He tells her, shouldn't she be asking where her room is? She opens the door, pushes him inside, steps in behind him and closes the door. It's a rather empty space. There is a bed. There is a small wardrobe with some clothes. There is his desk where he is resting his laptop on when he ends up working on it here, plus his hero gear. It's neatly packed into the corner of the room. May? He asks, still slightly worried. What is it, Ab? Izu, she says, and he freezes a bit. There is a pleasant tingle to his spine when he hears her saying that to his face. I have decided to make an announcement. All right. Why is it just him, though? I want to have sex with you, she announces with a completely straight face. What? Www what? He manages to utter after a few seconds of shocked silence. Sex is an act during which two or rarely more individuals. May starts telling him the definition. He interrupts it promptly. No, he doesn't want to know what her definition of that is. I mean, what brought that idea? Oh, I came prepared for that question. She smiles at him and pulls out several A4 pages of computer-printed text. It includes bullet points. Izuku wants to fly out of the window, find a rock, crawl under it, and don't leave it until he dies of dehydration. He is blushing furiously. A girl, a rather beautiful girl, just offered him that. He, partially against himself, takes the paper and skims through it. He can feel himself going redder and redder with every bullet point. May's list of reasons is rather wide. It ranges from his personality and the fact that he is a genuine inspiration for her inventions that she can actually interact or more or less equal level to the fact that his pleasant-to-look face. His intelligence and clear leadership skills are signs of his genetics being a worthwhile addition to her own. There is also a part where she describes, rather vividly, what she feels when she sees him saving people while using her babies. He almost faints when he goes through it. MMA. He stutters when he finishes reading the file. I'm honored that you are seeing me in that light, but your family is. She shrugs and interrupts him. Oh please, they already gave up on the idea of me ever getting into a relationship with anyone. She says confidently, I'm most likely not going to inherit the company, and I'll only stay a researcher and developer because they know I'm good at it. But I know they wish that I'd find someone to be with, despite all of that. And at this point, for as long as said someone is a human being of appropriate age and without a criminal record, they won't bat an eye. Izuku decides to try to get out differently. All right, but he takes a deep breath. I don't think that just sex is what I want. I mean, damn it, he made it sound like is looking for sex but with more attached to it. Wrong wording. It's supposed to be something out of love. So, relationship, intent to marry or marriage and, oh, but I totally want to be your girlfriend and, eventually, wife. May bulldozes his meager defenses without batting an eye. I just came to believe, during my rather plentiful research on the subject, that it's very easy to get lost and confused and waste a lot of time and go through many chapters without stating your intentions openly at the beginning. Omegato read romance mangas for relationship tips. Oh. Izuku blinks a few times at her, trying to figure out what to do next. Then he prepares another counter-argument. Izuku Midoriya realizes that it wasn't a very good counter-argument when he wakes up the next morning with a still sleeping May Hatsume next to him. Her clothes are mostly missing. So are his, now that he checks it out. His mom is going to absolutely kill him when she finds out. On the other hand, he now has a girlfriend, and considering the faint smile on her lips, he did well. Shino Sasaki realized that the worst, best-case scenario came to fruition when neither May nor Izuku returned downstairs that evening. When some kids wanted to come to check on them, she accepted her fate and told them openly that May came here in person to seduce her crush, and if they weren't coming down, it's rude to interrupt them. That elicited a wide variety of reactions, from the acid girl's impish smile, through some faint manly from the hardening youngster to clear surprise with maybe a hint of confusion and sadness from Gravity Girl's face to a quizzical stare from the Frog Girl. The next morning, their suspicions are confirmed. May and Izuku came down late, but she was absolutely beaming at everyone and he was. Frankly, he looked torn between being ashamed of whatever happened and beaming at everyone like she was. Shino sighs. Somehow the kids stopped themselves from openly asking questions. But the acid girl becomes an exception when she congratulates them with a shit-eating grin on her face. May thanks her for that, while her boyfriend looks like he wants to shrink down and disappear. Unfortunately, the frog girl's mouth lacks a filter. She waits for a while before opening it, though. So, how was it? Ribbit, she blurts. Wait, you can't just. Izuku is trying to salvage the situation. It's pointless, especially while May is there. He is a man of contrasts, I'd say. She informs them. Izuku stops his pitiful attempts at saving himself and looks at her, clearly surprised. Physically, he has almost no strength, but a lot of stamina. His meta ability has incredible strength but lacks stamina. It actually complements his baseline abilities well. Wait, is she talking about? Oh, well, usage of meta abilities in bed is probably going to be a thing. Izuku seems to be catching up to the roundabout way of her narration and grows increasingly red and exasperated. He tries to save himself again. He fails. His personality is also normally that of a shy, kind boy, too pure for this world. May continues, and Shino can see a dawning grin on her face. While in bed, he is the absolute opposite of that. No, Izuku is trying. but his authority is absolutely zero. Everyone in the room is either laughing at his predicament, blushing slightly, or both. Stop blowing things out of proportions and, I vaguely remember you ignoring my Izu, no, exclamations at least twice last evening. She informs him with a shit-eating grin on her face. I'm grateful for both cases in hindsight, but considering the fact that I can barely sit straight today, your attempts to maintain an image of an innocent cinnamon roll are pointless. Izuku Midoriya shrinks in his seat. She no sighs. They are really made for each other, aren't they? May, why you? They all hear. My research shows that embarrassing your partner publicly in situations like this is a crucial element of a relationship. She replies promptly and Shino vows to get those romance mangas away from her grasp, even if it kills her. Does someone know Overhaul's phone number? Izuku deadpans. Because I really want to die right now. May is positively beaming at everyone the whole day. Not only did she achieve the primary objective of her excursion on her first day, but she also got to witness her small power generator and all the changes to the building that Uraraka created at her instruction. Not to mention meeting all the new metahumans. That was an important thing as well. Just her inventions. Uraraka gave her a quick tour. Honestly, this was objectively speaking 10 times cooler than designing components for a new model of a fridge or something equally boring. Of course, her babies were 10 times cooler than this, but that came without saying. Uraraka installed everything correctly. She had a talent for that, May recognized that much. Oh, not the same type of engineering talent as the one that the Hatsume heiress had. She wasn't an inventor, but when given the tools and a plan, she would actually install everything correctly. And if plans were faulty, she knew how to improvise on their basis without messing anything up. Frankly, if Uraraka Ochako didn't find her calling in being a superhero, May would offer her a job at Hatsume Industries. Nothing super important, she was young, and not hyper-competent at something rather unique like May was, but she would rise high at the company. Everything's in order. May grins as they emerge from the basement. It's one thing to know that things work, and another to actually see them at work, you know. Yeah, I know. Uraraka chuckles. My dad once came for an inspection at an almost finished building only to discover that the electrical installation that somehow worked was actually. The tale is an electrician horror story. May is equal parts horrified and amused. By the way, May says when the tale ends, your hero uniform, Aka my adorable baby number 3, has been finished. It arrived 2 days ago, but I asked Izu to wait with showing it to you. I wanted to be here for that. Uraraka's eye lit up. May is really proud of her baby number 3. Most of it is a skin-tight bodysuit, something akin to the newest generation of spacesuits. Of course, she improved upon it with a lot of elastic yet highly resistant carbon polymers. Frankly, it looks way thinner but offers a similar level of protection to Izuku's hero uniform. The only exceptions are the helmet and the notably thicker back section. It is actually a small container for compressed air. It's connected through some small tubes to her hands and feet. She can actually use it to discharge some of the said air. Just enough to move around faster when weightless. There is also a shield, a ballistic one, larger than the one normally used by the police, but it's partially retractable. May use some heavier materials to make it resistant to most anti-tank rounds unless they were fired from up close. Uraraka recently learned how to selectively release her ability, and how to lower the weight of something instead of getting rid of it entirely, so she can keep her own equipment weightless, while still using her abilities to their fullest. And they also figured out that she can extend her effect through mediums for as long as there is a physical connection. The result was the fact that her right gauntlet could launch a line with a small piece of metal at the end. If she hit anything with it, she could render it weightless without direct contact. Small magnets allowed her to attach a pistol and rifle if she wanted to. Considering her meta ability, weight wasn't the problem. Ergonomy was, but May dealt with that. Oh, and figuring out the aesthetic, it had to be low profile, so she went with black. But she also didn't want to make it look like a villain/too black in general, so she added some dark gold highlights. Uraraka quickly changed into it. Then she spent a good 30 minutes flying around the common room, squealing in heavily concentrated happiness. Then she ran out of compressed air temporarily and almost slammed into the floor. Well, that's what you get for ignoring the warning messages on your visor's HUD. May helps Uraraka raise up. This is awesome, Alchemist-san. Uraraka exclaims loudly when she is finally standing upright. Positive review of her baby. Oh yeah, that day is just getting better. There is that meeting in Hasu in 7 hours. So hopefully, the theme of positive surprises will keep going. Just remember, May shakes her finger at Uraraka, that this suit makes you knife-proof. Maybe bulletproof, but only against handguns and at a larger distance. You aren't invincible. Not to mention, bulletproof meant not having a bullet go through your internal organs, and not the impact disappearing without breaking a rib or two and giving you a nasty bruise to end all bruises. I know. Uraraka bounces the attack back. Midoriya already had a talk about that with me. I have high mobility and I'm decent with a rifle, but I'd lose at close range to both him and Kirishima, and probably both Overhaul and Mustard. I'm not supposed to fight at a close distance unless it's an emergency. So my standard way of combat would be what I did that night when Ashido and Kirishima joined us. So scale a building while weightless and provide overwatch. Her father was apparently a hunter. Well, as a hobby, but she picked it up and was skilled at it. Izuku had a theory that her meta ability caused some physical alterations before proper manifestation, building up her kinesthesia and sense of balance in preparations for her weightless 3D maneuverability. Add some genuine training and suddenly you have a decent skill. She wasn't a sniper, but she could hit what she pointed her gun at a sensible distance, even if it tried to dodge it. May was in the process of figuring out how to get her a proper sniper rifle. Maybe she should just design one herself. That would technically be a baby, right? Maybe with some special bullets. For example, something to knock people out non-lethally. Oh, she likes that idea. She'll start making a blueprint for it here, then she'll manufacture it in her lab once she goes back to Kyoto. This is still the pre-Mustard model. May adds, just like Defiant Kun's suit, it's not gas-proof. Be aware of that. Uraraka nods a few times. Honestly, Mustard is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. And that's if you don't count his potential for large-scale civilian casualties. That made him into a walking nightmare. So, by the way, May decides to ask, do you have a crush on Izuku? Uraraka reacts funny to that. She might be wearing a helmet, but it's clear that she was startled underneath. Her upper limbs were flying around as if it was going to make her fly away from the awkward question she was asked. Well, technically they could, but she ran out of compressed air for a short while. What do you mean? Do you want a definition of having a crush? May asks. She tried to provide Izu with a definition of sex when he asked, only to discover that she misunderstood the instruction. Why were relationships so complicated? What? No. May was right. He is literally your boyfriend now. How could I? I thought crushes are kinda involuntary. May replies, slightly concerned with this additional complication of what she already struggled to understand, and not something to blame someone for having. Acting upon it is a different matter, though. I won't act on it. Uraraka promptly replies, oh, a mistake. So you have a crush to act on. May goes for the throat. Uraraka blue screens again. Maybe a tiny one. She finally admits, I'm not sure myself if it's that, it's just, Japan is a mess, everything is rather horrible, people are pessimistic. I was living in a forest because that was honestly a good idea in the circumstances. But then he comes around, a kid my age telling people he wants to be a superhero and save people. It's just so out of place. I originally agreed to come with him because I was just tired of being alone. But he is sticking to his goal and frankly, I think it might work. Baby steps, So it's either a slight crush or just you being in awe of his idealism despite everything acting against it and looking up to him as a community leader. May replies and Uraraka nods. Looks like some actual progress on the figure out how relationships work. Oh, well, I wouldn't be mad if it was the former and you acted on it, really. Oh dear, Uraraka blue screens so much. What is she running on? Windows Millennium. What? She finally utters. I'm from the super wealthy folks. Way higher than you probably think. May sighs. She should probably just tell them all. They are her friends. Not like she ever expected to have some, but, well, there she is. It's hard to find a marriage among the people I know that wasn't, to a degree, arranged. One big bag of stupid if you ask me. But I might have still been kinda influenced by the upbringing in the world where half of the people, thankfully excluding my parents since their marriage went super well, are almost open about having mistresses or whatnot. That's kinda horrible. Uraraka comments and May shrugs. More like dumb and counterproductive, but hey, she doesn't really care. The point is, don't feel guilty if you decide that you have a crush on him. May announces, I really don't mind. If a lot of girls will have a crush on him, it will just be a sign of what a high-quality boyfriend I got. I don't think that it's possible with him, but if you actually seduce him, I won't mind either. Well, for as long as I don't feel neglected, it's not done behind my back and there is no scheme to remove my material property from me behind it. Since then I'm going to do mean things. She was probably going to spend more of her time in different prefectures. Not having to worry about some nasty woman trying to steal her boyfriend was one way of dealing with the problem. Her words obviously broke Uraraka. Good. Sasaki-san had a good idea of pointing out to May that Uraraka looked slightly dejected by May's let's seduce the fluffy hair broccoli man plan. May's social skills are there, just incomplete in some fields and sometimes consciously ignored. She likes Uraraka and wants to be friends with her. Letting her stew with a combination of guilt and jealousy feels like a bad idea. If May learned something during the last few days, it's that it's best to just have a talk about something openly instead of wasting time sitting on whatever issue you had. Social skills were easy to master, after all. She had no idea why people struggled with those. Nusutafu Prefecture has 3 major cities: Takoba, the prefecture capital; Hasu, which used to be a notable industrial center before the war; and Aldera, which was the smallest and least important of Nusutafu's urban sprawls. Once the war ended, the situation was practically reversed. Aldera was by far the most stable and prosperous city in the prefecture, although mostly because it suffered the least destruction during the war. Takoba was on the fence, really. Thanks to the tireless work of Superintendent Aizawa and the presence of the governor, Takoba more or less worked. Sure, half of the city was mostly abandoned or turned into a slum where the police didn't dare to go unless it was in force, and with either a company of the riot police or SAT troopers. But the other half, more or less, worked. Hasu didn't. Hasu was a notable center of the armaments industry before the war. During it, absolutely everyone wanted a peace. By the time both sides realized that there was nothing left to fight for anymore, the city was lying in ruins. Oh, some of it was rebuilt. Humans are curious creatures, equally likely to show feats of heroic willpower as they are to just give up or break. But there were limits to what they could achieve before the money ran out. Today, less than a quarter of the city had running water, electricity, and at least a basic level of law enforcement. It was maintained both by the police and by the JSDF forces manning the checkpoints by the entrances to the stable zones. The rest was partially depopulated, and either a slum or a completely abandoned district. The crime was rampant, and the gangs and local self-defense militias fought turf wars, while the police and army were doing their best to hold their ground in hopes of better times coming. If Takoba was a modern city in crisis, Hasu reached the cyberpunk dystopia level of criminal activity and hopelessness for all but the privileged one, just without the cool gadgets. Izuku had May's drone scanned the entire area surrounding the dilapidated excuse of a long-pillaged warehouse. She found 3 people waiting inside, which more or less lined with the estimated size of whatever group they were supposed to meet. Well, they lacked 1 person, but it was less worrying than them having surplus people in hiding. Izuku decided to pop up to say hello with Uraraka and Kirishima. The latter lacked a cool, intimidation factor-inducing hero uniform and was simply wearing some identity-concealing hoodie. So, do we make an entrance, or? Uraraka asks Izuku when they are close. It's possible that they have a detection-oriented meta ability. It would be a rather cool thing to have, really. They didn't have any. The closest they had was Izuku while under ignition, which made him perceive things to pull in the vicinity, but he didn't have any control over its activation. And it had a rather short range. Trying to appear out of nowhere only to be detected beforehand would look cheap. So here's what we'll do. This is a bad idea, Shinsu announces. This is a horribly bad idea. It's probably a trap, you realize that. That talk again. Weren't they past it already? In case you didn't notice, I can't keep paying your bills forever. Kayokajiro replies with a voice of absolute tiredness. My parents aren't that wealthy, and if I don't do that, you'll be back to robbing convenience stores. So please, do me a favor and let me try to contact whatever organization is gathering people like us and supporting them, which apparently includes housing and food. Also, shut up for a moment. All right. He obediently shuts up. Great. Her parents are rather famous, at least locally. They supported her ever since her ability manifested, and they realize her need to meet others like her. But there is a limit on how much money she can throw around. She really is at her wit's end. Besides, she jacked herself into a support beam and is listening intently. She can hear or at least search through the sounds within a kilometer distance. The guests are already in front of the building, and thus far, nothing indicates a trap. Miko says nothing. She is their exit strategy if things go belly up. Hopefully, they won't. But she is still partially hidden behind a pillar, just in case it was an attack. Kyoka truly hopes that this position looks natural, because otherwise whoever is coming will probably realize she is important. The warehouse entrance opens. Kyoka immediately realizes that whatever group they contacted means business. She certainly can't afford a riot shield, gun, and quite high-tech looking bodysuit with a closed helmet. A woman enters first, looks around, then makes a step sideways, puts the shield down, and Kyoka almost freaks out when the woman pulls a rifle from her back. At least she doesn't point it towards them. She is just holding it, in a position where her shield is mostly concealing her. Then 2 more people enter, both wearing hoodies and face masks. One, a bulky man, stands by the entrance, mirroring the riflewoman's position. The other walks forward and stops in the middle of the warehouse. I'm Defiant, the figure at the front announces. It's a young man, judging from the voice, the head of the metahuman network. You wanted to meet with us. Kyoka gulps. This is certainly a bit more intimidating than she expected. Defiant. She was about to say something, but Shinsu cut in. Oh, she is absolutely pissed at him now. What are you, a superhero? His standard mocking tone is all there. He is probably trying to make sure that he can at least put one enemy under his meta ability if he wants, but she is still angry at him for cutting her off. She is a leader, damn it. Yes, Defiant doesn't seem fazed by the mockery at all. I have a superpower. I use it to fight criminals and save people. That makes me a superhero, at least by the definitions of the term that I know of. Oh, great. Shinsu clicks his tongue in irritation. A loony. Stop that. Kyoka has enough. She gives him one of her trademark icy stares. If he stood closer and she was all right with betraying her meta ability, she would already hit him with her earphone jacks. We hope to meet with someone serious. Shinsu promptly replies. We got a guy who thinks he is a superhero. He is probably going to die in a ditch in a week or two. This meeting was a mistake. Kyoka knows why he is this angry and frustrated. This doesn't make him any less of a pain in the ass. I think that's your leader's thing to decide. Defiant cuts in. Shinsu looks back at him. Also, I think you are seriously selling me short without even trying to find out what I can do and what I already did. Oh, really? Shinsu stares back at him, and Kyoka realizes that he is about to do a very stupid thing. Remain motionless for 3 minutes. Defiant freezes. Shinsu, you idiot. Kyoka wants to go home and bash Shinsu's head in with a club. Undo that at once. No, Shinsu replies. The two sidekicks of Defiant are growing clearly worried. Kyoka prays that this doesn't change into a gunfight, because they don't have guns. See, this is my ability. Mind control. Just a minuscule mistake, and if I wanted, you'd be dead. That's how far your stupid dream takes you. It's unbreakable, by the way. So shove your... Kyoka realizes that something is wrong when Shinsu stops talking. He is clearly trying to open his jaw, but it doesn't seem to work. It's as if something was holding her in place. Unbreakable? Really? Defiant asks, and Shinsu's eyes widen in shock. I think you are overselling yourself now, Shinsu-kun. Kyoka stares at him in horror. Shinsu's mind control was impossible to resist unless he messed up the orders. They tested that. I recognize you now. The series of robberies here in Hasu. Since you didn't kill or maim anyone and I recognize that living in this city isn't easy, I'll consider your criminal acts as caused by desperation. So I'll not drag you to the nearest police precinct, especially as I recognize the usefulness of your meta ability. And the fact that keeping you in prison would be hard. But if I get to see you using your meta ability on anyone not in self-defense or without their approval, I'm going to slam your face into the floor so many times that it will stop resembling a face. Did I make myself clear? The grip on Shinsu's face lessens. Why? Yes, Shinsu manages to reply. He is truly and honestly terrified of Defiant now. If your meta ability works as I think it does, you have great potential as a hero, Shinsu-kun. Defiant continues. You could defuse hostage situations or get suicidal people off the edges of the building without even trying. So please, don't squander it by acting like an idiot. This time Shinsu doesn't reply. Instead, he seems to shrink a bit. So, can we go back to negotiating? Defiant says, turning his head towards Kyoka. She wakes up from the stupor. Yes, at least it's still a negotiation. Though she is certain that she lost a lot of negotiation power with Shinsu's stupid stunt. Hasu is, honestly, not doing pretty well. Our only source of funds considers moving to Takoba or Aldera. We can't stay here, so we're looking for someone to help you with that. Defiant interrupts her. We don't exactly have a presence at Aldera, but Takoba wouldn't be a problem. Do not expect luxury, but basic accommodations shouldn't be a problem. Becoming a hero is entirely optional. We have 2 metahumans who are merely under our protection and aren't a part of the network. Protection? Kyoka asks. From what? Thus far, the biggest problem in Hasu was not getting shanked after walking into the wrong alleyway. Shanked, shot in the head or captured and sold. But that only if you walked into the really wrong alleyway. I'm a superhero. Defiant replies with a shrug. Supervillains come in a package with that term. One particularly nasty is gathering up metahumans from this prefecture. I already had to battle him to rescue a 6-year-old girl he all but tortured, and I'm not looking forward to doing that again. Shit. The worst thing she saw done with powers were Shinsu's convenience store robberies and Toga's blood frenzy. The idea that someone was gathering people with powers with bad intentions. Not good. Ugh, she probably should have expected that. But somehow she didn't. It could still be a trap. Defiant could be the one gathering metahumans up. There was a way to test that. I think that we'll agree to work with you, Kyoka says, but under one condition. Yes? Defiant asks back. You let Shinsu get one of your sidekicks under his meta ability. She replies, so he can ask them if you are speaking the truth. I will not trust your words with no proof. Defiant's head turns towards his 2 sidekicks. They both nod. Sure, he shrugs. Have fun with that. Did someone tell you that your personality does 180 when you're in your superhero mode? Uraraka asks when they leave the warehouse and start walking towards the edge of Hasu. Izuku replies, not very intelligently, but he really didn't expect that question. What do you mean? Dude, you were intimidating like hell back there. Kirishima adds, I got chills when you grabbed that mind-controlling guy and gave him a monologue. I just said what came to my mind. Izuku replies, And the mask smoothed my voice out, so the stuttering wasn't there. They are going to freak out when they see and hear you without it. Your Uraraka adds and sighs. Mark my words. Izuku is more worried about May freaking out when she finds out about Miko Ito's meta ability. For now, he is completely ignoring her inquiries into the new meta abilities of the new metahuman network members. They return to the hideout 3 hours later, rather exhausted by the entire ordeal. May immediately leaps off at Izuku, complaining about him keeping her in the dark, and asking him where the new people are. Oh, if only she knew. Izuku sends the message from his phone. This is going to be fun. Shino Sasaki realizes that something's fishy almost immediately. Izuku Midoriya is way too dodgy about his favorite subject. Despite May being the one to attempt interrogation, she also feels out of place. She is the only non-metahuman in the building. She promptly retreats to the corner of the common room and continues observing the gathering of people with honestly kinda bullshit level powers. After a few minutes of chaos and attempted interrogations, the air at the opposite end of the room suddenly starts turning black. Shino's hand goes towards her gun, but then Izuku announces that it's all according to plan. What in the? There is a black, circular surface with a yellowish, orangish edge floating there. And then, suddenly, the black color is replaced by a look into a completely different room. There is a girl with long, black hair and some ruined pair of trousers and t-shirt looking at them through it, slightly startled. Then she waves at them awkwardly. New member number 1. Izuku Midoriya announces. Miko Ito. Meta ability, teleportation. Shino stares at him in shock. She can, although it's a time-consuming thing, open gateways connecting 2 places, allowing for instantaneous travel between them. Though she can only maintain 2 such connections at once, Shino can see the existential dread dawning on May's face. It's like seeing someone go through all stages of grief in 10 seconds. Oh dear. She is already acutely aware of May's pained reaction to seeing the meta abilities obliterate the constants of physics. She heard her complain yesterday that everyone in this building, save for Shino, is a supervillain because they are breaking the laws of physics, biology, or genetics, and they should probably go to jail for that. It was that bad. And now, this, Izu, May says, with a voice and face screaming the word trauma. Hold me, I'm going to cry. She buries her face into the front of his battle hoodie. He hugs her back and uses his right hand to pat her head. Oh, they are cute together. The teleportation girl walks into the room with a backpack and a suitcase. She stands beside the portal, clearly feeling rather awkward there. The second person to walk through is a punkish black-haired girl wearing a black leather jacket, salmon-colored shirt with some rips, black pants and boots, a black choker and a pair of headphones. They look to be custom designed because they seem to cover a lot of space under the ears rather than just the ears. Kyoka Jiru, Izuku announces. Her meta ability is in her ears. The girl takes off one of her headphones, showing the flexible, plug-like earlobes that were hidden underneath them. She can connect them to the various surfaces, enough to hear all sounds within a distance counted in at least hundreds of meters. She can also project and amplify sounds through whatever they touch. Apparently, her heartbeat is loud enough to shatter concrete when she does that. Okay, that was. Well, in modern warfare, your ability to destroy things tends to be secondary in importance after your ability to know things. That girl sounded scarily useful, at least in urban warfare. What happened to her? Kyoka asks, her exposed earlobe pointing towards May, who is sobbing loudly. She's a scientist. Izuku replies promptly. She just saw someone teleport between 2 cities. She is taking it pretty hard. The word teleport is accentuated by a quiet wail from May. Izuku hugs her tighter. Oh, all right. Kyoka decides to not pay May any more attention and stands next to Miko. The third person emerges from the portal, this time with baggage, vaguely purplish, messy hair. Ibex. He also glanced towards Izuku and he seemed to be afraid of him. Odd. The oddest part was the fact that he was holding what looked like the end of a leash. The other side was clearly still on the other side of the portal. Did he have a dog or something? Hitoshi Shinzu, Izuku announces. His meta ability is mind control. If he speaks to you and you respond verbally, he can issue orders to you and you will obey them in a trance-like state. He can't issue self-destructive orders, and he can't alter the way your conscious mind works, so he can't tell you to like him, for example. Also, it apparently doesn't work on me. There is a story behind it, one that Shino is kinda curious about. She is also abjectly terrified. Mind control now, really, literally. Every new metahuman she meets adds another exclamation mark to the general level of importance the metahuman research has in her mind. She wonders how long it will take May to confront her parents about it. In Shino's opinion, this should happen as soon as possible. There are some worried reactions after the mind control part. We had a very serious talk about it. Izuku continues. And Shinsu-kun will not use his powers on anyone here unless you give him his explicit approval to do so. Shinsu jerks a bit and is clearly afraid of Izuku. Once again, odd. That kid is all cuteness and rainbows. Seeing him intimidate people is rather strange. There is also supposed to be a fourth member, Izuku says. Kyoka nods towards him and gestures towards Hitoshi, who promptly pulls the leash. There is a girl on the other side. Messy blonde hair, somewhat ragged clothing, and a muzzle, plus handcuffs and leg cuffs. Hey, what the hell? It's Ashido that's the first to react. Considering the snippets of her past that Shino heard about, it's not surprising. There is an excellent reason for that and she agreed to that. Kyoka replies quickly. The girl in a muzzle gives them a thumbs-up gesture. Her meta ability makes her a vampire. She can also shape-shift into whoever's blood she drank recently, which is pretty cool. But the problem is that when she isn't satiated properly, she goes berserk when she smells or sees blood. And we didn't have enough of it to keep her satiated. Shinsu can pacify her when she goes into a frenzy, but sometimes she is too lost in it to reply, and despite looking thin, she is strong and fast. Names Himiko Toga, Shinsu adds, or the famed Hasu vampire, although that's something that happened involuntarily. Well, finding a less, weird way of pacifying her is certainly going to be a priority. Izuku comments. Shino decides that weird is a much better word than fetishistic. Then he moves over to introducing the people present in the room. Once her brief breakdown ends, it takes May about 10 minutes to figure out a way to deal with Toga's issues. Namely, she just needs a mask that covers her eyes and nose, one that can filter both the sight and smell of blood. It will require some fine-tuning and a lot of densely packed electronics, but it should be done within a week. The Hasu metahumans are clearly relieved, especially the vampire herself. In the meantime, she is going to be restrained in one of the empty apartments. They are also deeply freaked out when Izuku Midoriya takes his mask off, revealing the perpetually smiling kid their age underneath it. Uraraka shoots him and I told you look. Alright, so do any of you want to give the hero business a shot? Izuku asks at some point of the unofficial welcome party. Don't get the wrong idea. It's still optional, but some of your powers, hell, all of your powers sound like something incredibly useful. I'm also about to talk with the police and I hope that we'll be actually paid for the heroic activities. Also, neither of you has an explicitly combat ability, except for Jiru-san, but hers isn't that powerful, so we talk about support, not direct combat. I'm in. Miko Ito replies immediately. I mean, I get that my power is valuable. May shivers in the background suddenly, and I suspect people will be after me eventually. Having the police in my corner sounds like a good idea. Hero codename. Izuku asks her back. She thinks about it for a few seconds. How about eclipse? She replies. I mean, that black surface kinda looks like the sun during an eclipse. Cool. Izuku beams at her. Hitoshi Shinsu looks like this makes him nauseous. Anyone else? Jiru-san. I don't see an issue with that. She replies. It's mostly just overhearing people either way. Just for the record, I have a family out there, so my name doesn't leave this group. Yeah, I understand that. Izuku replies. Hero codename. How about? She tries to speak, but Shinsu cuts in. Earworm. She looks at him like she wants to murder him, only to sigh loudly. I guess it's not that bad. She admits and Izuku beams again. He really loves the idea of getting more superheroes. Alrighty then, he says. Shinsu, and Toga too, I guess. Are any of you willing to give it a go? Toga only stares at him. Shinsu, in the meantime, is slightly more vocal. Are you insane? He asks. She killed 2 people and wounded a dozen more. I robbed like 20 convenience stores. Yes, and during my first major action as a superhero, I lost control over my power and slammed a supervillain into the wall with enough strength to turn him into paste. Izuku calmly replies. Sure, he recovered, but I realize you can wound someone with your meta ability accidentally. And I already told you what I think about you in desperation. I'm having a meeting with a police officer soon, and I believe that I have arguments to perhaps persuade him to pardon you too, if you show your willingness to cooperate and help the local police. So, Shinsu stares at him for a few long seconds. Some rather complicated thought process makes itself occasionally visible on his tired face. Eventually, he sighs. Write me down as hijack. Izuku smirks a bit. Toga grabs Shinsu's hand and gestures something. He takes out an empty page ripped from some notebook and a pen. She writes something on it and hands it back to him. She wants to be Carmilla, Shinsu says. That's one crazily successful recruitment drive, especially when it inspires Mina to announce her desire to pick up Pinky as her hero name and join the network as a regular, which happens 20 minutes later. Okay, so I think that after analyzing all the new meta abilities, me and Izu pieced up something resembling a taxonomy for those. May announced during the joint dinner the next day. Taxonomy. Ribbit. Tsuyu asks, you know that there are many types of fishes out there. Izuku leans towards the frog girl. Taxonomy is giving every type of them a name, and establishing which types are related to each other, based on such things as similarities in their build, the placements of fins, and so on. Tsuyu nods. Thank you, Ribbit. She seems vaguely interested, but equally in the fish on the plate in front of her and what May and Izu had to say. Something besides meta abilities are bullshit, May's bodyguard comments, because that is what I kept hearing from you recently. She has wormed her way into the hearts of the network due to being able to cook delicious meals despite doing it in such a primitive environment. They unofficially adopted her. Her status as a not metahuman was promptly ignored. Oh, they totally are bullshit, May replies cheerfully. Honestly, I have no clue how they work. They absolutely violate the laws of science, and figuring out how that works in practice is something that I'm leaving for some international research committee with enough funding from the United Nations to buy out a small country. For now, I'm doing the basic investigations. So, Kirishima finished eating his share of food and switched fully to the top. What can you tell us? He possesses a deep-seated belief that attempting to tackle the unknown in the heart of the meta-ability phenomenon through the usage of your intellect and knowledge is super manly, and is supportive of that, even if the most that he can do is encourage May and Izuku to speak their mind. Well, thus far, there are clearly three major categories of meta-abilities. Izuku takes the wheel. May is a brilliant scientist, but he is the person who has read almost every imaginable thing about superheroes. Oddly enough, this makes him highly qualified in finding new applications of meta-abilities. We've decided to refer to them as emitters, transformations, and mutations. Emitters are basically the ability to generate, manipulate, or alter something that's away from your body. May takes over. Examples of emitters-type powers include the meta-abilities of Izuku, Uraraka, Ashido, Shinsu, Ito, and also both supervillains we know of. So Mustard and Overhaul. Then we have transformations, the ability to alter your own body. May continues. Here it would be Kirishima and Toga, although in her case, I suspect we are dealing with two somewhat fused meta-abilities. However, both cases have one clear common factor: they are powerful, but have a time limit. Finally, we have mutations. Izuku takes over again. So the permanent alteration of one's biology, that just happens to grant you some degree of supernatural ability. That'd be Tsuyu, Jiru, and May, although honestly, we suspect Tsuyu might be a special case. Special case? Ribbit. Frog Girl asks back. Jiru and I have a single biological alteration. May replies. You, in the meantime, have almost every single part of your body altered away from the human baseline. This is a completely different level. It's also something that I believe you share with Toga, as her vampiric qualities seem to grant her numerous mutation-type adaptations, hence her double quirk theory. In fact, for as much as we know, you two are technically subspecies of humans rather than humans per se. Izuku adds, we do not know if you can have children with baseline humans. This is something that will require some extensive DNA tests. Considering how consciously streamlined meta-abilities seem to be, we suspect you can, but your children will either pick either of their parents' subspecies, or they will all take yours. For now, we're referring to your type of mutations as complex mutations, while what May and Jiru had is simple mutations. What about my skin and horns? Ashido asks. And your hair? Perfect question. May beams at her. The answer to this is, honestly, we aren't sure, but we have a theory. Izuku says while people are still busy staring at increasingly confused May. They really expected her to say something constructive there. Let's take you, Ashido, as an example. You have an emitter-type ability to control acid. However, you are also clearly acid-proof yourself. Yes, Mina nods. So it's not like the meta-abilities come entirely alone. There are also clear biological adaptations to make them work better, as otherwise, you'd simply dissolve yourself during the first manifestation of your ability. So, for example, an emitter meta-ability allowing you to generate fire would come with an adaptation of being partially or entirely fireproof. It makes sense for the acid-proofness, yes. Miko Ito cuts in. But how's green hair an adaptation to telekinesis? She actually finished high school with very good grades and was about to get to the UA before things happen. She escaped her family after her ability manifested. That's a potential counter-argument to this theory, May admits. But it's also possible that the adaptations aren't as streamlined and well-adjusted as the meta-abilities themselves. So sometimes you get some illogical random changes thrown into the mix, like coloration changes and minor mutations. So, horns and so on. Okay, question 2. Miko Ito continues on. Let's go back to Carmilla. Thus far, we're all seeing people have a single meta-ability. So can you have more than one? And Himiko won the lottery twice, or is the complex mutation not registering as a meta-ability? So she simply won the lottery once, while Tsuyu didn't? Because honestly, if you can have more than one meta-ability, then I don't think this world will exist for long. Why? It's Jiru. May and Izuku were clearly thinking it over. Because there is a fair chance that, if this scenario is correct, you can actually inherit your parents' meta-abilities. Izuku caught up with Miko's trail of thought. And this is absolutely freaking me out. Miko admits. I mean, let's have a completely theoretical scenario here. Pinky and Gargoyle have a kid who can both harden himself and generate acid. The people in question blush at those words. Then Defiant and Singularity have a kid who can both manipulate gravity and has freakishly strong telekinesis. Izuku blushes. Uraraka does a spit take. If those kids then have kids with each other, we'll suddenly move from people with powers to almost literal physical gods in 3 generations. You can't exactly run a civilization when there are people around who can level a city district by sneezing too strongly. Okay, that's just horrifying. Shinsu comments, and I'm like 100% sure that if something akin to this mechanism is at play, someone's gonna start breeding said physical gods in their basement, and this is going to suck big time for everyone involved. Now that's an image none of them wants to have in their minds. Well, we won't know for sure until we have children. May replies after a long while. Considering the fact that meta abilities appear to be, as stated multiple times, streamlined for sustainability and optimized in general, I'm willing to hazard a hypothesis that you might be right about complex mutations not registering as meta abilities. I speculate based on the fact that Toga has her vampirism and a meta ability requiring blood intake. This is certainly not a random thing, but a clear thematic connection centered upon human blood. Perhaps if Tsuyu won the lottery, as you said, she would get water or poison-themed meta ability of non-mutant type. Izu, I agree, more or less, Izuku replied. As for theories, I'm willing to make one that descendants of meta ability bearers will either have one of their parents' powers, or a mix or two, or perhaps something random. The only question is if it's possible for a meta-human to have a non-meta-human child. Because if not, then eventually there will be only meta-humans left. Oh, most likely, May nods, but that's many generations in the future. And it also depends on how many meta-humans will manage to have children. We can expect some pushback from non-meta-humans, a fact that honestly saddens me. But it doesn't surprise me. Also, Miko-chan, can I call you that way? The teleporter girl nods, obviously slightly taken aback. You are officially invited to our meta-ability brainstorming sessions. Thank you. Miko blinks at them from the other end of the table. Are the weird talks over the dinners going to be a standard thing for this crew, or is it just a one-time thing? Shinsu asks. He looks exasperated by it, in his own emotionless way. Yes, Izuku and May reply almost in unison, eliciting a lot of laughs. So, by the way, are we all superheroes, or is there some sort of grading in play? The meal is over, but they are still chatting around the table. The who leaves first cleans the plates challenge that Mina announced took care of that. This time it's Kirishima that spoke, saying words that drew everyone's attention. What do you mean? Uraraka asks him back. Like, listen, I'm not discriminating against anyone here, Kirishima says officially. You all sound like pretty swell people. Most of you could easily get away with committing crimes. But you all joined the guy who told you that you could become superheroes. And that's manly like hell. You really should expand your compliment variety. Mina comments. Kirishima smiles back at her. How about masculine? He replies and she chuckles. Well, the point is, it's rather clear that only some of us have the meta abilities to actually fight people. I kind of thought that superheroes are meant to fight villains, mostly. Just considering it being the real world and people having guns out there, I kind of think that sending someone not bulletproof out there is begging for trouble, and I think we should work on naming. You catch my drift. He is clearly not sure how to put what he has in mind into words. Izuku catches up to his drift immediately. Yeah, I get that. Kirishima looks at him, clearly relieved. Honestly, our combat party is me, Kirishima and Uraraka, although she is supposed to keep a distance from the enemies. Maybe Tsuyu, if the enemy is an aquatic one, because she could probably beat us all underwater. The frog girl looks vaguely smug. The rest are more of a support role, though I think that Ashido-sen has the potential to get there. I do. Mina blinks at him. I mean, I can only project acid around. That's not exactly a combat-worthy power. I just have to make you an acid-proof hero suit. May speaks up. Then you just have to cover yourself with an acid armor of sufficient density and solubility that it would intercept rounds and dissolve melee weapons. Wait, when did you come up with that? Ashido is clearly interested in the idea, but also in where it came from. We had that figured out soon after we met you. Izuku replies, just in case you joined the network. We weren't going to pressure you into our ranks simply because we had an idea on how to make you a great superhero, though. It was more of a thought exercise. May agrees with him and makes the world know by a rather vigorous nodding. Oh, Mina blinks a few times in a daze. You guys are kinda scary, but in a good way. The best one. Uraraka pipes in. The manliest one. Kirishima agrees. Mina reacts to that with a chuckle. Izuku is at this point almost certain that Kirishima is using this adjective so often recently because it makes her laugh so much. Well, so in a way, we have several. Regular superheroes, Izuku adds, just with almost no combat experience. And a bit more. Sidekicks. I mean, if we get to work with police, you're probably going to get more screen time than we do, unless supervillains pop up. Especially our new friends from Hasu. Name as good as any other. Shinsu comments dryly. Jiro agrees with a nod. What about villains, then? Ito pipes in. We're clearly establishing the naming conventions, right? Villain and supervillain work well enough, I think. Izuku replies. Overhaul's clearly the latter. He has a powerful superpower and the mind and resources to back those up. Mustard is a particularly dangerous case of the former. In the meantime, Carmilla and Hijack are both former villains. Frankly, aren't you kinda Overhaul's equivalent? Kirishima asks while scratching his head. When Izuku's eyes turn towards him, he clarifies. Like, my meta ability is awesome for fighting, and I can shrug off gunfire like it's not there, but you have that to only a slightly smaller degree. But you can also fly, carry others around, manipulate your surroundings at a distance, and I'm fairly certain you also count as a scout if you just fly above someone at night in silence. So aren't you a superhero while I'm more of an hero? Hell no. Izuku leans back. He looks genuinely outraged at what was just said. This takes some of them off guard. Listen, if we ever get public and there is a popularity poll or a rating, you're free to vote for me. But otherwise, please don't elevate me like that. I don't even like the term metahuman, because it makes us sound like we're somehow better than an average person out there. Aren't we? It's Shinsu that asks. Izuku looks at him weirdly, and the brainwasher recoils slightly. Hey, I don't mean in some sort of we're superhumans, kneel before us way, but I vaguely recall us having skills that other people do not. Doesn't that make us in a way better than others? Do you know how to draw, Shinsu-kun? Izuku asks. Shinsu's brow raises. No. Well, there was a girl in my class a few years ago that was a very good drawer. Izuku replies. And she wasn't born with that skill. She actually put an effort to get there. Does it make her better than you as a human? A few seconds of thoughtful silence at the table. Finally, Shinsu arrives at the destination. Point taken. He admits, I guess if I want to maintain a moral high ground when the Muggles try to kill me for having mind control meta ability, I should at least have the decency to not look at them as subhumans. Besides, I vaguely remember such an approach generating a lot of hostility in whoever's treated like that. Izuku is at this point almost certain that there is a decent person under all that grit. He just needs to scrub Shinsu clean and he won't be afraid of him going a Baby Mortal's route further down the line. So what term would you prefer? May asks Izuku. Rather than meta ability. No, meta ability is a term I'm mostly okay with. Izuku shoots back. Don't get me wrong, when it comes to abilities as a whole, what we have is kinda meta. Either something completely unique or super rare on a worldwide scale. It's the meta-human bit that I dislike. He just didn't feel about it strongly enough to complain when May announced the name of their organization. Maybe he should have complained. Is it too late to change it? How about quirk? Mina pipes in. You just want to make a we all have our little quirks joke or something like that. Nico comments. Few of the people at the table chuckle at that, including Mina. Let's consider that a synonym. Izuku decides. Anything else you think we need to develop a terminology for? I don't want things to sound odd when I meet that police officer. We ought to look professional. About that. Oddly enough, it's Jiro who speaks. Am I the only person who actually named my meta ability? Because you keep referring to them as meta ability of that person or that person's meta ability and it kinda sucks. After 5 seconds of pregnant silence, Jiro sighs loudly. You suck at anything even remotely resembling marketing, you know that. After a long and intense discussion, they finally settle upon their quirk names. May takes a simple scope. It more or less fits her meta ability, and she of all people is very narrowly interested in the issue. She grew so used to her mutation quirk that she barely recognizes it as a quirk. It's just a part of herself now. Kyoka sticks to earphone jack. A bit of a mouthful in some of their opinions. But it's already established, and she likes it. Uraraka picks up gravity control. It makes sense, especially considering her recent developments in that field. Kirishima ended up going for a simple hardening. It describes his quirk's mechanism well enough. Mina wanted him to go for a slightly flashier golem, but he ended up refusing. One of the main reasons for that was that Mina took a simple acid. And Kirishima announced that after going for such an uninspired name, she has no right to chastise him for hardening. Truly, he earned that tickling. Nico settles for warp gate. More or less correct term. It also doesn't include the term teleportation, which seems to work at May like holy water on a demon, just with more crying. Tsuyu opts out of the game. She is just a half-frog, in her own words, not even sure if it counts as a quirk. Shinsu goes with hypnosis. He originally wanted to call it brainwashing, but Izuku talked him out of it. Terrible connotations of a name. For a power that already has some bad connotations due to how it works in practice. Toga deliberates on it for a while, then writes blood transformation on a piece of paper. They all agree that it's a pretty good name. Izuku struggles a lot. He wants to go with a simple pull, but Jiru tells him it's a kinda dumb name for a meta ability this strong. Telekinesis feels too mundane, although it's always an alternative term to refer to it. Eventually, he settles upon force. Oh, that explains why you are flying so much, Mina announces triumphantly once that's done. You are making sure that you always have the high ground. Izuku chokes on his tea. Izuku spends 2 hours quickly rewriting certain documents that he prepared for the meeting with the police. He had to take the new terminology into account. Then he decided to face something significantly more problematic. He quickly went home. Mom was there, reading a newspaper. Mom, he braces himself for the talk. We need to talk. Is it the moment when you tell me what exactly you are doing when you aren't at home? She says, while putting her newspaper away. Probably not. So it's the moment when you tell me you are going to do something extremely heroic, but also potentially emotionally harmful to everyone involved. Like, say, that you are moving out of our home in order to not endanger me. Izuku almost trips over. That's literally what he came home to do. He had friends now, a lot of them, and Overhaul who was still out there, and was probably waiting to get his hands on Izuku. Are you sure that you don't have a mind-reading superpower, Mom? He asks, and she gives him one of her patented worried stares. Because, yeah, that's actually what I wanted to do. She sighs. It's a long and painful sigh, the one that clearly indicates that she has passed ever her standard crying fits. Don't tell me anything, she says, and he stares at her for a second. He is about to say something, but she continues. Izuku, baby, I trust you. Whatever you are doing it to help people. You truly are your father's son. She shakes her head. Mom, once again, he tries to speak, but she doesn't let him. Since you are playing the I need to go or you'll be in danger card, it means that you got yourself a powerful enemy. She sighs. Once again, just like your father. But it works both ways, you know. If I know something about whatever you're doing and someone gets to me, they can also get to you. And this is something that I'll absolutely not stand. So, do not tell me anything. But if you need my help, this home's door is always open. Got it. He barely manages to not cry at that. Come on, Izuku. You are a superhero, and you have a job to do. There is something, he admits. She looks at him, wordlessly encouraging him to speak up. You remember the girl I mentioned saving? She is only 6 years old, but she went through things that no human should have. She can't even leave the house, at least for now. And he doesn't want to put all the eggs in one handbasket. He is the only person within the network who knows where he is, and he will die before sharing that knowledge. May knows the general location, but not the exact house in question. Thankfully, she spends most of her time away from Overhaul's grasp. Good luck trying to attack the Hatsume Industries headquarters. Besides, if the worst comes to happen, if the meta ability's existence is revealed to the public and it reacts badly, having some safe houses to hide at the very least the young kids with meta abilities might be a good idea. If it's possible, could you come check up on her from time to time? He says. His mother's expression softens, but she is yet to know the truly problematic part. I think that shouldn't be a problem. Inko replies with a faint and somewhat proud smile. Proud of him? No doubt. Where is she? Well, time to walk through that minefield. At Bakugou's, he replies. Something nasty flinches on her face. Something particularly horrible. Something completely out of place on his mother's face. Izuku, she starts, but he isn't letting her. Mom, I know what Katsuki did, he says. That makes her stop. I also know that if his parents knew, they would stop him immediately. When I asked them to help her, they agreed immediately, despite knowing that she means trouble, and that I wasn't going to save her. Entirely, legally. And I know that Auntie Mitsuki is treating her well. But, Izuku, Mom, you ignoring Bakugou won't bring her back. Izuku says. His mom recoils as if he slapped her in the face. Auntie Mitsuki was your best, pretty much the only friend. Now you won't even have me around for most of the time. I'm not letting you stay alone. Eri needs you just as much as you need Eri. And you also need Auntie Mitsuki. So if you truly want to help me, promise me you'll at least try. That I won't have to be worried about you living alone, slowly draining away or having a stroke and nobody finding you until a few days have passed. Please, Mom. It's less coming to a decision and more an internal fight. Izuku stands there quietly, waiting for it to finish. She takes a deep breath. I'll try. I can't promise you anything more than that. It's good enough. He can't hope for more, but he can give her just a little bit of a push, and perhaps let her into one small secret. He is fairly certain she would kill him if she found out about it after a long time. Do that, and once this is all over, I'll introduce you to my girlfriend. He smiles at her, maybe a bit smugly. She, in the meantime, is briefly shocked, before she smiles widely at him in return. Girlfriend, how did that happen? She looks briefly as if pondering the answer to this question. Wait, let me guess. You did something crazy, but also heroic and admirable, and she totally fell for you for that. Am I right? Now that Izuku thinks about it, it's kind of what happened. Just with some additional inventive engineering and superpowers thrown into the mix. He is about to answer her question, but she reads everything from his face. I swear, just like your father. She sighs. Is there anything you got from me? Like, anything at all? I'd have said that hair color, but something that you aren't telling me about has clearly changed that part of you as well. He lets her banter for a bit. Then he joins it. They ignore all the important subjects and simply act as if none of their previous talk happened. They both need it. Once this ends, and there are no more hugs to give, Izuku goes to his room. He packs everything he feels like taking and leaves his house. It's not much. Superintendent Aizawa begins to think that this is all just a very odd dream. First of all, superpowers apparently exist. There are superheroes and supervillains out there, on top of things generally being very, very messy. And then, this. What sort of superhero picks one of Takoba's McDonald's for the meeting location? Seriously, Aizawa has no idea. He doesn't realize that there is a deeper reasoning behind it. It's late morning, the least active period in that particular fast food joint's daily schedule. And he certainly missed a number of young people that entered it alone or in pairs during the 15 minutes before the meeting. They don't do anything. But Aizawa remains blissfully unaware of how many metahumans there are in that particular fast food, and how hard it would be to arrest the people he is having a meeting with, or about the recon drone over the building, ensuring that no group of police officers is entering the mall. Besides, that's a great occasion to stock up on Happy Meal toys for Eri, at least in Izuku's opinion. Aizawa is accompanied by Tsukachi, both wearing civilian clothes, Tamakawa and Kaneyashiki. The only two police officers who know at least something about the issue behind the meeting are sitting outside the fast food, ready to storm in if something odd happened. The person that Aizawa suspects to be the infamous Defiant is sitting at the corner of the fast food restaurant, together with an unfamiliar girl with long, black hair. They are both wearing hoodies, with theater masks that hide everything above their mouths. It's a miracle that the McDonald's workers didn't kick them out, thinking that they were suspicious. He is eating some hamburger while she is doing something on a laptop. Defiant freezes when they appear at the horizon. After a few seconds he waves at the two policemen and points towards the seats on the opposite side of the table. Well, it's nice of you to join us, the kid announces when they sit down. I'm Defiant, and this is Alchemist, my pretty much second in command. Aizawa is about to ask what her meta ability is, but then he sees her eyes. Crosshairs. Either this is some really good contact lens and this is a deception, or that's her meta ability. He can only wonder how it works in practice. Can her eyes zoom in on things, improving her eyesight? I'm Superintendent Aizawa Shouta of the Takoba City Police Department. Aizawa replies, and this is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, although I believe that the two of you know each other. We do. Defiant agrees. I didn't exactly have the time to do that back then. Tsukachi decides to add, but I wish to thank you for saving the lives of me and Officer Tamakawa. Regardless of what will happen during this meeting and after it, we are grateful for that. No need to thank me for that. Defiant smiles, but it is nice to have your efforts recognized. Now, Superintendent, I assume that you aren't here to arrest us, right? No, I am not, he admits. I'd be hard-pressed to find something to arrest you for. The closest thing to that is the fact that you did threaten two police officers with a rifle, but it was so dark that it could as well be a broomstick and you just saved both police officers from certain death. Considering your claims that you possess superpowers, I'm not exactly surprised that you preferred to meet the authorities at your own conditions. Naturally, his eyes narrow. My supply of goodwill is entirely dependent on your behavior from now on. Do not worry, Superintendent. Defiant quickly replies, I do not wish to antagonize the police any further. In fact, becoming a police officer used to be my dream. I really respect your work and I'd prefer to help you rather than make things harder for you. This is why we've agreed to this meeting. Now, that was interesting. If the kid in front of him really had superpowers, trying to figure out who said kid was sounded like an important first step, at least in Aizawa's opinion. Honestly, it was of the same importance as figuring out how to counter his abilities. Used to be. Tsukachi asks, what changed? You got your meta ability and you decided that becoming a superhero is a better idea. He doesn't sound confrontative, more like curious. No, Defiant replies, I have a disability of sorts. My body doesn't work as it should. I would have never passed the police fitness tests. I won't go into details, as you'd probably manage to find me by my medical records. And as much as I'd like to work with you, I'd prefer to do it without making my identity known. That does sound like a potential lead. Where would it lead though? That's a good question. For now, Aizawa has other things to focus on. I see. He acknowledges Defiant's story and moves over. Before we proceed, I'd like to witness your meta ability. I do suspect that your companion's eyes are a form of meta ability as well. Alchemist nods. But I'd prefer to see something that can't be faked with a designer contact lens. And here is where the problems begin. Defiant admits. Alchemist looks at him, probably surprised. I can't. Things start making sense. In the it's all one big prank way. But Aizawa decides to give the kid a chance, and doesn't storm out of the restaurant. What do you mean, you can't? Alchemist asks. That's literally part of the plan. She appears genuine enough in her surprise that Aizawa recoils from his it's all one big prank theory a bit. Your eyes work normally. Defiant replies with a question. She nods. Well, Mr. Aizawa, I'll ask you a quick question. Did you notice anything abnormal with your eyes, except for constant dry eyes that have been a plague upon my life for a few years now, a worsening eyesight and occasional bleedings that the oculist found no explanations for? I didn't. Aizawa deadpans. He is acutely aware that his deteriorating eyesight will be the end of his career, just not within the next few years. Well, I think I found an explanation for them. Defiant replies after a few seconds of thinking. Superintendent Aizawa, you're a metahuman. What? Aizawa stares at the kid in shock. What do you mean? Tsukachi doesn't say anything, but he is clearly confused and surprised. I can't use my meta ability while you are looking at me. Defiant promptly replies. I believe that passive changes to biology, like alchemist's eyes, work normally, but whatever requires conscious activation simply refuses to work. I can feel my quirk coming back to me for a split second when you blink, and it came back for a few seconds when you looked around the room earlier. But I literally can't show you my meta ability because... He freezes for a second. Wait, I have an idea. Could you take out your phone and look at it in a way that doesn't make you see me at the same time? That was easy. 3 seconds later he felt his phone take off from his hand. It didn't fly anywhere high, merely a few centimeters, but it was clearly floating. And since he brought this phone with himself, it was certainly not a setup. Now get ready to catch it and look towards me. Defiant instructs him. Aizawa follows the instructions. The second the superhero enters his line of sight, he can feel the foam land on his stretched hand again. So it only interrupts the meta abilities when you can see the user. It doesn't influence meta abilities themselves if they are witnessed. So seeing Mustard's gas will not stop it, but seeing Mustard will interrupt his ability to produce and control it. Fascinating. It's a bit of a risk on Izuku's side. He could try to hide it until the end of the meeting, making his potential arrest much harder. But instead, he hopes to make the superintendent into a genuine ally. So, he decided to share that discovery. Besides, let's be real, the second he started talking about it, he simply couldn't end. So he kept talking until there was nothing more to say about it. Meta ability capable of influencing other meta abilities. Alchemist says before letting out a loud wheeze. That's a new one, and it opens completely new prospects. Why is it causing medical issues, though? That wasn't a thing with other meta abilities. Maybe it's age. Defiant suggests. Thus far, if you exclude Rewind and Overhaul, all meta-ability users are of more or less the same age. Overhaul can probably heal himself from whatever medical issues his quirk gives him, but the superintendent isn't so lucky. Maybe when your meta-ability kicks in later, it can cause problems like that. That's certainly a better option than quirks as a whole causing medical problems down the line. But he did say that his eyes are a problem for a few years. This suggests a quirk manifestation at an age several years later than the average. Well, maybe. Alchemist doesn't seem fully persuaded. But what about? Detective Tsukachi interrupts her with a cough. When they look at him, he points towards Superintendent Aizawa. That's some rather intense glare. Did something happen? Defiant asks quickly. He is clearly startled by that. Problem child. Aizawa states flatly. He just gave me some life-changing revelation and then began to theorize with your girlfriend as if you were alone in the room. That's just not polite. Sorry. Defiant somehow manages to sound genuinely apologetic. Every new meta ability we discover teaches us something new about them as a whole. That's an incredibly fascinating field of study. Alchemist pipes in. It's hard to find a quirk that doesn't violate laws of physics or the very foundation of our knowledge about biology and genetics. It's existentially dreadful and fascinating at the same time. Let's ignore that for a moment. Aizawa says and sighs painfully. Your DID proved to me that you possess some form of telekinesis, and, by extension, that there are superpowers out there. Although I'm still going to have some skepticism left until I see more of it or some scientists confirm it for me. So, now that we have that out of the way, any idea where all these powers came from? Because I sure as hell don't remember how mine, if it truly exists, started. We have absolutely no idea. Defiant replies immediately. We have one case of someone manifesting a meta ability in a stressful, high adrenaline situation. Namely the golem guy that Detective Tsukachi and I met at that apartment block. Tsukachi looks at him questioningly. He didn't know that he could harden his body to the point of being virtually bulletproof until that thug shot him. The rest was just him taking advantage of it. But for the other metahumans we know of, it simply happened. So we have no way of predicting where and when a new metahuman will pop up. Aizawa concludes, I secretly hope that there is a secret organization adding something to the water, because that we can dismantle and call it a day. It would certainly make things easier for him. It'd have to be a worldwide organization. Alchemist pipes in. I made an extensive analysis of the rate of the increase in urban legends, sightings of inhuman creatures, and odd crimes per country. There is a clear rise in those pretty much everywhere, starting around 18 years ago. Some countries have it higher, some lower. Eastern Asia has the highest number of those, followed by the rest of Asia and both Americas. Europe and Africa have the least number of those. But it's not a large decrease if you count that per population numbers. Why did no one notice that? It's Tsukachi. This sounds like something that certainly should have been noticed. Governments, scientists, who figures out the truth a day before the others, will be seen as crazy for 24 hours. Alchemist replies, there are certainly groups out there that are aware of the existence of meta abilities. It's just that the public is yet to realize. I can list you at least 24 scientific papers indicating that whoever was behind them got their hand on someone with a meta ability, but they are all looked down upon as parascientific. I can also point you to a similar number of cases of someone trying to come forward as having a supernatural power, only to be attacked for it or ridiculed, despite having some results. And considering the war happening, people's attention was mostly occupied. Defiant pitches in. I wouldn't be surprised if at least several militaries out there already had supernatural warfare programs running. But, once again, the public remains blissfully unaware. We kept ridiculing people believing in the paranormal, so those that actually developed such powers are now afraid of coming forward. But it's not like this can hold for long. Someone might do something large enough to bulldoze through that barrier. Some larger scientific studies will amass enough evidence for it to be irrefutable. Tomorrow, or in a year or two. Especially as there seems to be a spike in new meta ability manifestations during the last 2 years. Makes sense, Aizawa admitted. Most of the people important enough to speak about it and be believed are those who have the most to lose if they weren't believed. He himself doesn't feel like establishing a press conference and announcing to the world that there are supervillains out there. He is willing to let someone else take those laurels. Is that the whole reason, though? Somehow, Aizawa dubs that. Time to go onwards to another subject. And you decided to become a superhero. He really feels awkward to say words like that. He is a serious, proper police officer. Superheroes are from fictional worlds, damn it. I mean, I always wanted to help others. Defiant replies, but my disability eliminated most of the options from the list. I grew to love superheroes, perhaps due to how different from me they were. Powerful, confident, and so on. Then I got a superpower, and suddenly it made sense to become a superhero. He sighs. I'm not going to lie. Recently I'm mostly helping others like me. I relate to them, and I know that the world will not be kind to us once the truth is revealed. I still want to help people, and I believe that using superpowers to save people is a decent way of achieving that and getting accepted once meta abilities become a common knowledge. Aizawa likes that kid. He isn't going to admit that aloud, but that's the truth. Defiant is, deep inside, an idealist, and those are both rare and valuable, especially in times like those. But he is also rational enough to temper said idealism in practice. Aizawa is fairly certain that he mostly just wants to help people. The rest is him justifying and finding additional reasons to do that with his rational side. Superintendent likes idealism, for as long as it's not the stupid kind of idealism. And he likes rational people, for as long as they don't give up on their ideals. Then you never know when taking bribes to look the other way becomes a rational choice. And how would you see a potential cooperation between the network and the police? Aizawa decides to probe Defiant a bit further. I'm well aware that for as much as our meta abilities are giving us an edge, sooner or later we are going to do something stupid. Defiant replies after a second or two or thinking. It won't have to be something that's entirely our fault. We might hit a criminal, without knowing that he is an undercover cop, raid a group of criminals right before a police bust and make the police officers run into enemies on high alert, and so on. So we're willing to stop operating independently. Though, Aizawa really starts to like Defiant. His worst nightmare, the kids going on a vigilante spree and inevitably messing something up, forcing Aizawa to try to arrest them all and probably pushing them into outright villainy in the process, might not get realized. And he likes that. You want to work for the police, Aizawa states, and gets a confirming nod from Defiant. That's unexpected, but not exactly a bad idea. Details: we've divided ourselves internally between superheroes and sidekicks. Defiant replies, superheroes are combat-oriented, while sidekicks aren't supposed to fight, but still have some potential uses. Some, for example, will excel at information gathering. I'm willing to open a communication channel with you and deliver you the summary of meta abilities of all network members, not their pictures or real names, for the record. We'd prefer those to remain secret even to the police. Not trusting us, Aizawa asks. Defiant shrugs. I don't trust anyone aside from network members. Defiant adds, especially someone with the means to arrest or kill us. Nothing personal, Superintendent, but we don't know how the government will react to discovering this deal and our existence. If you don't know who we are, you can't tell them where to find us, so the chances of us getting chained and dragged into some research lab gets significantly smaller. For the same reason, we're not telling you where our headquarters are. Aizawa nods. It's rational. So, you require the psychic's abilities. Defiant returns to the main subject. You ask for it, and we deliver. You are launching a larger operation and are afraid of encountering villains. You contact me, and you get a superhero on a standby. A patrol is under attack by someone who appears to be a villain. You call and we're rushing there. Though since we can't exactly arrest someone and it's clear that we don't know about all the intricacies of the law, I'd prefer to have a police officer in the know accompanying us for arrests and guidance. I believe that those terms are reasonable, Aizawa admits. Tsukachi looks at him strangely. But I'm going to demand some changes. Oh, Defiant asks. Listen, Aizawa sighs. For as much as I'm seeing it, I have some serious suspicions about at least some of you not being legally adults. And please tell me if I missed the truth. Most of you do not attend schools and you probably have problems with access to healthcare, especially in current circumstances, and especially when it comes to things connected to your abilities. Am I right? After 3 or 4 seconds of silence, Defiant finally nods. I believe that we are all adults, just not for long. The rest is very correct, though, and thus Aizawa's worries are confirmed. Do you at least have some appropriate housing? He decides to dig deeper. Actually, we have that covered. Defiant replies. We have running water, electricity, a decent standard of life, and so on. But I'd lie if I said that we couldn't use some additional funds. At least that much. So, Aizawa leans forward and gives Defiant one of his trademark-focused stares. I'm willing to work with you, mostly against myself. But I do recognize that if what you are telling me is true, Takoba's police force is almost hilariously outgunned. And you are our only potential way of fixing that on a time span not counted in years. But I am going to find a way to provide you with both education and healthcare. And sooner or later I will inspect your lodgings in some way, in order to make sure that you aren't bullshitting me about your standard of life. He already has an idea about education and healthcare. It might be both potentially problematic and extremely problem-solving. If you manage to do that in a way that will make us feel safe about our secret identities, I have no problems with that. Defiant replies after a few seconds of internal deliberations. But I'm not going to force network members to participate in that if they don't want to. Fair enough. Aizawa probably can't hope for more. Very well, then, Superintendent announces. It is entirely unofficial, but for now we do have a deal. Defiant seems relieved. Can we now talk about the villains that we already know about? Namely, Mustard and Overhaul. Sure, Defiant nods. I can't tell you a lot about the former. I only saw him for a few seconds, but I did compile whatever theories I have about his quirk. You'll get that alongside the network members' summaries. If anything, the most problematic part of him is the fact that his existence means that Overhaul is gathering up villains from the prefecture. Who is he? Aizawa asks, because I have never heard about him or her before. Oh, you did. Defiant replies. It's just that he didn't pick up that nickname until our brief fight. You know him as Kai Chisaki. Oh, well, that's a bomb. Atomic, considering the fact that Mustard gassed an apartment block at his orders, apparently. Kai Chisaki, Tsukachi asks in shock before Aizawa manages to do the same. Head of the Shai Hasekai. Defiant nods. That's some serious accusations. Aizawa adds, we do suspect him of a lot of crimes, but we failed to find evidence for that, and you'll never find them. Defiant shoots back. Aizawa is approaching the dreadful realization that seems to have evaded Tsukachi. His meta-ability, Superintendent asks, seeking confirmation. Defiant nods. He can instantly disassemble any solid matter he touches, and reassemble it in whatever configuration he wants it to be in. Defiant replies. He can liquefy a body completely, and erase or alter any physical evidence pointing towards him or his lackeys being responsible for murder. I wouldn't be surprised if he could change fingerprints and DNA leftovers to that of someone else, just to frame said someone else. You will never find any physical evidence of Kai Chisaki's crimes, unless you literally catch him red-handed, and even then he will probably murder whoever caught him and erase the evidence of that. Oh, you're kidding. It's Tsukachi who says that. Aizawa is too busy running everything he knows about the police attempts to find evidence against Chisaki through these revelations. His enemies disappearing without a trace, people claiming that they have seen Chisaki committing crimes, but police failing to find any material evidence on the scene. Shit, Aizawa saw him hold a crowbar that might have been a murder weapon with his bare hands, and they still only fingerprints of someone else entirely. If he truly had a power like that, everything would suddenly make sense. I'd like to, but no, I'm not. Defiant replies to Tsukachi. I know how much people trust camera recordings nowadays, but I'd like you to watch this. He gestures to Alchemist, who promptly turns her laptop towards them. It's a recording. Looks like it was taken from a drone or something similar. Chisaki and two Yakuza thugs are cornering a person who looks like Defiant and a small child in some alleyway. Chisaki touches the ground. Defiant takes off a second before spikes emerge from the ground. Chisaki uses one of his goons as a living shield, says something, and a moment later he gets slammed into a wall. Instead of dying, his corpse suddenly rearranges itself back into a living Chisaki. For the record, Defiant adds, I didn't try to kill him. I only tried to restrain him, but I panicked and ignited for the first time. It makes my power much stronger, but I didn't have control over it back then. Though this recording does give you an example of how his meta ability works in practice. And the kid, Aizawa, soaks in the data from the recordings and notes it down in his mind for future reference. Then he moves over to the most important part of it. 6-year-old girl with a very powerful meta ability. Defiant replies, we're calling her Rewind, at least in public. We suspect that Overhaul killed her mother and kidnapped her. She was a cornerstone of his future plans. And as far as we know, he is currently looking for her everywhere. Considering what she told me, Overhaul killed her several times for misbehavior, only to resurrect her with his meta ability. This is fucked up. Tsukachi comments. Aizawa briefly wonders if it still classifies as murder. The legal definitions are going to have to be seriously altered to fit the new world. Her quirk de-ages living organisms on contact. Defiant continues. Aizawa immediately realizes what sort of plan Chisaki had with her. The amount of money and influence he could earn from renting her to people wanting to live forever is rather astounding. Then again, I personally find his scheme idiotic. Why? Aizawa asks. He, personally, finds the scheme brilliant. If horrifying, Overhaul could easily become the world's best, downright miracle doctor. Defiant replies. Perfect gender transitions, unmatched plastic surgeries, healing cancer and similar diseases where normal doctors can't do a thing. Reconnecting severed spinal cords, all with a touch. No need for assistance, no need for equipment. He would be swimming in cash and favors, but instead he decided to torture a little girl in his basement. Aizawa can hear him click his tongue in irritation. Now that Defiant described the situation in detail, the superintendent realizes that the superhero is right. If Overhaul's quirk, meta ability work as Defiant claims, the entire torture little girl in a basement bit is entirely redundant. Maybe he simply liked doing that. Aizawa comments bitterly. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, neither would I. Defiant sighs. And now he is trying to gather villains under his thumb. We only know of Mustard, but we know because of a coincidence. He was deployed to capture a meta-human. And it got messy because I came to recruit her at the same time. There might be more of them in Shai Hasekai, and we have no idea what sort of meta abilities they possess. And that's not the biggest problem we're facing. Alchemist nods at that. I'm afraid of asking, but what's that problem? Tsukachi asks. Aizawa is thankful for that. He really needs a second to get over the fact there is something that's worse than that. Let's imagine that Overhaul leaves his base tomorrow. Defiant replies. I beat him unconscious. You managed to get some actual evidence for his crimes. Everyone is happy. The question is, how do you keep him imprisoned until the court date? And how do you imprison him after it? Oh shit. What do you mean? Tsukachi fails to realize the horror of what Defiant just said. Aizawa turns towards the detective. Tsukachi. The detective turns his head towards the superintendent. How do you imprison someone who can undo any restraints with a touch and can probably dig a kilometer-long tunnel to freedom as quickly as normal people open doors? Aizawa can see a realization dawning on the detective's face. Welcome to the world of one of the superhero genre's most common tropes. Defiant says. Cardboard prisons. Honestly, unless you chop off his hands or kill him, you simply cannot keep him imprisoned for long. Unless you keep him constantly drugged. But that's an execution just with delayed timing. So, you should probably focus on finding a way of dealing with that issue. He sighs, because I have no idea how to do that, and that scares me the most. You aren't the only one who is scared of that. Aizawa admits after a few seconds. We'll look into it. But you have to be aware that the best way to deal with this problem is to find a way to somehow deactivate meta abilities in a way that doesn't require me to stare at all the inmates permanently. He still isn't fully over the revelations that his eyes can do that, and that would require some medical tests. He doesn't add that. But obviously the only metahumans that can be medical tested are network members, and probably he himself. Considering his ability to deactivate meta abilities, he is clearly the prime research material. Great. Now he will have to avoid secret government organizations as well. As I said, I'm not going to force anyone. Defiant decides to stay adamant on that issue. But I'm sure that at least some of them would agree. although I have to say that I happen to have an idea on how to deal with at least some villains. Meta ability? Aizawa asks, and Defiant shakes his head. No, although having a meta ability too. I don't know, imprison people in pocket dimensions would be pretty cool. Defiant replies. Let me ask you a question. How many crimes are you willing to overlook if a person in question decides to straighten themselves up and atone through a hero work? Really? Aizawa's brow raises. The villain to hero is a bit of a common trope in the superhero genre. Defiant replies. Aizawa can spot a dodge like that easily. I realize that the world doesn't work exactly like those stories, but I do believe that there are things to learn from them. I suspect that you're not saying this without a reason. Aizawa decides to ignore the dodge and go directly for the throat. So you have someone like that in the network already, am I right? Why? Yes. Defiant's confidence collapses for a second. Look, I'm not going to argue for the rehabilitation of people like Mustard and Overhaul. They are clearly far too gone. Maybe after spending a decade or two in a high-security prison with some specialist. Maybe, this way or another, they have to be jailed first. But I do have two people within the network that I believe can help the police a lot. And I do believe that they both deserve a chance. Aizawa gives him a blank stare for a few long seconds, while his brain is working in overdrive. How to respond to that? Eventually, he arrives at the conclusion. This is going to be something done on a per-case basis. He replies. Tsukachi opens his mouth to protest. Tsukachi, we've already confirmed that some metahumans are either impossible to contain by our prison system or will cost too much to restrain for us to be able to deal with them. If I have to choose between executing some otherwise unstoppable petty criminal or have him work for us while being carefully monitored, I'd prefer the latter, especially as, he sighs painfully, how am I supposed to explain in court that someone committed crimes with a superpower? And how am I supposed to prove it? The world is going to be a mess for at least a while. Defiant could go away with a lot of crimes, for as long as there wasn't someone to witness them. No fingerprints, ability to do things at a distance without the risk of leaving DNA traces. And that was merely a telekinesis. Powerful, yes, but also bland. Overhaul, though. And what about Mustard? Even proving in court that he can discharge toxic gas is going to be a pain unless he decides to admit. They don't even know where that gas is really coming from. Is there an altered body part in him that doctors can investigate and prove, with sufficient evidence to back it up, that he truly can produce poison gas? Pain in the ass, at least until the meta abilities are revealed and the chaos of the aftermath stops, which might as well take decades. This is true, Tsukachi says after a few seconds of digesting the news. I don't like that, but, he sighs. Just for the record, Aizawa says back to Defiant. I can't promise an amnesty. That's not something I can do as a mere superintendent. What I can promise is arguing for amnesty once the meta abilities become public knowledge, for as long as the person in question did offer significant contributions to the police work and behaved well. I can also promise that until the reveal day, I will ignore their past. Once again, for as long as they cooperate and behave. Are those terms acceptable? I can't hope for anything more, now can I? Defiant concludes. You probably want to talk about those two cases we have on board, am I right? Aizawa nods. Well, the first one is hijack. Defiant replies. He is responsible for a string of convenience store robberies in Hasu. I believe those to be caused by desperation of someone homeless, especially as they ended when he managed to get money from different sources. His quirk allowed him to do that without harming anyone. It's not Aizawa's district, but his memory does connect the dots. Those stun gas robberies, he asks, close to 24 of those. And all that the Hasu police had was a recording of a young man wearing a disguise. So, not much. It's actually a mind control quirk. Defiant replies. But yes, wait, mind control. Tsukachi pipes in. Aizawa would have done that on his own if given 2 more seconds. Less scary than it sounds. Defiant answers. And very useful. If he speaks to you and you respond to him vocally, he can instantly hypnotize you and issue you an order that will be followed in a trance-like state. I believe that it was mostly some variant of give me the money, probably worded to include some sort of do not remember it clause. I'm sure you realize how useful he will be in police work. No, I don't. Aizawa this time is the first to speak. Mind-controlling criminals sounds like going a bit too far, and a great way to have press vultures on our asses once the meta abilities are revealed. Defiant sounds vaguely disappointed with Aizawa's lack of recognition for hijack's abilities. Well, he can't force confessions out of people, Defiant replies. Or, to be exact, he can. But it's one of the orders that can be resisted when one wants to. But can you imagine a better negotiator when someone takes hostages, or threatens to jump off a building? Oh, yeah, that was an usage of that meta ability that Aizawa didn't come upon. Hijack can simply tell those people to stop doing that, and they would stop. That's a massive asset when correctly used, and probably a great way of restraining people like Overhaul or Mustard without causing massive collateral damage in the process, at least temporarily. Hijack is definitely possible to be arrested, but it would be problematic currently. Eventually a guard will accidentally respond to something he shouts from his cell, and then they'll have a problem. Besides, imprisoning him requires a prison warden who knows about meta abilities, so they know that they shouldn't answer him no matter what. Aren't you afraid of him manipulating you? Aizawa decides to make a last check. I'm somehow immune to his quirk. Defiant promptly replies, I had a very serious talk with him that if he ever uses his hypnosis on anyone without their consent, not in self-defense and not as a part of a hero's work, I will be Mina. I think he is scared of me now. Good to know. So, accepted. Reluctantly, but yes. Aizawa replies, non-violent crimes. Not a large loss to anyone and a potentially extremely useful meta ability. Hijack is going to be strictly monitored. But in the meantime, his imprisonment isn't worth the hassle. What about the other one? That one will be harder to accept. Defiant admits. Carmilla, known also as the Hasu vampire. Harder to accept is an understatement. Absolutely not. Aizawa raises his voice for the first time during his talk. She is a serial killer with at least 10 victims under her belt. You can't be serious. Sukachi appears to agree with him. 2 victims. Defiant replies. Aizawa's brow raises in response. She has no idea who killed the remaining 8, but she is adamant that it wasn't her work. I suspect that some local criminal group started to kill in a similar way to her to throw the suspicions off themselves. I also believe that she has very serious attenuating circumstances. Attenuating circumstances. Sukachi is the one to ask. To murdering people. Her quirk allows her to perfectly impersonate anyone whose blood she drinks, with the length depending on how much blood she drank. Defiant replies. Body, voice, some quirks and even certain personality traits and behavior. She instinctively knows how to behave as anyone she impersonates, in short. Unfortunately, it also makes her crave human blood. She literally cannot live without it, and when she doesn't receive enough of it, she goes berserk when she sees or smells it. The Hasu vampire attack stopped when she ran into Hijack, who figured out how to restrain her with his quirk when she goes into a frenzy. That's certainly an attenuating circumstance. Not enough to make any reasonable court to let her go, but enough to restrain her and force her into therapy rather than imprison or execute her. The real problem here is that they can't explain her actual reasons to a court, and it's not like there are therapists capable of dealing with her. Unique problem. Where is she now? Aizawa asks. If Hasu vampire is now in Takoba, he'd like to know that much. In our headquarters. Defiant replies. Chained to the wall, handcuffed, leg cuffed and wearing a muzzle. She agreed to that, by the way. We consider this a stopgap measure before Alchemist will finish the prototype of her restraining device. Another hard to reasonably imprison right now metahuman. How are they going to explain to the warden that this particular prisoner needs a regular supply of blood bags? If she can even use blood bags, and doesn't need the blood to be straight from the tap, they can do it. Just not without saying things that will make people suspect that they are all insane. And Aizawa does not trust the prison system in Musutafu. He is almost certain that Chisaki is practically running half of it at this point. Muzzle, Aizawa asks, don't you need her to speak for Hijack to restrain her? That sounded counterproductive. She is sometimes too far gone to respond with words. Defiant replies, it's better that way, since she'll exhaust herself while trying to get out of the bindings, making her less frenzied and more likely to respond once that happens. Although I do admit that it's a rather makeshift solution. Now, time to answer the real question. You do realize that I can't do a thing to get her out of murder allegations even if I want it. Aizawa replies. He adds the last 3 words when Sukachi gives him a worried stare. I do admit that those are some valid attenuating circumstances, akin to a normal insanity. But killing someone while insane isn't something you can just walk away from. I understand. Defiant quickly replies. All I want from you is to look the other way for now, while we keep her adequately restrained, and then provide a good word about her behavior during the trial. Feel free to claim that you didn't know that she was the Hasu vampire. I'll play along. You know that if people discover that you were harboring a serial killer, things will get nasty. Aizawa asks, I mean, after the meta ability reveal day. And oh dear if this day won't be the beginning of the biggest shitstorm of a century at last. He really has some complicated feelings about that prospect. I know, Defiant replies without a second of hesitation. But if she is willing to go as far as she did to not hurt anyone anymore, I'm willing to give her a chance. Especially as, well, he sighs. I know what it feels like to lose control over your quirk and harm someone. Sure, the man I hurt was Overhaul, but I still had some nightmares about that. Huh, I see. Aizawa replies. If you are willing to take responsibility, full responsibility, he says. If she as much as wounds someone who didn't deserve it, I'm going to jail her and probably you too. Got it. Defiant nods. Aizawa left the meeting with a sense of urgency, a feeling of existential dread, a metahuman network tablet for communication purposes, and a detective that seemed deeply confused about his decisions. Aizawa. Tsukachi tries to talk with him once they leave the fast food restaurant. Not here and not now. Aizawa shuts him immediately. They will have time to talk about it in the relative safety of his office. Relative, because are there any remote seeing or remote hearing meta abilities out there? Because if yes, then no place is truly safe anymore. Oh my god, Izuku says loudly when the police officers leave the fast food. That was literally the scariest thing I ever had to do. I was so sure that they'd arrest us all. Fat chance, May replies. She is looking at the restaurant's surroundings through her drone eyes on her laptop, making sure that the superintendent and his companion are actually leaving. I'd like to see their reaction when they realize whom they arrested. My parents would have gotten me out of jail in an hour. And you too, since I'd asked them to. Yeah, but they might have figured out my identity. And they might have phoned my mom during that hour. Izuku replies. He really doesn't want to even imagine the result of that. Alright, so let's go before. He freezes. May is busy staring at the menu. Despite being very adamant before the meeting that she isn't hungry, he is almost certain that there is a reason for her sudden interest in the menu. And she expects him to figure it out. So he sighs loudly. I'll buy you something, but it's gonna be a takeaway, he says, and she smiles at him. At least this is the type of an establishment where he can actually afford to buy her something. I must admit that I do not actually like this deal. Tsukachi says finally once they are in Aizawa's office. Superintendent would generally prefer to be in a position to agree with that. But he did read the network member summaries. It only made him realize more acutely that the world is changing. And they either adapt or things will get very, very ugly. I don't like that deal either, Aizawa admits. We're going to include untrained amateurs in police operations, something that we'll have to keep secret or attorneys will tear down all the collected evidence in the courts. But we don't exactly have a lot of options here. He gestures towards the tablet lying on his desk. Reading this has only reinforced my beliefs on that matter. He leans back in his seat. Some of those powers are frankly ridiculous. One of the network members can teleport herself and other people around. Can you believe this? Tsukachi blinks at him a few times. Yes, shock is a natural reaction. What if there was a villain with an ability like that, able to just teleport into bank vaults? And how do they even incarcerate someone like that? Neither of them enjoyed the idea of being ordered to kill people. But unless someone manages to find a way to deactivate meta abilities, then governmental death squads might be the only potential solution. However nasty of an idea that was. After all, said hypothetical teleporting villain could instead teleport bombs around. Even nuclear ones. How do they stop him from teleporting into a nuclear weapons storage? There was an option that such a death squad already existed, but Aizawa doubted it. There was no order to report odd incidents to the police higher-ups. Such a thing would have to be a good start of such a death squad system, unless this is something done higher. Was the National Police Agency responsible for that? The assistant commissioner in charge of the city still didn't get a replacement. Might have been the reason why Aizawa wasn't informed. Throw every established protocol into the trash, Superintendent announces. We're the ones who are going to be writing those. And I'm willing to go very far if it means that this city and its inhabitants survive. And he means it. They have to take down Overhaul. He can only wonder what that man was up to right now. Overhaul has a good day. After a long wall of pursuit, the shy Hasekai managed to locate a new metahuman villain in the Musutafu prefecture. Of course, locating him and recruiting him were two completely opposite things, especially as it was someone close to his own level and strength. Especially as, considering the rather dangerous reputation the villain in question had, he had to be diplomatic. That shouldn't be a problem. He left the car in front of the ruined factory, somewhere in the old industrial district of Hasu. It wasn't his turf, but the local groups knew that he wasn't someone to mess up with. Just in case they didn't know it, he had mustered Kurono and 10 of his best men. Most of them were former SAT Rangers or other special forces members that didn't find satisfying jobs after the war ended. Even their equipment was that of the Spec Ops. He was proud of them, and they were intimidating enough to deter the local riffraff. Kurono stayed next to the car with them. Mustard and Overhaul marched forward, the former taking point. He knew that even if he was shot or attacked with a superpower, his boss would still patch him up, even from death. He was ready to take that risk. However, this time nothing like that happened. The factory was almost entirely empty. The only exception was a chair in the middle of the old assembly hall, and the rather horrifically defaced man sitting on it, wearing some damaged and tattered leather jacket and trousers. There was also a black-haired woman wearing some dirty hoodie, standing next to him and glaring at the new arrivals. Clearly, they were expected. So, visitors. The defaced ruin of a man spoke in a raspy voice. If you are trying to sell us something, then you picked the wrong address. Overhaul wonders if they were spotted from a window, or if their new potential recruit had some interesting backing. Then again, did it really matter? Overhaul respected the power of their host enough to not risk a direct confrontation. The powers of himself and Mustard weren't exactly a good match against him. No, I'm here looking to buy something. Overhaul calmly replies. There is only one chair in the room. Intentional. Someone likes to feel like a king facing his supplicants, namely, the services and loyalty of the infamous arch-arsonist of Musutafu. Or do you prefer Dabai? Arch-arsonist is a bit large of a title, but Overhaul is ready to stroke Dabai's ego a bit. Then again, that man does have a rather incredible track record, especially as he managed to keep his involvement largely unknown to the police and the local firefighters. Overhaul is lucid enough to admit that Dabai is all right. The king agrees generously. Overhaul will enjoy toppling him. And you must be Kai Chisaki. There are very few in this prefecture who are strong enough to try to make me work for them. Correct. Overhaul calmly replies. Dabai is probably curious why he is wearing a gas mask. It's Chisaki's plan B. You have quite the reputation for starting fires, Dabai. And Overhaul has a lot that he wants to see burn. I like fire. Dabai replies with a shrug. It's my entertainment and a hobby. Overhaul enjoys the fact that Dabai completely ignored the 3-digit number of casualties of his little hobby. That's exactly the type of mind that Chisaki needs for the shy Hasekai. Yes, and I need fire. Overhaul replies. Just not the normal one. The blue one would do quite nicely. It costs a lot to produce a fire that hot. Dabai dodges the question. Resources alone. We both know that this isn't the case. Overhaul shoots him down. I'm willing to entertain a guess that you don't need anything to create blue flames. Anything beside yourself and your little superpower. Am I correct? Dabai didn't expect that. Good. Dabai finally says. Looks like you know a bit more than I expected. Am I correct to guess that it has something to do with your bodyguards rather? Odd attire. Yes, Mustard is a showcase of my little initiative. Overhaul replies promptly. Mustard stays quiet. I'm trying to gather criminals with superpowers from this prefecture. Because, believe it or not, I had something very valuable stolen by a self-proclaimed superhero. And I want to get it back. Superhero. Dabai looks vaguely amused by that idea. Someone has a power like me and he uses it to help others. You can find loonies everywhere, I guess. But yes, Chisaki, I do have what you could describe as a superpower. Unfortunately, it comes with downsides. He chuckles raspily. I see. Overhaul decides that if it's about his health, then he probably has that in a bag. So, if I were a demon and I wanted your soul, what exactly would I have to do for you? Dabai looks at him questioningly. I already got Mustard's soul. I desire more. Dabai looks at Mustard again. So what did he give to you to buy you off? Mustard knows the drill. He looks at Overhaul, who nods. Then he returns his attention to Dabai. My chief bully from school. Mustard calmly replies. Oh, how incredibly messed up in the head that kid is. Truly, Overhaul's equal in malevolence if not more. Limbless, helpless, and believed by the world to be dead. Dabai sounds like he forgot how to breathe for a few seconds. Finally he takes a deep, asthmatic breath. You're fucked up, kid, he says. Overhaul can hear Mustard snicker under his helmet. You want to know what's fucked up? Mustard replies calmly. Receiving a false love letter from your crush and arriving at the meeting place, only to discover your chief tormentor, hey boyfriend and his 2 friends waiting for you. And then having to live through a group rape while she was filming it all. And knowing that you can't do a thing to her for this because her family is influential and it pretty much owns the school and the local police, and you are no one. He lets out a light laugh. So personally, I think what happened to her is karma at work. I manifested my power a week later. Ever since then, her life has been hell, like mine used to be. Overhaul had to agree. That was one unexpected demand. Then again, after something like that, there is just no way for Mustard to betray him. Or, at the very least, to even consider helping the police or Defiant. So he did as Mustard asked him to. So, Mr. Dabai. Overhaul takes advantage of the prolonged silence after Mustard's little outburst. What do I have to do to get your lifetime loyalty? How about healing you? Would that do? It's impossible. Dabai shoots him down. The damage is too great. I have maybe 2 or 3 years left and this is going to be way easier than Chisaki expected. Like taking candies from a baby. Really, I assure you, Dabai. Overhaul interrupts him. No wound, no damage and no sickness are impossible to heal with my superpower. Dabai's eyes widen. And I can do that with just a single touch. Of course, not for free. After all, he can always take away what he gave them. That's an interesting offer. Dabai replies after a few long seconds of silence. How about I give you a counter to that? There is more than just one person with a combative superpower at stake here, you know. Overhaul's eyes drift over to the woman standing behind Dabai. She replies with a nasty grin. So, if you heal me, only what's inside. We're kind of used to the burned skin now. You'll get our services. And if you do something else, something much harder to achieve now, at least without our help, you'll get our souls. How does that sound? Much harder to achieve now. Oh, Chisaki considers that to be an interesting challenge. Whatever it is, he plans to eventually be powerful enough to attempt it. After all, his already great ambitions have grown tremendously since he met Defiant. What good supervillain dreams of being a major criminal boss? Or, to be exact, what sort of supervillain with a power like Overhaul dreams of something like that? He could be so much more, especially with the chaos that the reveal of the superpowers will bring. Perhaps the best way of dealing with the police is to become the government. Chisaki is almost certain that Japan and its government will not survive what's coming. And what better thing to replace it than a group of people with superpowers? Ruling his own part of the post-apocalyptic wasteland that used to be Japan will be entertaining. In the meantime, he'll play along. Very well, Dabai. Overhaul replies with a smile hidden behind his gas mask. I can agree to that, I believe. Aizawa Shouta's first move during his war against Overhaul is finding more people. Because honestly, they can't hope to organize anything even resembling a war effort with only him, Tsukachi, and Sansa. Their partners are the first to go. Detective Izo Tanuma for Tsukachi, and Officer Monika Kaneyashiki for Sansa. The reactions are understandable. First it's shock, then it's suspicion that they are making fun of them, and then, finally, acceptance. Kanuma's first job is to sift through the people at other police stations in the city, and single out people that are trustworthy and open-minded enough to accept the truth and some additional duty. Aizawa doesn't envy him. It's going to be a pain in the ass. It's quite easy for this to go awkward and ruin his reputation. But someone has to do it. There is no point in having a superhero's phone number if there is no policeman in the station to call it. What if someone attacked the precinct? Someone with a superpower contacting Aizawa and then Aizawa contacting the network would be problematic and time-consuming. Perhaps too time-consuming. The second thing he does is to do what the Japanese police should have done at least a year ago, although on a regional scale. He issues an order to all policemen under his command to report anything out of ordinary to him, while explaining this as the criminals responsible for the gas attack having access to chemicals that might cause hallucinations, both auditory and visual. So if you see something weird, back off and call Aizawa. You see someone weird, you don't try to apprehend it or shoot it, unless it's clearly attempting to attack you. But even then, you fire a warning shot first, because it might be a standard civilian and you are simply hallucinating. It's mostly about Aizawa needing to explain the odd order somehow. Hopefully, this will work. Hopefully, they won't lose anyone because they wasted too much time on not shooting due to thinking that the attacking metahuman was a hallucination. Then he has to start working on providing the network with some actual healthcare, while also figuring out how to start working on some means of metahuman containment. He has an idea on how to deal with that, but organizing that meeting will take him at least a week. Oddly enough, the first metahuman network member to have been called to assist the police operation was Kappa. Then again, it made perfect sense for that to happen, considering the circumstances. There was a large river passing through Takoba, the one where Tsuyu fished in, and the one right next to the network headquarters, deep enough for some ships to go up and down. Occasionally, since the war, the police were going to raid a ship. They suspected drug smuggling. They also suspected that whoever was aboard, they would probably throw it into the river. They weren't smuggling a lot, and in a waterproof package, but it was very pure stuff, something to then mix with various additives to produce 20 times as much drugs for sale, volume-wise. If police came rolling, they were planning to throw it off the ship. It had a location transmitter on it, so they would simply have a diver pick it up later on. Easy peasy. Besides, knowing who was truly behind the drugs in the city, they probably didn't have to do that. There had to be at least a single qualified diver among the Overhaul's goons. He would simply pick it up. The raid ended differently than the smugglers expected. By the time the police finished asking them questions, Tsuyu finished recovering what they threw off board. Then Officer Sansa has mysteriously found said package. The policemen present on site elected to ignore the fact that the package exterior was thoroughly wet. It really didn't matter to them what the smugglers did with it, for as long as they had it on board. Smugglers were absolutely shocked at the development, since they expected to be able to at the very least get out of the local police jurisdiction by the time the package was discovered by its divers. And with how chaotic things were nowadays, getting the arrest warrant out would be even more time-consuming. Tsuyu looked vaguely smug about her participation in that operation for days. 2 days later, the police asked Earworm to help reconnaissance a building they were about to raid in order to confirm the presence and number of the criminals inside. She promptly did just that. The local police officer who was her handler for the operation promptly informed the RPU counter-terrorist squad that was supposed to launch the raid that there are twice as many criminals inside as they expected, and that according to the ongoing talk, They had a lot of grenades, and even a Chinese light machine gun. The raid went off without a hitch. Aizawa shouted as war against Overhaul was going to be lengthy and brutal, but at least it was off to a good start. May departs back to Kyoto. Eventually, she had to do that. Last night was rather memorable. Izuku will probably stop blushing furiously when thinking about anything even remotely connected to this. Eventually, so most likely not during the next few years of his life. May is an awesome girlfriend, he isn't going to lie, but Sasaki-san should really confiscate those romance manga. Also, Izuku is 95% sure that there was also some much more adult manga mixed into those, and May was getting influenced by them as well. Also, he is quite curious as to why she spent a while whispering something into Uraraka's ear right before departing, and why Uraraka was blushing so furiously while this was happening. Ugh, he has a bad feeling about this. How peculiar. Overhaul says to Kurono, I believe that our friend Defiant went to bed with Superintendent Aizawa. That was unexpected. But considering how the last week was a string of small-time disasters for the Shy Hasekai, at least within the Takoba city, the other two were doing pretty fine. Kurono could easily figure out why Chisaki thought so. You think that people with superpowers are responsible for these setbacks? Kurono asks back. Chisaki is eating a meal in his hideout. Kurono is there, but this meal is a lonely one. He is only there to participate in a strategic council. He is the only save for Overhaul. Chisaki is the Shy Hasekai's undisputed head, but it's Kurono who is his deputy. Kurono is ruthless, loyal, intelligent, and the closest thing that Overhaul has to a friend. It's just Takoba, and that's where the heroes are holed up in, as far as we know. Overhaul replies, and suddenly the local police developed some actual fangs. And if I remember the report from our informants in the local police, Aizawa told them to report odd happenings to him. It sounds like someone's finally aware of the existence of superpowers, but isn't keen on making it a public knowledge. Makes an awful lot of sense. Kurono admits. What are we going to do about it? Overhaul spends almost half a minute eating in silence. He is clearly thinking about the response. Kurono says nothing. If his boss wants to hear his input, he'll ask for it. For now, nothing. Overhaul replies eventually. The problem is that making an open move against the police will be an escalation that we aren't ready for. My little Praetorian Guard together with Dabai and Mustard could utterly slaughter any local police precinct. Yes, it could probably wipe them all out. But the government didn't decline enough for me to simply take over the city. We can't win against the JSDF. Dabai can probably melt a tank or two, but getting close and not getting shredded by machine gun fire is a problem. Superpowers were an asset, not an answer to all problems. Assassination of Superintendent Aizawa sounds like something more reasonable. Overhaul continues. Look into it, just purely hypothetically for now. We do not want him to go to the governor and point at us as perpetrators if it fails. Logical. Their attempts to get the governor at their side failed completely in the past. For as much as it was hard to imagine nowadays, Governor Yagi was incorruptible. Oh, he wasn't above striking a deal or two that went pretty close to being problematic, but mostly for the greater good, and not with organized crime. That option was right out. What about deploying some of our special assets to protect more valuable businesses in Takoba? Kurono decides to ask. This time the silence is one that was inviting him to probe for things. He can tell things like that. Chisaki spends a while considering this. It's dangerous. He eventually replies. We do not know the numbers of Defiant's organization. There is certainly the man himself, Ashido Mina and her monster of a boyfriend. If we send our villains out one by one, we risk the enemy ganging up on them. I don't think that the police can keep Dabai in prison. Kurono points out. He will simply melt everything between himself and freedom. Mustard probably can't escape, but he can gas everyone within the building. They would simply have to keep someone posted outside of the precinct to pick him up when that would happen. I'm not afraid of imprisonment. Overhaul replies. I'm afraid of Defiant slamming them into a wall without me around to heal them. Or Superintendent Aizawa putting a bullet in their head and having Ashido Mina dispose of their corpses once he realizes that he can't keep them in prison. That was an option. Was Aizawa Shouter ruthless enough for this? Probably not. Were they ready to risk finding out that they were wrong in that assessment? When you had only a single user of certain power, they were essentially irreplaceable in the long term. But there was a problem with that logic. Kurono decided to point it out. What's the point of having supervillains in our ranks? He says, if we are too afraid of losing them to use them. Overhaul freezes for a second. Then, he spends a while thinking it over. His meal is finished in the meantime. You have a point, Overhaul eventually admits. Besides, if we keep avoiding engagements, we won't be able to measure how much firepower Defiant has. There is a fair chance that we're actually outgunning him massively. And unless he decides to use Uri's power, we have an upper hand when it comes to healing injuries. Looks like they are going to get busy, after all. Thankfully, Dabai is merely the strongest of the ability users that they recently recruited. In times like this, when you suddenly developed an advantage, like, say, a superpower, then you used it. Potential villains certainly outclassed potential heroes in numbers. Send Dust Storm, Glassmaker, White Line, and Jetstream. Overhaul decides. Was using 2 words in your villain name a sign of mediocrity? Probably not. Dabai's girlfriend had a single word name and was rather mediocre as well. But it didn't really matter to him right now. They were much more expendable than Dabai or Mustard, maybe except for Glassmaker. She had potential. How's your search for the 3 priority targets going along? Hirono has some progress to report, but nothing particularly substantial. Izuku Midoriya is really looking forward to getting some actual action. However, and this is truly the sign of the duality that his life embodies, he would also prefer to not have to get into action. Almost 10 days have passed since the meeting with the superintendent. They were called to action exactly 4 times. None of the calls went badly. In fact, for as much as Izuku thought, the police were finding the deal to be highly beneficial. Of course, they weren't exactly getting paid for it yet. The policemen they got to work with admitted that they should have. But the local police was critically underfunded, and figuring out a money source that wouldn't make anyone suspect that Aizawa was siphoning what's left of the police budget for his own benefit was going to be a pain. Izuku was alright with this, to a degree. Sure, the best case scenario would be them getting paid for what they were doing. Sure, most of the psychics were actually working only for a short moment, but they were offering services that no one else could. They deserved life insurance and money to pay for other things. That much was a given. But for now, the Hatsume Industries were financing them to a degree that allowed them to live without having to count every yen. Sure, they couldn't go for a spending spree, but they had food, energy, running water, and the remaining basics, like cleaning agents and toilet paper. And with this in mind, the biggest priority that the network had right now was to make the police actually consider it useful. Thus far it was working. And Izuku was willing to ignore minor things such as not getting paid due to that. They needed a good rep, especially among the local law enforcement. They never knew what was going to be the local reaction to the reveal day. And it could technically be tomorrow. Getting people with actual power to realize the network's willingness to help and their usefulness was a good way of dampening potentially negative reactions to the reveal. So yes, good citizens. There are murderous fiends out there, but all we ever did was assist the police. We even worked under the police oversight in order to not mess anything up. And the police will gladly confirm that we saved a lot of people. So please differentiate us from Overhaul's band. Okay, simple. Then Superintendent Aizawa decides to phone him. Defiant, do you remember the part where I said that I'm going to look into a way to get you all some educational prospects and healthcare? Superintendent goes right for the throat. Izuku was busy training his ability on Takoba Beach when it happened. Thankfully, it means that he is alone. Yes, he replies. His muscles hurt like hell. He overused them only a bit, but he'll probably end up crying in pain tomorrow morning. Again, it's not that he is weak. It's just that due to some odd medical condition, his muscle soreness is way more painful than for normal people. It's what crippled his body in the long term. How can you exactly develop a healthy body if any overexertion of your muscles makes you feel like your body is being dissolved in acid or something similarly painful? For hours. And over-the-counter painkillers refuse to alleviate the problem even slightly. He doesn't even have to reach the actual muscle soreness level. It's just that at this point the resulting pain becomes unbearable. Reasonably light workout makes him get the equivalent of a really bad version of normal muscle soreness. Anything beyond that, ouch. At least cardio training was an option. If you were cautious and smart about it, his stamina was alright. Good, in fact. Ugh, he gets to reminisce about stuff like that at the worst moments, doesn't he? I think it's time to talk about it in detail. Aizawa replies, in fact, I'll need you to accompany me somewhere so that we can persuade someone to agree to help us. You'll probably have to unmask before him, at the very least before the classes start, but you'll find his information security rather unmatched. 3 days and another intervention later. This time it was hijacked. Some robber was cornered in the convenience store and tried to take a hostage to tell the police to back off. It didn't work. Izuku Midoriya found himself wearing his hero uniform again. During the day, it was slightly unnatural, and he wasn't sure how to feel about it, really. He met with the superintendent and Detective Tsukachi right in front of the entrance gate of the UA, Japan's most famous educational facility, that just happened to be conveniently located at the outskirts of Takoba. It makes perfect sense, in a way. UA is famous for being a combination of senior high school and university, large one, with its own hospital and factory on the verge of the UA grounds, so that medical and engineering students have places to work in. And it's a very special place, dedicated to perfecting whatever student ended up joining it. It only takes the ones that are already above the common riffraff, and they either fail to catch up or end up being something even more special. And considering the fact that having superpowers makes you special, Izuku can realize why they might be interested in the metahuman network. It already has future sports stars, future top scientists, engineers, doctors, politicians, and philosophers in its midst. Nurturing superheroes sounds like a logical next step. It also has large, mostly forested grounds. It's legendarily wealthy and quite very secretive. Not that it's all a secret cult level of secret, but they have enough sons and daughters of the wealthy to be very interested in security, including the one concerning the information. What was left was them meeting its principal, without things going pear-shaped, especially as he was widely connected to the most influential people in Japan. It was going to be a complicated talk, especially as they had to first figure out what he knows about the superpowers. What if there was an actual gag order / kill on site stuff, just above the level of police superintendent? The secretary gives Izuku some odd stares while they are waiting for their time to enter the principal's office. He isn't surprised. His outfit is concealing his face, but he is accompanied by a police officer, so she probably decides that he is hiding his identity for some serious police reason. Working with the police has its perks, Izuku discovers. Eventually they are ushered inside. The room is rather hard to say, really. The best adjective is probably orderly. Not even a speck of dust. Documents neatly stacked on the desk. One wall is taken entirely by several shelves filled with pictures. Most successful students of the UA. Symbol of the principal's accomplishments. If what Izuku read online is to be trusted, there are 3 prime ministers and several Olympic medalists among them. The requirements to get a display in the UA principal's office are ridiculous. Izuku is also slightly intimidated, despite May whispering into his ear that it's all right. It makes him feel a bit better, though. Superintendent Aizawa, principal asks from behind his desk. His glare is rather intensely focused. Izuku once again finds himself rather intimidated by it. How can I help the Takoba police? Is he suspecting that some of his students misbehaved? Probably so. There is most likely an expulsion paper or 2 prepared. They won't find any use today, though. And is the Takoba police a reminder that for as much as he represents the local law enforcement, Aizawa has way too short of a stick to try anything crazy with their host, Principal Sasaki? Aizawa replies in kind. I do not believe that there is a simple way of asking the question that I have in mind. In fact, I fully expect you to think that I'm crazy after hearing it. But if so, I'd like to ask you in advance to let me and my companion explain ourselves before throwing us out. Mirai Sasaki gives him a prolonged and hard-to-read stare. Izuku feels more uncomfortable than intimidated now. Very well, I can promise you that much. Principal replies. What is the question? Well, time to jump off the building. Head first, and without a protective gear or quirk. Because what they are going to do is an equivalent of that. The guy in front of them can probably phone the current prime minister if he needs something from him. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about the existence of superpowers? Aizawa asks, and Principal Sasaki continues staring at him. Izuku's presence in the room appears to have been forgotten, by which I mean things straight from superhero comics. You were right to ask me first to not throw you out before letting you explain yourself. Sasaki replies, because I would throw you out right now for wasting my time. Oh my god. Mirai Sasaki doesn't know about meta abilities. That or they are now on the government's hit list for knowing too much. Both options are equally terrifying, but for different reasons altogether. Wait, Izuku thinks it through quickly. Sasaki has a reputation for being strict and about as conservative as you can get. He really isn't someone you confront about stuff like that without powerful arguments. He might have been kept out of the loop due to that. Besides, at least technically, he isn't part of the government. There is a fair chance that he wasn't informed simply because some government agency was irritated about him knowing too much about governmental affairs. Obstructive bureaucrats were, are, and will be a thing. And if someone did try to inform him, he probably treated them as loonies. Besides, the government probably knew that if he knew about the superpowers, he would dig into it hard, especially as most users were within the appropriate age to attend UA. Do your magic, problem child. Aizawa says. Yes, no amount of arguments can hope to change anything. Except for that one special argument. Izuku focuses his meta ability, while quietly thanking God that it's Aizawa that has an anti-quirk or this meeting would have been a lost cause right from the start. Sasaki doesn't move, but his eyes dart through his office when almost everything inside of it begins to move upward, slowly and on a perfectly vertical vector. Izuku doesn't want to leave a mess. Only after close to 10 seconds of this, Principal Sasaki examines his floating pen. He actually ends up dismantling it to check if they didn't tamper with its insides. Mirai Sasaki is a paranoid man. Or, perhaps, only a very thorough one. Good to know. That's a very convincing argument. Sasaki finally admits. Could you please put everything down now? Izuku does just that. Principal seems to have finally noticed him, judging from the rather analytical stare. The answer is no. He finally says, I have no such knowledge. but I'm extremely interested in changing that, preferably right now. I'll be honest with you, Aizawa replies after a few seconds of silence. He was probably busy trying to gauge how honest Sasaki was with them. Izuku's feelings of being out of the loop intensify. Neither of us knows much. I found out soon after the gas attack when 2 of my subordinates came to me to tell me they were saved from it by a self-proclaimed superhero. That is sitting next to me. Aizawa seems vaguely reassured that they didn't step into a trap. Probably. Then again, Tsukachi is outside of the room. If there is a governmental death squad about to storm in, they would hear the shouts. Principal Sasaki takes his eyes off Aizawa for a second. He gives another analytic look to Izuku, then returns to the one who was clearly the narrator. Ever since then, I've been trying to somehow respond to the discovery that the organized crime in this prefecture is practically run by a handful of supervillains, Aizawa says with a voice as bitter as humanly possible. Sasaki's eyes widened in surprise. Whose meta abilities make them capable of committing crimes while leaving no material evidence behind, or of walking out of any prison I can lock them in, or both. I assume you tried to contact people who might know more, Sasaki replies calmly, including me. It was a logical reaction to the described scenario, probably together with calling the GSDF to step in. This was one half of the reason for the meeting, but they were yet to get to the second half. This could wait, at least for a while. The scope of that was rather limited, Superintendent says. Izuku is incredibly weirded out by 2 people emotionless to this degree talking about something in the same room as he was. It felt borderline unnatural, some subtle probing here and there. I've decided to avoid ruining what's left of my career and making my family into a laughingstock by openly stating the truth, but what I gathered is that no one in the Musutafu police seems to know anything. So, we came to you. Sasaki remains silent for close to 10 seconds. Izuku can practically see the gears turning intensely in his head. He is trying to figure out how to react to that, and the subject of the talk seems to be way out of his comfort zone. For as much as it shocks me, I truly know nothing, Sasaki finally admits. I believe that this lack of knowledge led to me misinterpreting certain inquiries and gossip from my acquaintances in and around the government. As of now, I'm almost certain that at least the government knows, but doesn't consider it as something high on its list of priorities. Oh my fucking god, Izuku thought. Their government was filled with idiots. That, or the war messed everything up more than they thought. The government is in for a rude awakening. Aizawa seems to share Izuku's opinion, but in a much more restrained manner. Thus far, the list of known metahumans in Musutafu alone includes a girl that can teleport things and people at the distance counted in hundreds of kilometers, a girl that can permanently dege living organisms on touch, and an apparent supervillain in charge of local yakuza that can instantly disassemble and reassemble whatever he touches, including human beings. And since he can change things during reassembly, the only question right now is whether he can splice the victim's DNA or brainwash them by instantaneous brain surgery. Aizawa shouted didn't say that to anyone, but the part of Defiant's report about Overhaul's quirk marked as speculations was pure nightmare fuel. That was probably responsible for his recently reinvigorated insomnia, especially the might eventually learn how to transplant, copy quirks line. Murai Sasaki is simply staring at him. For the first time since the start of their talk, there are actual emotions on his face, namely horror, and perhaps a bit of shock, and maybe some disbelief. Welcome to my world, Aizawa sighs while leaning back in his chair. I've spent all the time since that discovery trying to find help. Any help. I found absolutely nothing. And as of now, I have no clue how to even try arresting that Yakuza supervillain. He will simply dismantle the prison and walk out, or dig an instant tunnel to freedom. Our prison system is unprepared. The police are busy running around like headless chickens. Our government is ignoring the issue. The press maintains the masquerade simply by inertia and the war teaching it to keep quiet and don't meddle with things too much, or perhaps because of some half-forgotten wartime gag order on superpowers. It's so bad that I'm starting to think that establishing government-mandated death squads to deal with the supervillains is a good idea. Except, we don't even have money for that, and we don't have the government to mandate them. Izuku shudders a bit with the government-mandated death squads, but then again, Aizawa said that those were for the villains. And against himself, the young superhero, Vigilante has to admit that it might be the only option left if they won't find a way to suppress people's quirks. Principal Sasaki looks like he just transcended the shock and horror and leapt straight into the realm of existential horror, with, still, a hint of disbelief. Except for this time, it's less I don't believe you and more I don't want to believe you because the implications are too horrible. Eventually, he recovers, mostly because Aizawa decides not to kick him anymore and give him time for that. How? He says. How's it possible for the government to overlook something so big? Alright, it's Defiant's time to shine. He and May spend a while trying to figure out the answer to that question. I have a theory, he says. All the eyes are suddenly focused on him, and he manages not to shrink in his seat only through heroic willpower. The thing is, there is a clear spike in strong meta-ability manifestations during the last 2 years, typically in people between 17 and 19 years old. We know of 2 older metahumans that awakened before this time. One has significant medical complications related to his power, and it's way more subdued. The other can heal himself with his ability, making the situation a bit more complicated to assess. However, he pauses for a split second. That's enough for Sasaki to hijack the conversation. However, if the government investigated the issue during the war, they have probably run into weaker metahumans with often self-destructive powers. The principal says, thus, they came to believe that the problem is mostly self-solving. Hence it's low level on the list of priorities, especially with the chaos in the country. With the country in a growing crisis, then they failed to notice the sudden spike in the metahumans' numbers, power, and stability, especially as it's a recent development and the information network of the country is practically in ruins. The principal was really smart. He figured it out immediately. Defiant limited himself to a nod. There were many odd events during the war that might have been attempts at combat deployment of some superpower user. If those ended with failure, major countries probably left the issue be, probably wondering when the general population will figure it out. And then, after a few years, once the people whose careers grew on rejecting the importance of the superpowers settled in, suddenly, the superpowers stopped being useless. This is unsustainable for a longer time. Sasaki decides. Izuku isn't sure about it, but the principal feels like he is actually speaking to them both now. We have several months at best before the situation goes public. Even with people exhausted by the war and busy rebuilding, the inertia goes only so far, which is precisely why we're, excuse me for the wording, screwed. Aizawa replies. His face is mostly expressionless, which somehow adds gravity to his words. Not like they needed that. No theories behind the metahuman birth, no means of containment, no means of detection. It's one big unknown, and people fear the dangerously powerful unknown more than anything. Things will get ugly after reveal day, especially once the public starts realizing how many crimes and other odd events are perpetrated or caused by people with superpowers. Add a few terrorist organizations launching attacks with those and suddenly you have social strife. Japan cannot survive further social strife, especially not one of this magnitude. And even if the United States has a well-developed supernatural warfare program with means of detection and containment included, the time needed for them to share it with other countries will probably be the death sentence to Japan as a country. I might have an idea for something of a stopgap measure, but mostly for our prefecture. Aizawa continues. Maybe more, but this is something that I'll need UAS help with. You'll have our full cooperation in that. Sasaki replies. Whatever that is, you're surprisingly cooperative. Aizawa pointed it out. This is something that Izuku noticed as well. I'm, most of all, a logical and rational person. Principal replied. I failed to find a logical explanation for your earlier presentation that doesn't include various degrees of you speaking the truth. I will, I assure you, investigate it further once you leave. This includes both testing myself for chemicals that you might have slipped into my drink earlier and looking for any signs of you tampering with objects in my room. However, in the meantime, I feel convinced, and sticking to beliefs that someone proved beyond a reasonable doubt to be false is a height of irrationality. Aizawa's brief pulse of paranoia has found its answer. It seems to be satisfying. My idea, although I admit it was mostly defiance, can be summed up as fighting fire with fire. Aizawa continues. The criminals out there have people with superpowers in their midst. Well, let's get some for ourselves. You are letting untrained civilians, even if with superpowers, fight criminals. Sasaki appears to be as curious as he is worried. No, I don't. Aizawa replies calmly. I let them use their abilities to assist the police, under our oversight. Their leader, Defiant, who is the problem child next to me. Problem child sounds so diminutive. He is an adult. He might look like a kid under the suit, but has given me the list of the local metahuman network members and their powers. When the police need one of them, I contact him and the network delivers. If the police officers run into a villain, I contact him, and the more combat-oriented network members come rolling. Principal Sasaki looks intrigued. How does that system work in practice? He asks. A single week isn't enough to form a definitive opinion. Aizawa replies honestly. However, thus far, we've called them 4 times, and only for assistance, not for combat. And each time they proved extremely useful. The 4th intervention actually involved Carmilla. An undercover police officer had a car accident at the worst time possible, and they really needed a replacement SAP for some very important criminal meeting. Izuku decided to ignore the fact that he was 90% sure that it was merely Superintendent Aizawa's way of trying to test how undetectable the Hasu vampire really is when she impersonates someone. It barely counted as actual intervention, at least to Defiant. She turned out to be very undetectable. Aizawa seemed to be incredibly worried by that discovery. This sounds like a logical way of dealing with the problem. Sasaki decides after a few seconds. Not only does it improve the law enforcement's firepower, but it'll also provide the public with a yes but counter-argument to violent reactions to the metahumans, not to mention the fact that the superheroes are potentially marketable, and the country in the current state certainly needs someone to believe in. Izuku didn't think about the last bit, but it was probably an extremely correct assessment. What do you need the UA for, exactly? Sasaki then asks. Your school teaches politicians, actors, doctors, and sportsmen, Aizawa says dryly. Is it willing to teach superheroes as well? The principal seems to have gone through some rather intense gear turning for a few long seconds. Then he visibly relaxes. I see. He nods scarcely. A lot of space, privacy, and unrestricted access to a hospital. And all of that, while receiving the highest quality education, having some qualified educators maintain oversight over them to make sure that they aren't a danger to anyone, and access to psychological help if their hero work turns out to be troubling. This is a well-thought proposal. This isn't an agreement, merely a statement. Aizawa decides to speak. We also hope to employ your hospital and engineering section, he says, drawing Sasaki out of his little mind shell. Figuring out how those quirks work is the first step in finding a way of disabling them, at least temporarily. And that would make imprisonment of arrested villains much easier. I see you, May yells into his ear. Tell them about me and my babies, now. I don't want to get sidetracked like that. Ugh, makes sense. Sasaki nods. And I would never say no to allowing my school to enter a completely untouched field of research, especially one which appears this important. Even your CERN. Izuku tries to speak back. His mask filters the sound and makes it so that only May can hear him. Of course, he doesn't finish speaking when he hears an enthusiastic yes. X2. I believe that it's the right time to mention that one of the network members is a rather brilliant inventor, Izuku says, and May squeals into his ears at this description of herself. She is creating our gear, my current outfit among other things. Her dream is to become the modern equivalent of the Wrights brothers, but for superpowers-oriented support equipment, and she'll absolutely hate getting pushed off the stage. So you might want to incorporate her into this. And also he will do his best to not make her angry at him. He'll probably wake up in a room filled with TNT or something like that. Her babies and her dreams of greatness were serious business. Your outfit. Oddly enough, it's Aizawa who asks. Well, he wasn't clued about it either. It's just a hoodie with a face mask, though. It's a knife and partially bulletproof full body armor made to resemble a hoodie with a face mask. He replies, and the helmet includes night vision, infrared vision, and enough communication equipment to let her act as my mission control. I can even talk with her with you next to me because the helmet filters those words out when I want it to. And she designed and manufactured it by herself. And also Jesus Christ, May, stop squealing like that into my ear. He adds after a second. His helmet switched into the sound-canceling mode for a second. Principal Sasaki and Superintendent Aizawa are busy staring at him, clearly surprised by his earlier statement. Hey, you are advertising my babies to someone extremely influential in the country. How am I supposed not to? He mutes her for a few seconds. Brutal, but maybe this will make her behave. Well, I get the feeling that it's something that I should have known beforehand. Aizawa points it out. Izuku is actually surprised by that statement. Wait, you thought I was waltzing around in a hoodie, despite every criminal carrying a gun nowadays? Unfortunately, what the mask doesn't do is make his sudden, repetitive blinks visible to people outside of him. You can't be a combat-oriented superhero in the network if you're not reasonably bulletproof. We aren't suicidal. Superintendent appears vaguely surprised at the suggestion that the local superheroes aren't suicidal. Vaguely surprised, but also very relieved. Also, I thought you said something about network not being financed well. Aizawa drills him further. Sasaki seems to be gear turning in the background again. But you seem to be better equipped than the local police. Oh, they certainly are. Except, only he and Singularity are actually properly equipped. And she has only received her new support item yesterday. One or two others have minor stuff, but nothing substantial. May Hatsume was a genius, but a lonely one. She had limits to how much she could produce, especially as she also needed to design everything first. If anything, she was performing almost impossibly well, given the circumstances, because it isn't financed well. Izuku is almost defensive at this point. Her parents don't trust her with money, but they trust her with tools and materials. So she is slowly gearing us up, but we still need to be thrifty with toilet paper. Who exactly are her parents? Sasaki asks. Right on point. The principal is a man of action, in his own way. Tell them, May yells at him again. He didn't even notice that her silence ran out of time. Mary and Kimiko Hatsume. Izuku admits. Hatsume is in Hatsume Industries. He at this point knows what this is about. Mirai Sasaki is famous for helping his students achieve greatness. The prospect of having a modern Wrights brother on his wall of fame will immediately put him in May's corner on this. And she both realized it in time and took advantage of that. A small step for Izuku Midoriya but a great leap for May Hatsume road to greatness plan. And she has enough backing to still be untouchable and for the government to not really be able to get to the network through her if this was all a trap. Besides, the suggestion that the network has Hatsume Industries in its corner certainly improves Izuku's negotiation strength. Even a governmental anti-metahuman death squad would probably end up gently asking Defiant to get shot voluntarily and back down after he'd say no. She achieved all of that with a single announcement. Why the hell did her parents want to make her younger brother into their heir? They just had to motivate her to take the CEO bit seriously. She would be absolutely terrifying in that role. Aizawa stares at him in shock. Principal Sasaki corrects his glasses. May Hatsume, he asks. Her fame as an inventor must have reached all the way here. And he knows what's the supposed average age of meta-ability manifestation. So things fit. Hero name Alchemist. Izuku replies. He gets maybe 3 seconds of silence before Principal Sasaki speaks. Do you think that she'll agree to attend the UA with you? They won the game. What followed was almost 30 minutes of a rather intense discussion concerning the details of the initiative. UA needed at least a week to prepare a separate school building, gather proper teachers, and for the UA University Hospital to get enlightened. It wasn't said openly, but Principal Sasaki probably needed that time to double-check everything in his room, to make sure that it was just one giant prank. I might actually get you some additional classmates. Sasaki mentions it at some point. When I mentioned the misinterpreted inquiries, I meant certain people subtly probing me in a way suggesting that they wanted to find out if I know about superpowers. I suspect that some of their relatives at the age when they could get admitted to our school developed those. The list also includes at least one current student from my school. Nice, new recruits, hopefully. No one who could be a pain in the ass. Or, worst of all, a potential villain. Then again, with how stringent the UA was about the approved behavior, the parents of potential villains would most likely not bother probing Sasaki. There were other moments of importance in this talk. One came when Tsuyu was mentioned, and her critical lack of past education. Aizawa looked actually creeped out by the discovery that someone kicked out a few years old child for looking weird. And with no one else to pick her up, she continued to live in the wilds for years. Mirai Sasaki adopted a particularly hostile at that discovery as well. Tsuyu's family should probably hope that no one was going to find it. Otherwise, they are in for a world of pain. It will not be a problem. Sasaki replies finally. She'll receive more personalized lessons, tailored for her level. We do not require academic excellence from all our students. When you have a clear talent for something else, such as sports, we are satisfied with mediocrity, for at least when we see some effort put into it, enough to persuade us that this is all that you can potentially achieve in that field. He knew, of course, but he preferred to make sure of it. He wasn't picking any chances, not with his friends' futures. And what in the hypothetical scenario when one of us loses his power or ability to use it to their injuries? He asks further, after all that Uraraka needs for that is losing 2 fingers. And fingers aren't the toughest part of the human body. Of course, he could theoretically ask Yuri for help. But what if she isn't available? What if she refuses because of the whole associated trauma? Izuku isn't forcing her to use it. He isn't Overhaul. And they aren't even sure if it will work on missing body parts. The same thing that happens to any of our sport champions if an injury puts an end to their careers while their grades aren't high enough to justify transfer to another course. Sasaki replies calmly. They are transferred to an affiliate school fitting their level more, while the UA pays their medical bills, regardless of their size, to help them regain as much of what they lost as possible. We also finance their further education. We're loyal to our students, present or past, for as long as they are loyal to us. The last sentence could be skewed in all the wrong ways. Sasaki is either entirely unaware of it or has said it that way consciously. Big part of the UAS education is focused on the morals of our students. He continues, our graduates become influential people. Close to 10% of the current National Diet members attended our school. Gestures such as what I just described might be costly, but showing the remaining students that the world isn't all about cutting corners. Throwing dead weights off and demanding repayment for acts of goodness is priceless. It makes sense. Although his open mention of the graduates in the National Diet right after the loyal to them if they are loyal to us is a bit suspicious. Personally, I'm looking forward to having superheroes among our graduates. Sasaki continues, either unaware or uncaring of the slight turmoil within Izuku. Just be aware that considering the potential danger level of you and your compatriots and how much your behavior might influence the future of this country, we'll be observing you all with extreme attention to detail. Well, talk about ominous. At least they were still going to live in their quarters, getting to and from the school with Eclipse's warp gate. It was honestly a matter of time, especially once Overhaul fielded some of his new villains right next to his thugs. Eventually, some of Aizawa's police officers had to run into one of them, resulting in a scuffle. In this case, a patrol ran into a group of Yakuza thugs that were going through the neighborhood to collect protection money. And for as much as none of the two police officers in the car considers themselves to be heroic individuals, they were things they couldn't let slip, such as two Yakuza thugs beating up a defenseless girl while forcing her father to watch on the street in broad daylight. Alright, it was quite a while since the police actually showed up on that street, but it wasn't far from the regularly patrolled area, which meant that it was still quite an escalation for the Yakuza and for the police, who actually tried to expand the protected area. For the first time in at least a year, the situation almost immediately escalated into a rushed firefight between two police officers and several Yakuza thugs. The former immediately called for backup, and then, when they began to see things and one of them was almost impaled by a glass spike that went through their car like it was made from plasticine, for more backup. One perk of acting alongside the police was that the Takoba superheroes had someone actually knowledgeable to tell them when shit might fly. Izuku knew a lot of things, but he could never hope to get anywhere close to the level of knowledge about the local criminal activity of, for example, Superintendent Aizawa. No amount of individual research could bring him close within a reasonable time span. More than that, he had someone who had years of experience in predicting the operations of the local criminals in charge of their war effort, and that changed everything immensely, especially as Superintendent Aizawa was a crafty one. He expanded the patrol routes, knowing that there would be a confrontation. Sooner or later, it was reconnaissance by force, with one superhero on standby relatively close to it at all times over the past 2 days, and a handful of police officers on standby, also close, but separately. When the skirmish started, Kirishima Ijiru and Officer Sansa Tamakawa were the designated guard duo. They rushed towards the site of the firefight. The official relief force proceeded towards the same point, but from a different direction. Izuku Midoriya was alerted as well. He was a bit too far to make it to battle in the normal way, but he had Eclipse start opening her warp gate. In the meantime, he was limited to being the mission control. He quickly analyzed what he could from the panicked report of the police officers present on site. He was going to help Gargoyle as much as he could, even from a distance. The thugs realized things were going nasty for them. So close to the police-controlled area they weren't ready for a firefight. Thankfully for the two police officers who would have totally died if the Yakuza didn't decide to return after trashing their car and wounding one of them. Unfortunately for the Yakuza, the officers reported the direction towards which the thugs retreated, and Kirishima was in the right position to intercept them. Aizawa phoned him. They quickly started making arrangements. It's glass manipulation. Defiant tells Kirishima through the secure comlink when he is leaving Officer Tamakawa's patrol car. Sansa has an earpiece as well. They came prepared. Engage away from larger amounts of glass and watch for attacks from multiple directions. Makes sense. All he has to do is to miss a single window behind him, and suddenly there is an attack going from that direction. I think that I have a good matchup, though, Kirishima replies while both of them are running down the alleyway. He would feel much better if he had an actual hero outfit, but no. Only a hoodie and communication equipment. I'm harder than glass. Theoretically. Defiant replies scarcely. Are you sure that the insides of your ears are hardened as well? Ouch, he didn't think of that. And ears are only one of the bodily orifices that can be used as a point of entry if the enemy glass manipulation is detailed enough. He doesn't like the images that his imagination conjures. Tamakawa gets to the corner first. He looks behind it, yells freeze, and immediately hides before a handful of bullets whiz through the air next to them. All right, they are resisting arrest. The officer calmly announces, "You're free to engage." The villain is the young woman with black hair. He doesn't say it, but Kirishima is supposed not to kill or permanently maim anyone. They had that talk earlier. He was rather talkative about it, actually, and the time spent in the car was rather boring, so there was a lot of talking. The police officer was also rather adamant in that Kirishima is allowed to kill if he has to choose between his life and theirs. But other than that, this should be the absolute last resort. Any kill was going to be reviewed up to the most minuscule details in order to find out if it truly was the only option. And there might have been consequences if it wasn't. Kirishima hardens his entire body and runs behind the corner. This is an alleyway lodged behind the rundown buildings. 4 Yakuza thugs and the woman fulfilling Sansa's description of the villain. They have guns. She has 2 orbs of glass floating above her head. They were running towards the direction from which Kirishima arrived, only to be startled by Sansa showing up, and now by the monster charging at them. Fuck, it's a hero. One thug yells. Wow, now it really feels like they are all starring in a superhero movie, aren't they? The situation would be even more like that if they yelled his hero name, but obviously, it's yet to become known. Baby steps, Kirishima. They have enough time to fire at him. He can feel the bullets, but it's pretty much prickles to him. Take them down first. Defiant advises. Makes sense. What if she exhausts him enough that his hardening fails while they are still around? That would be one stupid way to die. He might not have a full uniform, but he isn't completely without equipment. He is strong, yes, but he lacks experience in fighting seriously in this form. It strengthens him. What if he punches someone a bit too strong? They had to figure out a countermeasure. May responded by electrocuting him, thus discovering that in his hardened form, his skin conducts electricity only barely. And that gave her options, including one that she ended up realizing. Taser knuckle dusters. Aka baby number 5. Alchemist was a scary woman, but she knew how to make the manliest of weapons. The goons were all in front of the villain. They were all strong people, but not strong enough to remain in the fighting conditions after being electrocuted. All he had to do was lightly tap them. All that Kirishima felt was the slight numbness of his fists. He could fight through that, no problem. Pardon your body, now. Defiant shouts suddenly. Kirishima listens to him and goes as hard as possible. 2 seconds later, he is still sent flying with the sound of shattering glass to accompany him. What? He hits the wall with a loud thump. It partially caves in. He doesn't care. He immediately stands up. He doesn't seem harmed by the attack in the slightest, but he will probably have a nasty bruise once he deactivates the hardening. It would probably be worse if Defiant didn't warn him. He must be watching the battle through a drone's camera, so Kirishima has eyes in the skies on his side. Nice. He still shouldn't let himself get caught by an attack like that. Fuck, the villain says. The glass balls are gone. Instead, there is something resembling a glass battering ram floating right next to her. One of its ends looks cracked, but it's quickly reforming back into a smooth surface. You're a tough one, huh? Tamakawa makes himself known by stepping beyond the corner and firing at her a few times. She saw his arrival in time to reform the battering ram into a circular shield. It doesn't look tough, but somehow, the rounds failed to pierce it. There are large cracks on the surface, but they quickly start mending. The cracks are all near the edges of the shield. Officer Tamakawa wasn't trying to hit her. It was just a distraction, probably a reaction to seeing Kirishima fly. Looks like. Defiant comments as she shaves some of the glass from the edge of her shield and fires it as an arrow at Sansa. He jumps behind the corner in time. She can make the glass she controls harder. No kidding. Kirishima tries not to be sarcastic, but it's rather obvious that it's not just a normal glass, even to him. By some time, Defiant decides to not retort anything back. Knowing him, he realized that he just said something stupid and decided to ignore it and let the memory fade. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Don't let her escape onto the main street. Yeah, so much glass to manipulate, and perhaps some passersby to get harmed in the crossfire. Plus, yeah, witnesses. You know what? This isn't manly at all. Kirishima yells and the villain looks at him weirdly. A hero and a villain fighting, and we didn't even introduce ourselves. And Gargoyle, what's your villain name? Mustard clearly had a nickname. Overhaul as well. Did the remaining Shy Hasekai super thugs have nicknames like that as well? Glassmaker, she replies. For a second or two, Kirishima is graced by a vision of Overhaul going through old superhero comics in his free time between peddling drugs and killing people, all to figure out how to make his villains more villainous. By finding them appropriate villain names, for example. At least they are still behind in villain uniforms. Overhaul should hire a proper stylist. She is wearing just simple trousers and a t-shirt. It's not villainous at all. Give her a bulletproof vest, at least. Nice. Kirishima palms his fist with fervor and vigor. Now, it's going to be a proper fight. His skills in buying time suck. Besides, she was clearly about to attack him now that the introductions ended. So it's time for him to take the initiative. He charges again. She fires a few glass pellets at him. They bounce off, causing no damage, so she changes her tactic. She forms a glass shield in her left hand, leaving the rest of her glass to float behind her, once again formed like a battering ram. Nasty, considering the impact that sent him flying earlier. She must be able to make her glass fly pretty quick, something to keep in mind while engaging. He delivers a nasty punch to the center of the shield, just to test its durability. It partially shatters but quickly reforms. She retaliates with her battering ram, but this time he knows that it's coming. He hardens the area surrounding the impact point to the max. He is slightly pushed back, but not sent flying again. He can do it. She curses him, but he isn't giving her the time to respond to that. Another punch, the shield partially shattered once again. Before she can reorganize it, he responds to her earlier attack with a gut punch of his own. With a taser knuckle duster, he feels vaguely satisfied when it goes off, only for Izuku to yell at him to fortify his left side. So he does just that. Then he is sent flying again. What the hell is with this day? He is extremely heavy when in this form. Her attacks must be incredibly strong. Worst of all, he lost the earpiece this time. She would probably kill any normal person with a single blow. That's a scary meta ability if he ever saw one. Thankfully, he is sturdy enough to take it. But why did the taser? Oh, she looks at him, grinning nastily when he raises up from the ground. And she raises her bluish t-shirt up a little. Under her clothes, she is wearing armor of glass. It doesn't conduct electricity all too well, now isn't it? She seems to be taunting him now. Kirishima Ijiru thinks that it's an unmanly thing to use violence on women. Of course, it's only a bit more unmanly than using violence on men. However, there are exceptions to that. The first one is when you have to protect someone. Some people cannot be discouraged with words, especially when you aren't very gifted with them. Kirishima isn't. This exception isn't at play here. But the other one is, when someone is clearly a fighter and they want to fight you, for whatever reason, then not giving your all is simply disgraceful, especially to them, and unmanly by definition, regardless of who they are. Considering the fact that she sent him flying not once, but twice, it's time to acknowledge that she is powerful, and she wants to fight him, so he'll happily oblige, without metaphorical gloves on. They are both warriors, so it's just a matter of personal decency, and perhaps some honor. He reapplies his hardening and pushes it to the maximum. Everywhere. It makes him look scary, yes. He can see the brief freak out of Glassmaker when she sees it. She can't even see his face. And that's the objectively scariest part of him in this mode. Then he charges forward. Her battering ram is still there, but it fails to even slow him down. The concrete tiles under his feet are shattering under the strain, but he ignores that. He ignores everything. He collides with her shield and shatters it entirely. She yells something and tries to jump sideways, but he doesn't allow that. He slows down at the last second, but the collision with him is enough to send her flying backwards. She lands on the ground on her back. She tries to stand up, but she is dazed and hurt by the impact, and he doesn't give her the time. Suddenly, she discovers himself on top of him, his fist raised. "It will hurt," he announces. "Feel free to surrender at any point." She doesn't surrender. Instead, she gathers as much glass as she can. From her weapon, from her shield, from her body. Glassmaker does her best to use it to stop the rain of blows he is unleashing on her upper body. Each punch sounds the same. Whoosh, followed by a sound of glass cracking. If Kirishima's body was now that of flesh and blood, the glass shards would have massacred his hands. If Glassmaker's quirk didn't let her control said shards, they would massacre everything above her chest. She is screaming at him incoherently. He doesn't stop the attack. Blow after blow. Each subsequent attack is stopped by her glass closer to her body. Glassmaker tries to retaliate. She goes after his eyes. He would lose those if they weren't just as tough as the rest of his body right now. And he doesn't give her time to think about another attack. He doesn't give her the time to go after his ears or mouth. His tactic might be rather savage, but it works. He is overpowering her bit by bit, and he can see it in her eyes that she understands it. She doesn't surrender, and he isn't in a mood to give her even a second of pause. She is working for the same man who sent thugs to kidnap Mina and kill him. This doesn't make him feel like he should be particularly courteous towards her, only enough to fight her seriously. And not kill, but other than that, nope. Finally, she cannot stop his attack entirely, and since his fists are wearing literal tasers on them, this is all that he needs. She shakes a bit and then goes limp. Her glass drips down to the ground, like some odd liquid. Then it freezes there, all around her. Kirishima takes off one of his knuckle dusters and checks out her pulse. Yep, alive, merely tased into unconsciousness. Mission accomplished. And holy shit if he isn't still riding high on adrenaline. That was the second most awesome thing he ever did in his life. He fought against a villain, someone who had supernatural powers, and he won. Awesome. If you didn't think about what happened to Mina, Iri and Tsuyu, superpowers were cool. And so was fighting the villains alongside the police, but deaths were for real. And so were emotional scars for the victims. And who knows how many nasty things were happening to nice people elsewhere at that very moment. Getting too hyped about all of that was, well, it was internally conflicting. This wasn't a superhero cartoon. The villains didn't make maniacal plans for world conquest, only to be foiled before anyone was permanently harmed, almost every single time. It was, well, enough of a perspective to slightly calm down his emotional high. Then again, someone had to do it, and standing up for the bad guys was the peak of manliness. It's what he wanted himself to do ever since he saw Mina do it. "Officer Tamikawa," he says while standing up from the unconscious glassmaker. The police officer figured that the fight was over and was approaching him already. "Do your magic." The police officer is pulling out his handcuffs while hiding his gun. "Good job, kid," he says with a faint smile. "I'll take it from here." Izuku is completely alright with someone else stealing the laurels of first villain apprehension among the Metahuman Network members. Kirishima earned it. He saw the whole fight through the drone feed, and let's be honest, Gargoyle was absolutely awesome. And manly. That's probably a very important adjective that will be used to describe this encounter at least multiple times. With Ashido appearing exasperated by that, despite clearly being amused by it. He is happy that everything ended well. No serious wounds to Kirishima. Villain apprehended. None of the two police officers from the attacked patrol died, though the one attacked by Glassmaker will have to spend a while in the hospital. Besides, Izuku still has the laurels of being the first metahuman network member to save someone from a villain, namely Eri, and that's the most important laurel to have. His friends can take all the other laurels for as long as they all return safely from whatever excursion led them to earn it. He arrives at the ambush location through Eclipse's warp gate. Kirishima returns to the base. He needs to harden and deal with whatever bruises the fight gave him. Mina enthusiastically volunteered to help him, making him blush like that was probably the point of the offer. She acts much more cheerfully than when they met her for the first time, but she is still far from being healed. Wounds like that take years to close, but she is doing better. And that's the really important bit. Eclipse, open the warp gate to Tartarus, he says. Nico Ito nods and starts working on it. Officer Tamakawa finished handcuffing the villain and the remaining thugs. Superintendent Aizawa already sent out someone to pick them up. Now they only have to pick Glassmaker out. She is a bit of a special case. A special case that, if anyone not from those in the know asked, never existed, and certainly wasn't in Tekoba, and never had a scuffle with a superhero. Izuku wonders whose idea it was to call the superintendent Aizawa's best attempt at villain imprisonment Tartarus, but it sounds sufficiently intimidating, he has to admit. Now he has the coordinates of it, and Aizawa should be en route to it right now, just in the conventional way. They promised Izuku a tour. He is looking forward to it. He looks much less forward to the concept of technically illegal incarceration without the right to meet your lawyer, without the right to a fair trial and all of that. But it's better than any conceivable alternative, and it will only last until reveal day. Should be a few months from now. Everyone involved claims to be ready to take responsibility for this. Whoever wasn't sufficiently idealistic about their work has left the local police when the first pay cuts happen. Small mercies, really. Izuku stepped through the Eclipse's warp gate, with Glassmaker's body floating in the air behind him. He found himself in a rather austere hall. It looked like a reception area of something, except said something was long abandoned, and then refurbished for other goals, by someone who meant business. Windows were boarded. The reception counter was reinforced with sandbags and manned by two unfriendly-looking policemen in riot gear and with shotguns. Most objects that could be possibly manipulated by someone were cleaned up. Naked walls felt rather intimidatingly cold. Superintendent Aizawa was waiting for him with two police officers standing next to a stretcher, and an unfamiliar elder police officer. He should probably be retired already. Isn't he like 60 years old? Probably closer to 70. Aizawa gestures towards the stretcher. Izuku promptly levitates Glassmaker onto it. The two police officers scurry off, with her in tow, probably to search her properly. Have someone check on her injuries and then move her to her new home. The older officer is eyeing him the whole time. It's rather intimidating. Then again, not even nearly as much as one of Mirai Sasaki's signature glares. He can live through that. Welcome to Tartarus, Aizawa then announces, known also as Asuha Ward Police Precinct. Oh, that's a smart move. Asuha Ward is now mostly abandoned, one of the areas that fared really bad after the war. There was still some life here and there, but pretty much only patches of it around less destroyed neighborhoods. Fighting here was rather intense during the war. The old police precinct in that ward was actually quite infamous back in the day, and it somehow survived mostly intact. It was widely considered to be the least useful miracle in the history of miracles. It was large. It was rather brutalist in architectural terms. Lots of concrete. Rather intimidating altogether. The local police wanted to move out from it for many years before the war. Then the idea died. Building survived, and technically still belonged to the local police. Small windows, highly resistant walls and ceilings. Bomb shelter under the building. The latter could probably be refurbished into improvised holding cells for some meaner villains. Smart Aizawa. Very smart. This was a very well-thought plan, and this is its unofficial head warden. Aizawa adds, while gesturing towards the old police officer, Chief Inspector Sorahiko Torino. Izuku wonders why the police picked someone so old for the job. Was there no one younger for the job? Or is Torino just this good? It's because I'm back from my retirement, the old officer announces, startling Izuku. At least the uniform hid it from them. And I'm so old that I no longer care if someone will try to imprison me afterwards for unlawful incarceration and shit like that. There is silence in the room. Then the old man chuckles suddenly. No, I don't have a mind-reading superpower. It's just rather goddamn obvious what you were thinking about, he says, once again surprising Izuku by answering his thoughts. How? He can't even see his face to read anything from him. Also, I expected someone taller. Oh no, Defiant will not let that pass. Likewise, Izuku replies. Torino gives him a shit-eating grin. Well, if the head warden can read minds without a superpower, then it looks like he's the right man at the right place. You bet I am, Chief Inspector Torino replies. So, any suggestions about our first inmate? Just make sure that there is no glass in or near her cell. Izuku replies. She can manipulate and reinforce it. You put a mirror or a glass bottle too close, and suddenly she can swing around a shield that can resist gunfire and retaliate with glass spikes capable of piercing through a car. Duly noted. Torino nods scarcely. I must say that I had my doubts when Aizawa came to me to talk about superpowers and shit like that. But it looks like he was telling the truth. Color me surprised. Wait a second. You agreed to being a head warden for an unconstitutional detention facility for supervillains despite not believing in them? Izuku asks, clearly dumbfounded. Aizawa rolls his eyes in the background. What can I say? Retirement is fucking boring. Torino replies with another shit-eating grin. Besides, if he was wrong, I get to laugh at him, and that would be almost as good as finally having something to do. There is a personal history in play, and Izuku can guess it. Torino was probably either a mentor or a boss to Aizawa before retiring, and then Aizawa outgrew his rank. Sounds fun. There are only 10 police officers present on site. This is mostly a skeleton crew, at least for now. They didn't have anyone to guard, so they were mostly busy preparing the premises for their eventual guests. All police officers volunteered for it. They understood what the reveal day might bring. In all honesty, at least according to Aizawa and Torino, the worst-case scenario were those two going to jail and the rest living through the unexpected end of their careers. That, however, depended on the existence of a government and courts that could send them to jail. And that's still on the fence. Torino gives them a brief tour, mentions what is where, and so on. They are then ushered into Torino's office. As one can expect, it's very bare. Empty walls, desk with a handful of papers, gun cabinet and a rack with bulletproof vest, plus a computer that seems to be displaying camera feed from the facility. Torino sits behind his desk. Aizawa and Defiant sit on some chairs in front of it. So, how do you like my little kingdom? Torino asks. The shit-eating grin is curiously absent. Bare bones, Defiant comments. Torino groans in an answer. Hey, pipsqueak, I did all I could with the money I got. Soraheko, Torino replies, and Izuku is slightly hurt. He isn't that short. Okay, maybe he is short for a man, but Torino looks barely taller than he is, which wasn't much, for the record. Aizawa sighs. It's good enough for now, Superintendent says dryly. Torino looks sad but not exactly surprised by it. Just so we're clear, the Takoba police have neither the money nor facilities nor people to establish another prison like this one. To say we're running dry with funds would be understatement. As of now, Tartarus is the only alternative we have to executing any captives we get, and that's something that I'd prefer to avoid. Got it. Torino is giving him a wry smile, but one that's entirely devoid of actual happiness. It takes the whole self-control that Defiant has for him not to fidget uncomfortably in his seat. It's all about secrecy and internal security, really. Torino points out in the answer. I believe that we can keep. What did she call herself? Glassmaker. Aizawa nods. Well, we can keep her imprisoned. Perhaps some more villains, depending on their meta abilities. But if they escape their cell and manage to get their powers running, he shrugs. Tell her that it's a one-time policy. Aizawa replies that we've imprisoned her, and she'll receive a fair trial once the meta abilities are revealed. But if she tries to escape, you'll use lethal means. Makes sense. What if they have several inmates, and more than one escapes? The police officers on site will have serious problems recapturing them before they will fight their way out of the complex, or slaughter everyone present in the prison. Gran Torino snarls. He doesn't like the superintendent's words. Shouta, I don't have lethal means. He replies, I have guns, yes, but we both know that many of the meta-humans that we know of are completely or nearly impervious to them. We have a shitload of luck that our first villain is an emitter manipulating only a single type of material that we can keep away from them. We both know that if they had Defiant's quirk, we would be powerless. Not to mention Overhaul, already using the scientific nomenclature that May prepared. Sorahiko Torino might not have believed in the supervillains, but he at least read the brief introduction to the subject that May wrote and shared with Aizawa. I know, Aizawa looks really tired right now. I'm looking into alternatives. We'll scale that wall when we get to it. I'd like to have something more than platitudes. Torino shoots back, especially as me and the people in this prison will be the most endangered if a villain gets out of their cell. That calls for, I might be a bit out of the loop here. Izuku decides to speak, despite feeling badly out of place. He is almost a kid when compared to those two, after all. And he can see the angry stare that Torino gives him once he blatantly interrupts him. But are you trying to have a secret? Am I supposed to kill them if I can't contain them? Talk in front of me. They don't look particularly happy about him calling them out on it. But it did sound like they were considering a summary execution on arrival of whoever he couldn't hold. At least once Defiant wasn't there to witness that. And that, well, it didn't sit very well with the superhero. And please, don't pull the let the grown-ups talk card on me. Defiant adds when he sees Torino open his mouth. Torino promptly closes his mouth, proving to Izuku that he isn't the only person with the ability to read minds in this room. I know that I'm small, but I'm a legal adult. And just so we're on the same page, I'm a part of this, whether we like it or not. Aizawa gives Torino an odd look. Izuku might be wrong, but it feels like it roughly translates to see. I told you so, kid. This is a complicated situation. Torino tries again. And the biggest problem is that Izuku mostly agrees with him. Or, to be exact, he understands their reasoning. At least in current circumstances. So he'll have to speak words that neither Batman nor Superman would have ever condoned. Well, neither of them ever existed in the real world, now didn't they? That changes a lot in Izuku's eyes. Make it the second choice of action. Izuku says. Aizawa looks at him weirdly. Torino looks outraged at someone interrupting him twice. But he is also listening. Look, I get it. The situation is bad. We might end up having to do bad things to keep good people alive. But I fail to see a difference between us superheroes killing villains indiscriminately and us arresting them when we know that they'll be executed on arrival to Tartarus. So what's your idea, then? Aizawa asks. Somehow he feels like he is genuinely interested in hearing the answer. Torino looks much less interested in that, but at least he stays quiet. He actually has an idea. Aizawa wasn't the only person who spent a lot of time thinking of a way to deal with people like Overhaul. People otherwise uncontainable. It's an improvisation, but his idea might just work, at least temporarily. Pick one of the Izu Islands, Izuku says. They are pretty close and were mostly abandoned after the war. We'll have Eclipse warp all the villains that we cannot contain there. We'll even drop some food, water, and medicaments there from time to time. If they end up killing each other there or while trying to swim back to the mainland, that'll be on them. We'll pick them up once we figure out how to contain them normally. 3 of those islands were actually used to house prisoners during the Edo period. Oh, the irony. The 2 police officers in front spend a few seconds digesting the idea. Eventually Aizawa is the first one to speak. This isn't a bad proposal, he admits. He isn't particularly happy about it, though. Then again, Izuku is yet to see him particularly happy about anything. So what's the point of us creating this prison if we are going to be dumping villains elsewhere? Torino decides to get assy about it. We'll be sending the uncontainable villains there. Aizawa replies, those that we can contain will be kept here, with decent treatment. The rest will be dropped there. And, as stated earlier, if you escape either and we'll see you committing crimes in Takoba, it's open hunting season. Torino is weighing the options in his mind for a short while. Finally he speaks. Very well, he says. It makes sense. But just so we're clear, if any of the inmates rebels, and I'll have no other option left, I'll have the guards shoot to kill. The glassmaker can easily wipe us all out if she gets enough glass to work with, and even if she simply escapes. We can't protect this prison from an outside attack, especially not from Overhaul. The secrecy of its location is the only protection from an external attack that we have, and even a single successful escape means that this protection will be compromised. Sensible, not as in Izuku thinks that it's a great idea, but more like that's all that they can reasonably hope for. What about supply? Izuku decides to ask. How do you get supplied with things like food? And how are you going to and back from work? As for the latter, we don't. Torino replies. We're living here, at least until the reveal day. Oof, it had to suck, especially if you had a family. Then again, this could as well be tomorrow. As for the former, well, we're trying to be as sneaky as possible, but, okay, time for some changes to this. The network can help with that. Izuku interjects. We'll have Eclipse open warp gate between the prison and, well, some normally unused rooms in any other precinct in the city. That will be helpful, kid, Torino admits. He looks reassured. Aizawa nods from his seat. Also, about keeping the villains imprisoned, Izuku says. He really hopes to avoid unnecessary deaths, especially ones that would be hinging on his conscience. He is vaguely aware that his optimism and idealism are rare nowadays. He doesn't want to lose them. The network might spare a member or 2 to spend his time here. Hijack, for example, would make restraining potential escapees rather easy. I sense a but. Aizawa replies. Torino looks interested. There is a difference between going out to fight someone or help the police once every few days and spending hours on guard duty while having to keep your identity concealed. Izuku replies. If you want a single metahuman network member here at all times, I'd want you to at least pay us a minimal wage for this. I'm tired of having to ration toilet paper. Besides, what if they get more members? They have to have at least some income. Izuku is deeply uncomfortable with having to rely on his girlfriend's allowance, even if it's a sizable allowance. I think that this can be arranged, Aizawa says after a few seconds of silence. He glances at Torino, who nods in an answer. You were surprisingly restrained, Aizawa says to Torino once Defiant leaves. They had one of the police officers lead him back to Eclipse's warp gate, especially after he interrupted you. More than once, Torino snarls. Yeah, that was rather irritating. He isn't used to people interrupting him. It was generally known to be a bad idea back then. when he was still in the force. Look, I don't hate wide-eyed kids, Torino replies. I hate what they often grow up into when they realize the world is more complicated than they thought. Besides, he had some good ideas there. I'm not one to discount good ideas, regardless of their source. True, Aizawa has known him long enough to know that. He doesn't know Defiant even nearly as long, but he is reasonably optimistic about the superhero. Aizawa is almost certain that the kid will be fine. He met Overhaul. He was smart enough to realize that the world is bad and about to get worse, and he was still trying to do his best to help, with enough zeal to inspire others like him. All of that while being lucid enough to not try to go the we can't kill anyone route, knowing it to be impossible. Instead, he was all right with that, if there was no other option left. Of course, the true test was going to happen when he would be forced to do it. Aizawa was of similar mind. His definition of the best-case scenario was someone finding a way to deactivate a meta-ability before he was forced to have a captured villain murdered. Going on a murder spree and having to bury corpses in some forest next to Takoba would be akin to an announcement that Japan they remembered from before the war was dead and buried. We should figure out some sort of villain classification system. Torino adds, something about the danger level, the severity of crimes we associated them with and how hard they are to be contained. Really, Aizawa is surprised. Why? Torino scratches his chin. The way I see it. He sighs. The supervillain/villain classification the kids came up with makes sense in the barest of ways. But having Mustard as a simple villain alongside Glassmaker is bullshit. She can destroy a police cruiser and wipe out a police patrol. He could gas an entire precinct with a single usage of his meta ability. And we don't even know if what he showed us thus far is his upper limit. This isn't even nearly the same thing. This makes sense, now that Aizawa thinks about it. There was a reason why Shouta had police officers in the city carry gas masks if possible. At least on patrols. Not wear at all times, but have them on the ready if they run into him. Mustard is, speaking about it honestly, a nightmare incarnate. Probably worse than Overhaul, at least in tactical terms. They can shoot Chisaki and if they score a headshot, he'll drop dead. Mustard, in the meantime, can gas a building without exposing himself to danger. And then there is another comparison. Torino continues. Hijack and Glassmaker. He stole food bluntlessly. She assaulted a police patrol and would have killed 2 police officers if her thugs didn't order a general retreat because of police reinforcements rolling in. This calls for completely different treatment. Because honestly, if Hijack was an inmate here, I wouldn't have him shot even if he was about to escape. He chuckles bitterly. Contrary to popular opinions, I'm not a monster. Yes, they need to establish some general protocol for the situation at hand. That would be guidelines more than rules, but the police officers in the field need that at least. I'll point it out to Defiant the next time I have a talk with him. Aizawa decides, when Torino gives him an odd stare. I don't like it either. But we live in the times when being an obsessive fan of hero comics makes you the closest thing the police have to an expert. I should at least consult that idea with him before we make anything official. Torino groans. He made it rather clear to Aizawa a while ago that his opinion about metahumans as a whole is rather negative. But at least he was willing to make an exception to superheroes, trying to genuinely help the police without trying to go vigilante and actually following police orders was enough to earn Defiant some good graces in Torino's book, even if he still didn't like the deal. Torino was that type of a person. You wanted updates, so you'll get them. Aizawa says through a phone. He is back in the relative safety of his office. One of your soon-to-be students apprehended a metahuman criminal. Sasaki hums into the phone. Aizawa has no idea how to interpret that, so he decides to wait for the words to come. He doesn't have to wait for long. Looks like the system that you're designing is working. Sasaki finally says. For a given degree of working, yes. Aizawa replies. I'll say yes unconditionally once we manage to apprehend Overhaul and keep him imprisoned for more than 20 minutes. It's all improvisation. A well thought out and logical improvisation. Sasaki replies. The real problem is the lack of funds and personnel plus the lack of crucial research data concerning the meta-abilities' inner workings, not the system itself. Aizawa is willing to agree. Then again, with enough money and people, you can make any system work. Looks like I didn't make a mistake when I decided to get you promoted. What? Promoted? What? You'll receive a letter about your promotion to the rank of assistant commissioner within a few days. Sasaki continues his unexpected announcement. Together with an official appointment as the head of Takoba Police. You already are one de facto. Time to also be one de jure. There are many, many words that Aizawa could say right now. He decides to settle on the tamest of them all. I came to believe, he says slowly, that becoming part of the National Police Agency isn't a matter of simply receiving a letter. It isn't, Sasaki replies after a few seconds. But this is most likely the last appointment in the history of the NPA. The rules are rather lax. What? NPA is going to get dismantled? Reformed? What the hell? Why didn't Aizawa know about it? The Commissioner General died 2 weeks ago. Sasaki says, and Aizawa finds himself staring at the wall in shock. The investigators ruled out foul play, but certain gossip I overheard might indicate that he was assassinated by a metahuman. I intend to learn more, although it might take me a while. Unfortunately, no one has been promoted to fill the void, and the government is hiding his death. Another blow to its image, and all that. Well, that's just fucking great, Aizawa says, self-censoring himself in the process. He isn't a UA student, but something in Murai Sasaki makes him do just that. Odd. Why can't they simply choose someone? Political disagreements. Sasaki replies scarcely. This really isn't a political issue, though. Aizawa shouts back. Everything is a political issue when your country is this deep in crisis, Sasaki says, and Aizawa finds himself having to agree with the principal. People are so illogical sometimes. NPA is breaking apart as we speak, with the remaining personnel either leaving the force or simply not coming to work. The current government will collapse within 2 to 3 months, and that's the most optimistic assessment. What's next? Well, time will tell. Izuku Midoriya returns to the base to witness the start of the celebration. Hiroshima is the star guest. Naturally, the celebrations are very austere. They don't have a lot of money at hand. Most of them have only 2 sets of clothes that they have to alternate between. Other goods are even more scarce. Also, Izuku is almost certain that Shinsu's confrontational behavior is at least 50% caused by him really needing a smoke but not having the money for it. Suffering from nicotine and caffeine withdrawal at once must be mentally taxing. Then again, he should at least quit smoking. That would be rather healthy for him in the long term. So it's mostly water and a few teacups, at least before Mina pulls out her phone, sets it to the max volume and starts going through her playlist. Toga immediately jumps off the couch and the two have a rather intense dancing competition. That immediately pulls everyone's attention because while those two are superb at it, they both hate their quirks. One did horrible things because of hers. One had to live through horrible things because of hers. And both seem to be the party hard type of girls. It was probably understandable that they hit it off immediately. Tsuyu eyes them from the edge of the room, probably weighing the benefits of spending time with people with the downsides of having to listen to loud music. She doesn't like loud sounds, but she likes people a lot. And of course, she is still not wearing anything. Baby steps, Izuku. She said she'd start wearing clothes once it gets cold outside. Plus, once they start attending UA, there is clear progress. He just has to make sure that Mina won't do anything crazy because Izuku is 99% sure that she's already planning what clothes Tsuyu should be wearing. The frog girl also doesn't want to hibernate that year. That alone is rather heartwarming. Izuku retreats into his room. He needs to talk with May about the new villain classification system that Aizawa inquired him about through an SMS. This is a bit too loud for him as well. He feels Tsuyu's eyes on him as he departs. An hour later, Kirishima decides he has enough. Even with his hardening, he took quite a beating from his brief bout with Glassmaker, so he goes to sleep earlier. Shinsu follows him soon after that, as it's clearly being too loud and cheerful for him, too. And now there are only girls left. HMPH. Mina pouts at this. They are all sitting around the table in the common room. Mina is at the top of the table. To her left are Uraraka and Tsuyu. To her right are Ito, Jiru and Toga. It's no fun. Oh, it can be very fun. Toga gives her an impish smile. We just have to do what a moment like this calls for. Namely, Uraraka sounds vaguely suspicious that this is going to be something weird. She doesn't seem to be a great fan of Toga. Or, more like, she is rather reserved about Carmilla's presence in the network. We gotta talk about the boys we like, duh. Toga replies. This time, she makes a full-blown shit-eating grin. Uraraka goes beet red. Toga clearly smells weakness, but decides not to pounce at it right now. Tsuyu suddenly has a finger on her lips, a clear sign of confusion, or disagreement, or being deep in thoughts. Reading the frog girl's facial expressions is a complicated thing indeed, despite her having only a few of those. And now I feel painfully excluded. Jiru states dryly. Same, Ito adds from her place right next to her. Except for painfully. What? Uraraka blinks at them. Why? They both gave her a tired stare. Mina chuckles at the spectacle. After a few seconds, Uraraka realizes what it is about. Oopsie, she says. Jiru sighs, while Ito rolls her eyes. No problem. Eclipse adds, we should have probably mentioned it earlier, but certain someone is an obstructive ass that prefers privacy and whatnot. Jiru lightly slaps her on the cheek with her earphone. Hit me harder, Kaio, she says in a distinctly suggestive tone. Jiru almost chokes. Ito laughs loudly. She isn't the only one in the room who does that. All right, let's get to boys then. Eclipse then says with a wry smile. Not exactly interested in them, but I want some tasty blackmail mater. Gossip. We're kinda low on them. Not gonna lie. Mina says. We have 3 boys here and 8 girls. That kinda sucks. The numerical imbalance was rather bad. Were the superpowers more common among the girls? Then again, Overhaul, Mustard, and Superintendent Aizawa moved the bar back towards the balance. Of course, then came Rewind and Glassmaker, and worst of all of them are taken. Toga pouts at that. This is pretty sad. Shinsu is taken. Jiru is surprised by that. Then her face is lit with a sudden realization. Wait, does he know he is taken? I'm yet to mention that to him. Yes, Toga replies confidently. But it's only a matter of time now. Oh, now that's quality blackmail material. At least to Miko Ito. Although judging from the looks that Toga gets, this was actually a rather shocking admittance to most of the girls gathered in the room. Wait, like, Uraraka blinks at her a few times. What do you actually like about him? He is kinda mean. He was the one who kept you locked before the mask thing, and, well, he mind-controlled you. I mean, for a good cause, but, yep. Now Toga's eyes are almost dreamy, and it's so hot. This time it's Uraraka's turn to almost choke. Tsuyu looks confused and lost, probably not understanding what it was all about, which is probably for the best. Mina is grinning at them all. She has clearly decided that talking about the boys was the best idea ever. Okay, Jiru says loudly, her eyes closed. I didn't want to know that. Bad decision. Her girlfriend was waiting for a slip-up like that. Now I want to hear more. Ito says. When Jiru gives her a death stare, she dares to look innocent. What? Do you think that if I kill you, I'll still qualify for the whole underground heroism dig that Toga and Shinsu are part of? Jiru asks. Her face is expressionless. Ito actually shrinks a bit in her seat. Good. Fear me. Mina is openly laughing now. Uraraka is chuckling lightly. Tsuyu still seems to be busy deciphering what it is all about. So, time to change the subject. Jiru decides to turn the situation against the one who created it. Or, well, the other person who started it. After all, she's having too much fun about it and it cannot stand. Mina. What? Mina stops laughing suddenly. How's the manliest man under the manly skies performance as a boyfriend? Jiru decides. Mina seems vaguely conflicted about being put into the spotlight, but she immediately gets over it. Oh, he is awesome. She replies confidently. Sure, we don't really have a lot of shared hobbies. That sucks a bit. But he is super honest about everything, and I like that. Super supportive too, but I don't really feel smothered or anything. He knows that if I need his help, then I'll ask him. And, like, when we're together, I'm absolutely the only thing on his mind, and I can really feel that. So yeah, enthusiastic 5-star review would confess to again. This review absolutely skims over the tragic backstory, as everyone in the room is rather certain that none of the bullet points presented in it were actually factors when Mina confessed. Well, he is there when she has a worse day. Always. That was probably the most important. If she didn't want to publicly acknowledge how much of a pillar of support he was for her. Well, according to Izuku, the UA should organize them all some psychological help. That would be pretty great. She cries awfully often for someone this cheerful. So, the next one on the block. Mina grins. Uraraka shrinks a bit in her seat. Singularity. I thought that this was supposed to be about the boys. The gravity girl is extremely defensive about it. It is. Mina's grin grows even wider. Toga isn't the only one who noticed the weakened prey. Whom do you like the most? Uraraka sighs painfully. Look, I don't really want to talk about it. Mina keeps staring at her. Like, seriously, this is a private thing. Mina keeps staring at her. Oh, damn it, Mina, stop that. No, Mina replies with a grin. We're all getting publicly humiliated. No one is excluded from this, except for Alchemist, Defiant, Gargoyle, and Hijack, who were spared by the virtue of not being there at all. But Mina ignores that fact entirely. Okay, so I might like someone, but they are taken. Uraraka says, following it with a painful sigh. And I don't think that it's heroic to butt into that, so I prefer not to think about it too much. Let me guess. Mina leans towards her with a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. Is it a certain broccoli steamed in the heroic sauce? Uraraka somehow gets redder. It's an achievement. She also looks away from them all. You know, considering the tales that I've heard about him from Alchemist, I'm like 99% sure that he could handle the two of you at once. Mina keeps sticking a needle into Uraraka. She somehow achieves an even deeper shade of red. Seriously. Where is this coming from? He is super wimpy and innocent looking to the point where it should be illegal. His hair looks fluffy. Surprisingly, it's Tsuyu that speaks. Mina actually gawks at her. Even Uraraka is briefly shaken out of her shock. So I'm not the only one who noticed. The acid girl adds after a few seconds. Damn it, what sort of shampoo is he using? I need to know so much. Same. Jiru adds. It's actually the first thought that came to my mind when I saw him without a mask. Why is his hair so criminally fluffy? She looks exasperated at that. That's what should be illegal. Wait, that was my first thought when I saw him. Uraraka looks surprised by this. I mean that his hair looks fluffy bit. Literally word by word. It was mine too. Mina pitches in. Maybe his hair has a quirk. Tsuyu comments. The girls present in the room actually give it an honest thought. But what would that be? Toga asks, on her face an expression of seriousness and curiosity in equal measures. Girl's attraction, apparently. Ito replies. Her eyes are on her phone. I just messaged Alchemist, and she said that she made a similar comment when she saw him without a mask the first time. Oh, and she gives Uraraka a shit-eating grin. She says that if we're talking about the boys, I'm supposed to remind you that her offer to share is still on the table. Mina makes a loud ooh exclamation. Toga giggles. Uraraka suddenly finds herself floating in the air, trying desperately to hide her face behind her hands. Tsuyu ribbits, probably to herself. What she meant by it, nobody knows. May Izuku asks, why are you playing with your phone? They are having a video chat, talking about the villain classification. But for the past few minutes, it's rather clear that May's mind isn't with him. No reason. May quickly replies and hides the phone. You were saying, okay, this is suspicious. If there is one thing that Aizawa likes in Defiant more than anything else, it's the fact that the kid doesn't waste time. He was asked about classifying villains, and he answered the question several hours later, while probably spending most of that time on figuring out what to say. Sure, the grading felt a bit anime-like, but it made sense. Villains were to be graded from D to a rank. In the simplest terms, those could be summarized as D rank, the villain that's committing crimes, but not particularly nasty ones, and can be reasonably incarcerated. An example of this would be Hijack before he became a hero. Default treatment, incarceration in Tartarus, or rehabilitation, engaged non-lethally. C rank, the villain that's committing crimes, but not particularly nasty ones. However, they are either particularly elusive about it or hard to incarcerate. No example of that, thus far. Default treatment, exile to Izu Islands or rehabilitation, should be offered an alternative of staying at Tartarus, but only if they behave. Engaged non-lethally. B rank, the villain that's committing violent crimes, but can be reasonably incarcerated. An example would be the glassmaker, or Carmilla, before she changed profession. Default treatment, incarceration in Tartarus, engaged non-lethally, but if they attempt an escape once incarcerated, shoot to kill. A rank, the villain that's committing violent crimes, and is either rather heinous about it or can't be reasonably incarcerated. Thus far, no example of that. Default treatment, exile to Izu Islands, engaged non-lethally, but if they attempt to escape once incarcerated, shoot to kill. Above that, you became a supervillain. And those were divided into two categories. S rank, the villain that's just particularly dangerous, capable of killing dozens of people in quick succession, and actually committing violent crimes, so there is a threat of large civilian casualties. Mustard landed here, with his ability to gas entire buildings in a single usage of his meta ability. Default treatment, Izu Islands, engagement rules, lethal means allowed if civilian lives are at stake. SS rank, the villain that's capable of causing large-scale civilian casualties, either because of the direct usage of their meta ability or due to amassing more people like him behind him. In short, if S rank is a threat to a village or town, SS rank is a threat to a city or the whole prefecture. Overhaul was here. Default treatment, Izu Islands, engagement rules, take alive if convenient. It was a simple system, but logical. And in all honesty, the Takoba police needed at least some framework to work upon. They will make changes depending on how things develop from then on. It also needed to expand said system at least to the other cities of the prefecture. But Aizawa did not know how to even start doing that. He was having a short string of successes in the war against Overhaul, but Chisaki controlled organized crime in the entire prefecture of Musutafu. Winning in Takoba, even if it was the capital city, would only be a major dent in Shai Hasekai's operations. Certainly not the end of the war. It was a pain in the ass to deal with. In the meantime, Aizawa sent the file he got to Chief Inspector Torino and Inspector Tsukachi. The former was supposed to offer his input. The latter, if things were to continue as planned, would be tasked with classifying identified villains, probably with some input from Defiant, who was the closest thing they had to an expert on meta abilities, and damn if it didn't sting. Tsukachi would classify both those that were conclusively identified and those that were suspected to exist. Alchemist was kind enough to share her intel. And at this point, Aizawa had only one question. How the fuck aren't superpowers openly discussed in the media? Aizawa decided that with this matter out of the way, he can focus on planning the next operations of the Takoba police. So, we lost Glassmaker. Overhaul summarized the report he received. And the extortion money. The latter didn't matter. Not with the size of monthly income that the Shai Hasekai received from its many other enterprises. The former, though. Joy Iranaka isn't particularly happy about having to be the one to report that. Then again, he and Hari Kurono are the two people within the Shai Hasekai that do not have to be afraid of Overhaul doing anything nasty to them. Unfortunately, yes, Joy replies. It boils down to just that. Worst of all, this is a mood changer, at least in the area where that happened. Now the police are actually making patrols there, and I don't think that we can hope to get a lot of protection money from the locals. Oh yes, the locals there now had hope. That was irritating. They would have to squash it. But it was a problem when you weren't trying to spark an open war with the police. Send our thugs to squash a business or two. Overhaul replies. He was busy reading a book about human anatomy during the entire report. He has an interesting idea about the application of his power that he needs to test as soon as possible. Make sure the police know they are unwelcome there, Kurono. A handful of skirmishes, maybe a demolished car or two. No open warfare. Yet, Kurono nods. He is Overhaul's second in command. His deputy. That's his job. Irinaka makes sure that the books are all right. He was the one who figured out what happened when the protection racket men didn't return. And neither did the glassmaker. What do you think happened to her? Overhaul asks. His eyes are still on the book. Does Kurono want to know what his idea is? Oh, well, he'll tell them once he makes it work. Whatever it is, we do not know as of now. Kurono replies honestly. We don't have any sources close enough to Superintendent Aizawa to find out. She is dead or imprisoned somewhere. Certainly not in any of the official prisons within this prefecture. They have infiltrated those well enough. And Aizawa knows that. Superintendent Aizawa is becoming a serious thorn in my side. Overhaul comments. He is doing what Senior Commissioner Koji should be, even if only locally. And that's irritating. They expected to at least have an eyewitness of their villain being taken down. That would tell them something about the level of preparation of the police. How many officers knew about the superpowers? How did the cooperation between the superheroes and the police work in practice? Instead, they had nothing. Unless their associates in the local prison system contact the Shai Hasekai members that were taken alongside Glassmaker. Alas, Aizawa probably expected that. If the police keep pushing us back in that district, Overhaul continues. Marikane Ward will be the first serious battleground between the police and the Shai Hasekai. We'll send the arch-arsonist. Dabai was itching to set something on fire. Either way, Blaze was only narrowly less of a pyromaniac than her boyfriend. He should also start looking into a way of dealing with Superintendent Aizawa. And, perhaps, improve the quality of his cannon fodder. He can't wage and win a war with only his handful of ability users, his Praetorian Guard and the thugs. He can only really trust the former two. Oh, he has an idea. It will take him a while, but it will be interesting. If it works, he notes it down in his mind to check up on later. He should also expand the underground section of Shai Hasekai's headquarters. His quirks let him do that quickly and without making much noise. A supervillain needs his own villain lair, after all. In the meantime, they have to keep amassing firepower, establishing money sources, and so on, all in the preparation for the reveal day, and the inevitable collapse of society that will follow. Each time Overhaul thought about the future, the greater his ambitions grew. Taking over Musutafu would be the first step. Once there would be no government to even theoretically rein him in. The possibilities were limitless. Perhaps entire Japan was within his reach. I think it's time to get rid of the independents. Overhaul continues. And potential competition. He is the undisputed head of organized crime in the prefecture, but it's not like there are no groups outside of his reach. Smaller towns, illegal businesses small enough to exist without getting noticed. Some local gangs, too unimportant for him to notice. Well, no more. Really, Kurono is surprised. Overhaul shrugs. We have to make a statement, he says. Besides, the additional funds and manpower will be useful. Make an example out of some. Take either Mustard with you. He wants Dabai with him at all times as a bodyguard, just in case the local SAT unit stormed his headquarters alongside Defiant. Caution is advised when fighting a superhero, and half of my Praetorians. Be as brutal as you can if they do not come along obediently. Look for the potential ability users, too. There could be some minor or perhaps non-combat ability users hiding among the independents. This should be enough. With Musutafu's criminal world under his total control, he'll finally be able to look outside to the neighboring prefectures. Yue is rather thorough, Izuku has to admit, and they are ready to tailor their school uniforms to fit even some rather non-standard body builds, such as Tsuyu's. Naturally, she still complains about having to wear something. It's weird. Ribbit, she says, ignoring Uraraka and Ashido cooing about how cute she looks in the Yue school uniform. Restrictive. How can you wear clothes at all times? Practice makes perfect, Tsuyu, Izuku says as confidently as he can. Tsuyu seems to be busy digesting it, so he turns to the others. They are about to depart for their first day of school. Of course, this is going to be one big improvisation. Worst of all, they can't really hope to keep their identities hidden, at least not from their teachers. Attending the school in full masks is, well, it's an option, but it would be utterly pointless. The biggest issue is that they would still leave some material evidence here and there. The school, if they wanted to, would find out, especially with how thorough Sasaki is. Then again, they have a lot to offer him, such as his school getting the laurels of being the world's first school for the metahumans, new potential market on which his engineering department could be the pioneer, new medical discoveries for his hospital. Mirai Sasaki clearly wanted to be ahead of the curve, and he was extremely stringent with information security. Izuku still trusted him less than he trusted Superintendent Aizawa, but, well, Sasaki at least couldn't be ordered to arrest them by the government. He was powerful for the said government to not risk his wrath. There was still an infinitesimal chance they were walking into a trap. So, is everyone ready? Miko is about to start assembling a warp gate to the coordinates they got from Principal Sasaki. And everyone is alright with UA knowing your faces and names. In all honesty, only Izuku and Kyoka had something to potentially lose from it. Kyoka decided to not hide who she is. Izuku decided to go as himself because, honestly, his medical condition was rare enough that once the UA catches wind of it, he can forget about staying under the radar. Then again, if merely knowing his name could set whatever enemy his father had upon him, his mom would have long ago changed it. Of course, she might have done that. Now that's a weird thought to have. What exactly was his father's surname? He got a chorus of yeah back. Well, if so they want. It's time to do something that Izuku never expected himself to achieve in his life, attend UA. So, what do you think this is going to be about? Hisashi Yamada, the soon-to-be English teacher on UA, asks. They all had a moment of introducing themselves to each other while waiting for Principal Sasaki to show up. They are all teachers, high school teachers, with an extraordinary track record, not just in teaching alone. They noticed that when they compared experiences, every single one of them had a history of dealing with victims of discrimination. That alone was very telling, as, well, Mirai Sasaki forgot to tell them why he chose them, and what he chose them for. 6 of them were waiting in UAS meeting room. Every one of them was recently contacted and offered a job, with very few details, and they agreed, even if they had to travel to the other end of the country in a hurry. Having the word UA in your resume opened all doors in the country when you were a teacher. Even if you didn't stay part of it for long, it still meant that you were clearly good enough for Mirai Sasaki to pick you up for something. It was akin to nobilitation for teachers in Japan. Besides, they were 99% sure that UA was going to be the last school in the country to get to fund it. In uncertain times, that was a massive benefit, and probably a reason to go for it in itself. No idea, Kayama Nimuri replies. She is eyeing the remaining people present in the room while answering. The teachers huddled into one corner are merely the largest group present, but it's going to be something weird. Why? It's Hiroki Anakuro's time to reply. The physics teacher has clearly failed to catch up to her colleague's line of thinking and decided to amend this as soon as possible. Because we have some really high-profile people here. Nimuri replies, I can see Cheo Shuzenji, the head of the UA University Hospital. The tiny woman approaching her 70s is sitting way away from them, clearly wondering what is it all about as well. I can see Higari Majima, the head of the UA Institute of Engineering. This time, a rather gaunt man in a suit, equally curious about what it was all about. Oh, and Ryo Inui, the UAS chief psychologist. The presence of the last one was a curiosity in itself. The man was big and kinda furry. Long, well-trimmed beard, a mustache, shoulder-long hair. It all kind of merged together. There was also some military-looking guy that neither of them recognized. But he stuck to himself. So many questions they had. There are a few seconds of silence among the teachers after Nimuri's summary. He recognized them all. Ken Ishiyama says, clearly surprised by it. Nimuri looks surprised by him being surprised. The literature teacher should be lucid enough to know that much, right? What, you didn't check who is who when you get the message that Mirai Sasaki is inviting you to teach at his school? Kayama looks genuinely surprised by this, and then even more surprised at their surprise. Like, why? I did. Nishida Hataka points out. The math teacher looks oddly expressionless. He feels, honestly, her first thought about him was that he looked like a ghost. And I agree it is rather odd that they are here, while clearly not knowing much more than we do. Besides, he points out towards the folders in front of them. This is much more interesting, especially the large do not open before the meeting written on it. Probably, as Hataka mentioned earlier, some form of last-minute test. As a result, no one opened them. What was interesting was that neither did Majima, Shuzenji, and Inui. Even the military-looking guy didn't do it. The non-disclosure agreements he had them all sign were also incredibly restrictive. Nimuri herself suspected teaching children of people in witness protection programs or something like that. Or perhaps defectors from China. That would make sense with the discrimination victims part. Then again, none of them speaks Chinese. Well, we'll probably find out as. Yamato was about to say it when Mirai Sasaki himself entered the room, together with his secretary, Miss Omada. They all met briefly. She directed them into this room earlier. Speak of the principal. Nimuri allowed herself to smirk at that. Hopefully, the principal was far enough to not notice what was happening. even though he would make a convincing devil with some horns and black suit instead of white. "Welcome," Sasaki says once he reaches the lectern. "Before we start this meeting, I'd like to once again stress the importance of secrecy." Oh great, as if the NDAS weren't enough work, says the summary of what the teachers gathered in the room thought. They could be practically summarized as you're living on the UA grounds and have no contact with anyone outside of it until the special course is concluded, which should take about half a year. NDAS that you all signed, yes, including the long-standing members of the UA, contained what we could reasonably write on paper. Sasaki continues as if reading their mind. "I'll add that if you leak information out of the special course, I'll change your life into a nightmare. I'm going to ruin your family life, destroy your public life, and end whatever careers you will attempt, even if it'll be menial work. And then, once you'll be busy dying from starvation on the street, I'm going to visit you, laugh in your face, and steal the cardboard box that you'll be using as your only shelter from the cold." Did I make myself sufficiently clear? Nimari actually freezes at this, because something in the expressionless face of Mirai Sasaki makes her think that he actually means it. "Mirai, isn't it a bit?" Higari tries to interject. He seems to have come to a similar conclusion as Nimari did, and wasn't sure how to react to that. "No exceptions." Principal Sasaki shoots him down immediately. "Special course can be considered a matter of national safety. We estimate that the need for secrecy will diminish significantly within up to 6 months. Once that happens, the policy will change. If you believe you can't keep your lips sealed for that time, this is the last moment for you to leave this room." No one leaves. UA is an institution. They are ready to stay silent for half a year, considering what it means for their careers, though they exchange some worried glances. "Very well," Mirai nods. "I commend you for that. Now, we'll move over to the primary subject of the meeting, namely, the nature of the special course." There is a projector screen next to him. Sasaki's secretary seems to operate it. On it are 4 diagrams, titled Europe, United States, Japan, and South America. There is no sign of what they are measuring, besides the fact that it's a year-by-year comparison, and that whatever is being measured, it was steadily rising for close to 20 years, only to rapidly spike during the last 2 years. And by rapidly spike, Nimari means suddenly jump thrice as tall and then grow a bit more. Those diagrams display the number of events that can be considered unexplainable. Sasaki continues, everything ranging from odd crimes to supposed ghost sightings. Local police have discovered the reason for that and have informed me about it. My investigation and consultations among my contacts within the government have confirmed their suspicions. Wait, what? Nimari isn't sure what to think about it. Why are they talking about ghosts? Odd crimes? What? She isn't the only one with a similar reaction. It seems to be rather common among those gathered in the room. About 20 years ago, Sasaki continues, people throughout the world, especially young ones, began to display a variety of abilities that can only be described as impossible or unexplainable. Despite those 2 words, those abilities were almost uniformly extremely weak and far from what I'd consider flashy. An example that I learned of through my governmental inquiries is a man in Kyoto who can, with 100% certainty, predict the result of a die throw, regardless of the dice rolled, but only if he is the one who rolls it. That sounds like a wonderful power for someone trying to cheat in a casino. Then again, he'd have to be the one throwing the dice. Rare cases of stronger meta abilities were almost uniformly unstable or downright self-destructive. Sasaki continues, typically destroying the user during their first manifestation. As a result, it was believed that the situation requires no further action, except for having some research facilities try to look for the cause of the phenomenon, hoping to prevent further deadly manifestations. Without success, now Nimari is openly staring at the principal, and she isn't the only one. This is, if it wasn't Mirai Sasaki, they would all discount that as a form of a joke, a very costly and weird one. But that's him, the man who can probably enter any major governmental institution in Japan, only to be respectfully welcomed by his school's former graduates that are probably running it. He is also known for being able to cite your entire school history if you were in UA, even if years passed and you did nothing notable. The government has missed the newest developments, responsible for the sudden growth of unexplainable events during the last 2 years. Sasaki continues, completely ignoring the shock in the crowd. Newly manifested meta abilities are neither unstable nor self-destructive nor weak. While the central government is yet to notice the scale of the problem, regional police units, criminal organizations, and terrorist groups are already scrambling to gather as many metahumans as they can. The situation is, and I'm not using that word lightly, critical. Wait, slow down. You don't mean that. It's Shuzenji. Sasaki promptly continues his introductory lecture. The fact that someone, even his old-time co-workers, actually tried to interrupt him is a good sign of how outlandish his words are. Considering the UAS position as a source of high-quality education with its own engineering department and hospital, The Assistant Commissioner Aizawa of Takoba City Police asked for my help. Sasaki continues. Despite unloading rather shocking news onto them, his face looks perfectly neutral. Special course includes metahumans from this city that are already using their powers to assist the police in their operation. The point of this course can be considered to be fourfold. First, he says while raising a finger, we're supposed to provide them with under-the-table healthcare. This is especially important with those who significantly deviate from baseline human anatomy, as they can't be admitted to normal hospitals without causing an information leak. 2. Another finger goes up. We're supposed to find a way of either deactivating or temporarily suppressing powers. As of now, local police are following the trail of at least several metahuman criminals that are simply impossible to be restrained by our current prison system. That actually sounds rather intimidating and very problematic for the police. 3. Third finger joins the two. We are expected to provide those metahumans with education as good as possible. We cannot be sure that the meta-abilities will not disappear in a year or two, just as mysteriously as they showed up. If so, then those young men and women should have a future ahead of them, especially in uncertain times, such as the ones we live in. This is the least that we can offer them for willingly risking their lives for the sake of public safety. Finally, point 4. One more finger raises. We are expected to provide them with both psychological help and moral guidance. Every one of our new students is a potential threat to society, especially in its current damaged state. We cannot let them fall. At this point, Nimari realizes what this is about. They are going to be teaching the real-life equivalent of the X-Men. Oh my God. Even if you exclude the part where they certainly need a proper education and providing them with it is a good thing to do, then what can beat something like that in your CV? Unless, well, this still can be a super weird prank. The folders in front of you include a summary of our current knowledge about meta-abilities and the established terminology. Sasaki continues. Please read section 1 now. Nimari promptly does that. She learns a lot of things. That meta-abilities are also called quirks. That thus far there are 3 main types of them, with the lattermost being divided between simple and complex mutation. Then comes the fact that there are actual superheroes and supervillains running around, at least by classification, and that no one knows what causes a metahuman to be born, except for one case during which someone manifested it in a sufficiently stressful situation. Some, namely mutations, appear to manifest either right from birth or soon after. Emitters and transformations are born much later, anywhere between 4 and 18 years in. Whether the meta-abilities are inheritable is something too early to be known but should be considered a crucial field of study. Plus a suspicion that complex mutations might coincide with emitter or transformation quirks, and the mention of the fact that the activation of non-mutation quirks often comes with unexpected minor mutations, such as non-standard hair, skin, eye color, growth of horns, etc. That's a lot to digest, and she is yet to actually find out any actual examples of powers. She really isn't sure what to expect. I believe everyone has already reached the end of section 1. Sasaki announces suddenly. We will leave questions about technical details for later. For now, we're going to go through a quick rundown of soon-to-be students of the special course. He raises his hand. Before we start, I'd like to quickly summarize the educational goals of the course. The students are all legal adults. However, considering their often turbulent past and incomplete education, the special course is going to focus on bringing them up to the academic level normally expected of senior high school graduates. By the time we achieve this, the existence of the abilities will become public knowledge, thus allowing them, hopefully, to pursue further education among their non-metahuman peers. Makes sense, especially if you do not want to entirely alienate metahumans from non-metahumans, and vice versa. He probably expects them to continue attending the UA alongside future people with power, forging connections while making the latter realize metahumans aren't monsters or aliens in their midst. Now, please open section 2 of your folders. Sasaki says. Nimari follows the orders and, well, damn, she would love to have hair like that. Is that some metahuman thing? Case 1. Izuku Midoriya. Sasaki says. Hero named Defiant. As of now, combat-wise the strongest metahuman on the side of the law within the Musutafu prefecture. Also, the leader for the others, meaning that you're free to treat him as the special course class president. His quirk, force, is best summarized as telekinesis, powerful and detailed. He levitated every single item and furniture piece within my office to persuade me that superpowers exist, only to put them down in perfect order. He can, Sasaki adds after a second-long pause, as if to give them the time to admire the courage that this action required. Kill a human instantly by slamming them into a wall with enough strength to partially liquefy their body. Consider this as a picture of the destructive potential of metahumans, and a proof of the importance of the special course. Oh, shit, Hiroki takes one for the team and raises her hand. Sasaki wasn't speaking for a moment, so it was rather likely that this was the space for asking questions. I'm sorry for interrupting, but is that example based on actual events or purely hypothetical? Based on actual events, Sasaki replies. He seems vaguely pleased by the question being asked. A supervillain cornered him when his attempt to free a 6-year-old metahuman that the villain kidnapped and abused went awry. The villain's meta-ability allowed him to survive and heal the sustained injuries. But Defiant has professed in a talk with Assistant Commissioner Aizawa that he is still having nightmares about the encounter, something that I believe Inui should look into. The counselor, chief psychologist, nods scarcely. The file includes a brief rundown of what was known about Izuku Midoriya's private life. Of course, Principal Sasaki did some research. In the end, however, there isn't much that he found about him. Poor family, a single mother, unspecified medical issues. The tests that he was asked to do showed that while his education was lacking in some fields, he was clearly highly intelligent. His background at school, shit, that probably explains incomplete education. Poor family. Case 2, Kirishima Ijiru, Sasaki announces. They all obediently turn the pages in the folders to witness. What on earth is that? Hero named Gargoyle. His quirk is called hardening. It's rather descriptive. He can harden his body, which makes his features progressively sharper and his body more and more rock-like. According to the current knowledge about the limits of his quirk, the highest hardening level allows him to withstand everything beneath the level of a dedicated anti-armor weapon. So, an anti-tank missile launcher or an anti-material rifle. Neither, however, is expected to be a guaranteed kill. The picture to the right is him in that state. How does that even work? Shuzenji is the one who speaks. The impact alone should at least be painful, and you can't just change your body like that without. I'm aware. Sasaki interrupts her. As of now, we have absolutely no idea how the meta abilities work, except for the fact that most of them are directly violating our knowledge about the laws of physics and human anatomy. And no, Gargoyle's quirk isn't the most impossible among those known to us. Understanding this phenomenon is going to be the chief of our pursuits. His academic performance appears average, way beneath what's required to get into the UA the normal way. On the other hand, he is noted down as a gifted boxer, and he appears to be physically strong. A sports course was probably much more likely. Case 3, Uraraka Ochaku. Sasaki continues the meeting. Another page. This time a perfectly normal-looking young woman. Hero named Singularity. Her quirk is called gravity manipulation. It allows her to manipulate the gravity of objects she touches with all 5 finger points at once. She can both make them weightless or make them weigh many times more than they should be. The maximum weight of the affected object is estimated at 20 tons. She can. Oh my god. Hiraki appears to be the most shocked out of them. Then again, she specializes in physics. The US Marine Corps is going to kidnap her for NASA the second they found out about her. An understandable, albeit incorrect assessment. Sasaki replies, "You'll understand in a while." The summary is both sad and painfully normal nowadays, which is also rather sad. War orphan. Before her parents died, she was doing very well at school, especially excelling in anything connected to engineering. Nimori clicks her tongue when she figures it out. Her family had a construction company. She probably worked hard to help them. Then, war came. Shit, this really wasn't a pleasant time to be alive. Case 4, Miko Ito. Principal Sasaki continues. This time it's another girl of similar age, but with blonde hair and blue eyes. She has something floating above her extended hand. It looks like a black circle with a yellow edge. Hero name Eclipse. Her quirk, Surface Control, allows her to create and control 2-dimensional surfaces with properties of any natural surface in her vicinity. Simply speaking, if she is standing on a concrete floor, she can create floating surfaces, like the one above her hand in the picture, with properties of 25 centimeters of concrete. That sounds actually pretty out of the blue. Not like any power Nimori Kayama ever heard about. Then again, her brush with superpowers could be summarized to watching the MCU films and some DC films. 2 points have to be stated. Sasaki says once they have time to digest the information. 1. The edges of her surfaces are a single molecule wide. This means that they can slice through everything. 2. She can give her surface the properties of an area in space existing elsewhere. This changes her surfaces into effective teleportation gates, allowing for instant movement between 2 locations, with a maximum range of about 600 kilometers. Oh shit. Well, that changes everything. Teleportation. Hiraki looks like she just received a gut punch. Like, completely instant. A short distance faster than light travel. Sasaki nods. Oh, well, I guess she's the person we'll have to guard from NASA more than Uraraka. She visibly deflates while saying this. Correct. Sasaki replies dryly. She can't simply open a gate to Earth's orbit, at least in normal circumstances. The air composition can't be widely different between the 2 connected places. something that stops her from slowly decompressing Earth's atmosphere by venting it into outer space. She should be, however, able to open such a warp gate if standing in a depressurized chamber. Space shuttles could be thus deployed to the Earth's orbit by simply being pushed through her warp gate. Nimari is slowly getting dizzy about, well, everything she has heard. Vejima, in the meantime, looks like he is torn between revulsion and excitement at what the future will bring. It's probably understandable. If this is what the metahumans are bringing to the table. Shit, the government will not survive their arrival, isn't it? Even before the war, it would be a 50/50 chance at best, but now, Sasaki is probably so invested in the metahuman business because it improves his school's long-term survival chances, from close to zero to actually existing. Eclipse, it turns out, is a runaway. Some family issues that everyone involved kept quiet about. Academic-wise, she appears to be rather gifted. If she kept studying, she would have a fair chance of getting into the UA the normal way. The lack of knowledge about the personality and so on of people in question is rather painful. They'll need to fill that void themselves. Case 5. Kyoka Jiru. This time, a punk-looking girl. With, wow, her earlobes look like. What the hell? Hero name Earworm. Her quirk is called Earphone Jack. She can freely manipulate, to a degree, extend her earlobes, which she can also use to connect to either electronic equipment or solid objects. If connected to the walls of a building, she can detect even the most minuscule of vibrations, granting her the effective hearing range approaching a single kilometer. She can also project and amplify the vibrations of her own heartbeat, up to the level when they can shatter concrete. Nimari has so many questions that she wants to ask right now that she doesn't even know where to start. Shuzenji takes advantage of that and speaks first. She grew up with a body part that somehow can directly interface with modern electronic equipment. Shuzenji asks. She sounds like she is on the verge of questioning her own sanity, and she can hear every sound within a single kilometer without overloading her brain. How's that even? She takes a deep breath. Yes, we're supposed to figure this out. I get it. Please continue. She looks like she really hopes that this is all one giant prank. Academically good. Despite the aesthetics, no signs of problematic behavior. Well-off parents that recently moved to Takoba from Hasu and appear to be supportive of her, despite her metahuman reveal. Well, sounds like there is someone in the network without having a troublesome past or issues with their family. This concludes the second section of the talk. Sasaki announces. The section that includes the metahumans that appear to be stable and unproblematic, so to speak, at least thus far. From now on, we're going to be talking about special cases. Oh dear, this is going to get nasty from now on, doesn't it? Case 1. Tsuyu, surname unknown. They all move to the next page in their folders. There are some actual gasps in the hall. Nimari isn't surprised. The girl in the picture is weird. 2 big eyes and 2 wide mouth alone make her look unnatural. Hero named Kappa, a complex mutant whose quirk makes her into a human-frog hybrid. She can extend her tongue to about 20 meters while maintaining enough strength and precision of movement to grab and move a human around. Excellent swimmer, can stick to the vertical surfaces, camouflage herself, eject and wash her own stomach, hibernate once the temperature drops and secrete a lightly poisonous mucus. Shuzenji looks like she is about to have a heart attack. Kayama Nimari might only be a biology teacher, but she actually understands that. She has so many questions right now. How does that work in practice? Can she have children with normal humans? What sort of children would that be? Not to mention the fact that she is pretty much her own subspecies of humanity. They are yet to find a way to heal all the diseases and disorders of baseline humans. And now, subspecies. Won't they all require their own specialized healthcare? What sort of healthcare system can actually survive that? Let me guess. Inui isn't a talkative person, at least outside of his therapies. Or so it seems. People didn't like the way she looks. It's probably worse than you think. Sasaki replies. She was abandoned around her 5th birthday when her mutations became more and more clear. Rather than get picked up by someone else, she spent the next 13 years, and we're speculating about her actual age here, living in the wilds, or, to be exact, in Takoba River, with next to no human contact. Oh, shit. Well, this doesn't bode particularly well for the future of the complex mutants, now doesn't it? Alright, Kayama has to admit one thing. The girl looks odd. Honestly speaking, her first reaction to the picture was being weirded out by it, and seeing her life was probably even worse, but to actually abandon a child over this? Oh, no. Nope. Kayama Nimari is drawing a line there. She might not be a big fan of how the girl looks, but if she gave birth to her, she would have never done something this horrible. So, she is practically a feral child. Inui says. His face looks. Well, Nimari would say that she feels bad for Tsuyu's parents if he finds them, but no, she doesn't feel bad for them. How functioning she is. Apparently, a lot. Sasaki replies. Inui looks relieved. She can speak normally and learned how to read quickly. Defiant describes her as very social and friendly if odd in behavior and very blunt. Overall, considering what we know about her, I believe she can be fully rehabilitated. She'll require an individual approach and a lot of attention to get there. They probably won't see her attend university. But if what the principal said was correct, they should make her able to function in society, and perhaps achieve the equivalent of the knowledge of a senior high school graduate. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.